unexpected.
Yeah, this video was posted yesterday. Rob Lowe ended up surprising a group of tourists at a Hollywood open-air bus tour in California in Beverly Hills. Jokingly gave the driver a hard time because the driver said, "Look, it's John Stamos."
Come on, man.
And then it was Rob Lowe, and he goes, "Do I look like John Stamos?" I go, "Who am I? You're Rob Lowe."
Well,
he handled it very well.
When you say it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. I can see
a little bit.
Thanks for sticking with us right here. Fox News at 5 o'clock will be back. Of course, Sherry Shepherd's next.
Lee.
Also, Fox Local on a streaming app near you or on any device. We'd love to see you there as well. Love Rob Lowe, though.
Good afternoon, Detroit. I'm Bree Teamer. It's Tuesday, April 15th. We're live from our Fox 2 Detroit studios, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, tragedy strikes a family on Detroit's west side. A community is grieving after a little boy is hit and then killed by an ice cream truck. Police are still working to determine what led up to the crash. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch has the latest on the investigation.
Now, I did talk to the little boy's family off camera. His family tells me that he was just 4 years old. He was supposed to turn 5 on June 10th. They are, of course, just heartbroken by all of this, while their neighbors remain shocked and saddened.
I didn't even go to sleep. It was so scary. Like, it's still on my mind right now. I couldn't.
What this teen saw and heard while in his garage near the corner of Rutland and Diversey on the city's west side kept him up all night and home from school all day. A 4-year-old his little brother often played with was struck and killed by an ice cream truck right before his eyes.
And the kid was trying to cross the street with his bike, and he had hit him. And then we told him to stop. He wouldn't stop. He did stop at first, and then he continued to go forward. And then that's when he had drove over the kid.
According to Captain Shannon Hampton with DPD's 6th Precinct, this all happened just after 7 o'clock on Monday night. Sadly, that little boy died at the scene. At last check, the driver, who we are told is cooperating with police, remained in their custody.
We made sure that we brought plenty of resources, including our chaplain squad, to make sure they're here to support the officers as well as the family.
That captain also offering advice as the temperatures rise, and so does our time outside. She is asking everyone to slow down and be mindful of kids. This neighbor, who didn't want to show his face but had no problem sharing what he says he witnessed many times before.
The same ice cream man always running up and down these streets, flying and stuff. We be stopping them a lot of times.
Now, I just got an update from Detroit police. They tell me that the driver has been released pending further investigation. Of course, if anything changes with that, we'll be sure to share it with you both on air and online. Just a heartbreaking situation, though, all around. Reporting from Detroit, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
Well, a Dearborn Heights occupied school bus hits a tree. This happened just before 8 on Amboy Street near Warren Avenue. Now, police tell us the bus hit a parked car, which pushed them into a tree. Investigators say 4 kids were checked out at the scene and released to their parents. No serious injuries were reported. Police are still investigating, but say drugs or alcohol do not appear to be a factor. Well, 5 teenagers are under arrest after leading police on a chase from Brighton to Lansing. The Livingston County Sheriff's Office says deputies tried to stop a stolen BMW on eastbound I-96 near Latson Road last Wednesday. Now, instead of stopping, the driver sped away. Eventually, the chase ended when the car got off the freeway and crashed into traffic. The 18-year-old driver is facing felony charges. The 19-year-old passenger was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and resisting police. 3 other passengers, who were all juveniles, were released to their parents. Well, tensions running hot at L'Anse Creuse school board meeting last night. Parents and teachers demanding to know why an accused killer was allowed to return to class at L'Anse Creuse North High School. Now, 16-year-old Ryan Senegal was of Roseville was arrested in the school in connection with the shooting death of a teen in Detroit more than a year ago. Police didn't have enough evidence to hold him at that time. In the meantime, he was allowed to attend class on April 1st. That's when police arrested him.
You and other school staff had to know Ryan Senegal was being investigated.
I should not have been watching the news, and my kid walking into the home saying, hey, did you know that there was a murderer at our school?
While there are legal limits and privacy restrictions on what we can share about the student, we can speak about the decisions that were made and how we are responding now.
Senegal is facing first-degree murder and other charges. Well, police making their first arrest 2 months after a Pontiac man was set on fire. Investigators say the suspect used a lighter to burn the 49-year-old victim, leaving him seriously injured. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell has the very latest.
Adrian Trimble has waited months for an arrest after he was attacked while asleep at a friend's house in Pontiac around 1 a.m. on February 5th.
My daughters are getting phone calls, attacked on Facebook. I want this to wrap up just so I can go back to live somewhat of a normal life.
Oakland County Sheriff fire investigators saying this man, 30-year-old Joseph Green, was involved, shown on camera using paper and a lighter burning Adrian on his neck, arm, and body.
Anytime that anyone gets physically injured, especially long-lasting injuries like our victim has, it's very cruel.
Detective Matt Liss says a warrant went out for Green after the attack, but Green went into hiding. Deputies arresting him Friday in Detroit. He's charged with assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder.
Our suspect was well aware of what was going on step by step because of social media and everyone going out and posting everything.
Adrian in therapy, still recovering from third-degree burns, wondering why.
People come up and ask me, well, why did that happen, or why did they do? I can't give nobody an answer. I still don't know.
His daughter, Ayana, says she worked with Green, but never had any issues with him.
As far as I know, my dad didn't have any issues with him. It was just people being ridiculous. It still angers me at the same time, because of what he did.
Adrian still waiting for more arrests to be made, trying to stay patient, with this to say to one of his attackers now behind bars.
Seek help. Get rehabilitated. You use the time that you're going to receive and become a better person.
Well, detectives telling us this case is far from over. They're working various angles and say there could be more arrests. As for the current suspect, Joseph Green, still behind bars, but he'll be back in court later this month. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. For now, reporting in Oakland County, I'm Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
Well, a 19-year-old suspect is still waiting to find out if he'll stand trial for last summer's deadly mass shooting during a legal block party in Detroit. 2 people died and 19 others were wounded when shots rang out during a gathering on Orzini Drive in July. Demetrius Shaw faces more than 30 charges, including murder, assault with intent to murder, and felony firearm. But his attorney has questions about an hours-long police interrogation and is urging the judge to throw out the evidence.
I would argue that that break that was taken is clearly a break that separates these 2 interrogations. I took some position to one statement that she stated, and she stated that the police have the right to lie to defendants when they're interrogating them.
Wayne County prosecutors argued the suspect freely admitted he played a role. Shaw will be back in court tomorrow morning. Well, one suspect is behind bars after a shocking assault in St. Clair Shores is caught on camera. 2 customers go over the counter to attack a restaurant owner, and now police are on the hunt for one of the men in that video. Fox 2's Camila Miri has more.
All over it was huge, big bruises. Big bumps.
A St. Clair Shores restaurant owner beaten up.
It was really bad all over my head. It was what they were hitting me the most, and my back, because I was on the floor, just tried to save myself.
It happened Saturday night at Amigos Tacos on Greater Mac. It started out as a dispute with a DoorDash driver over the men's restroom.
In the middle of fixing the bathroom, it wasn't done yet. It wasn't connected to the piping or the water. And then he didn't care. He used the bathroom anyway.
So the toilet was not used?
No, it was not. It wasn't.
But he used it anyway?
Yes.
The business owner, angry and frustrated, refused to give the DoorDash driver the food he was picking up.
He took the food, he threw it on the floor, and he was acting like so violent. And then he smashed the food on the floor.
The suspect left but came back with a second person.
He heard that I was calling 911. He got so upset, he started beating me up, punching me on the face.
And then as they were leaving the restaurant, the owner says they broke one of his windows. St. Clair Shores police have arrested the DoorDash driver and they've identified the second suspect. Meanwhile, the owner is recovering physically. How are you feeling emotionally?
I don't know what to say, but I was confused, because I don't want any problems, but I don't know how to stop him.
In St. Clair Shores, Camille Mary, Fox 2 News.
Fox 2 Detroit Live is just getting started, but it's Double Your Donation Day at Gleaners, the nonprofit urging the community to pay it forward and help feed their neighbors in need. A look at how you can help up next. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live, giving you a live look outside at Southfield, where it is a little gloomy, a lot different from what we were experiencing yesterday. I'm just reflecting on that 71-degree temperature that we hit. At some point in the afternoon, it was absolutely amazing. Alan Longstreet here to give us an update on what's happening outside right now, but I'm sure you guys don't want to hear it because it was 70 degrees yesterday.
I know. Let's just talk. Let's live in the past.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But the good thing here, Bree, although today is pretty miserable, we do have another warm-up coming our way. So we get to the 70s on Friday, and of course we've got a holiday weekend. That looks pretty good as well. I just love the bird cam. Who's paying attention to me when we got that on there? I get it. Look at him. Okay, so we're in Southfield, and we've got the cold, we've got the wind. And we've had some wet. They really go at it. That one bird does not want, like it's that one just wants to rule the roost.
They go back and forth.
Yeah.
They're very territorial.
Oh, gosh, all right. Easter Sunday, that looks okay.
That's, I think that's Bad Blue right up there.
Is that what they were trying? You guys, we need to send an internal memo because Lee and Marielle were just trying to figure out what to name it.
Yeah, that's Bad Blue right there.
All right, I like Bad Blue. That's good. Okay. Okay, so we've got a little bit of rain, and not much. This is, scattered, spotty showers. There's not a ton coming down, and it's been mostly rain. I have seen a couple of ice pellets with some of the heavier showers earlier. Snow pellets, I would say that's, the exception rather than the rule. So generally just a little bit of light precip left over. This will be fading as the day rolls on. You'll see some severe weather off to the east too. You notice that yellow triangle indicating a severe storm. On the back side of this, the cold air wraps in, and that is absolutely what we're dealing with. Numbers are down. 20 to 30 degrees, 30 colder in Howell, 27 colder in Pontiac. So yeah, we're talking about numbers in the 30s and 40s, chills solidly in the 30s. There is no relief today. And tonight we keep things pretty cold as well. Numbers drop into the 30s. We do bounce back pretty nicely Wednesday. It's not going to be overwhelmingly warm. By noon, we're in the 40s. We will top out, though. I said, what? He is hard at work, Bree. And we call that research. Yeah, thank you very much. And 50s with sun on Wednesday, okay? So that'll be a decent feel. Today, your chills in the 30s all day long. So no big shift there. Rain comes to a close, I'd say, the next couple of hours. So here's 6 o'clock. We're good to go. Tonight, we're just fine. Wednesday, mostly sunny skies. We'll jump into Thursday, and we keep that warm-up going. We'll top out near 60 Thursday afternoon. And then we go back into the 70s on Friday. A little bit of wet weather, I'd say, possible in the morning, and then another chance in the afternoon and evening. That second round potentially has some stronger storms. So a few things we got to keep a close eye on. But we jump to the weekend first. And you'll see those showers fading early Saturday. So I'd say drying out this weekend in general. 59, 39, those are averages this time of the year. Your records, your extremes. 85, set that back in 1976. And 21, it's your record low. We set that in 1935. Sunrise, 6:52. Sunset, 8:15. Here we go. Weather's going to be turning back up after today. So showers in the process of fading. We keep the wind. It'll still be a little breezy on Wednesday. Less so and also more tolerable because, we're talking 50s with sun, 60 with sun Thursday. There's that peak on Friday, Bree, but the weekend doesn't look too bad either. Maybe not perfect, ideal, but I'd say 50s Saturday and Sunday.
Man, I am exhausted today. I think it's the weather.
The up and down,
it's
for sure. Yeah, totally. It's yesterday was perfect and today is 180.
I was dropping my dog off to doggy daycare today, and her dog sitter was just like, man, the weather really changed on us, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And it really did.
Yeah, the only silver lining here is the fact it's going to be brief, right? One day is too much, I'll give you that, but at least it's only one.
All right, I'll say that next time she says that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's one day, it's going to be brief.
We'll get there.
Nothing too serious.
Get there.
All right,
Still
Alan,
painful.
We'll see you next hour.
Sure.
Or next 30 minutes, something like that. Well, these days, people like to get the most for their money, including charity donations. So today is Gleaners Double Your Donation Day, which helps feed people across Southeast Detroit. Fox 2's Amy Andrews is at their Detroit headquarters with more on the different services they offer.
Gleaners Double Your Donation Day. We want to tell you all the things that Gleaners does. It's not just a food bank. They have all these wonderful programs, including Cooking Matters. This is Chef Emily, and she is the program coordinator. And I've got to say, what we are making today takes me back to my childhood.
Yes, we are making some healthy mini pizzas. We've got some great veggies and lean protein here, great as a lunch, dinner, or even a snack.
Oh my goodness, we used to have them for after-school snacks all the time. Tell us about Cooking Matters and why this meal kind of plays into what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so the Cooking Matters program is really important for adults, kids, families. We teach classes to everyone, and we focus on healthy eating on a budget, how to save money at the grocery store, and how to make healthy choices.
Fantastic. All right, let's get started. So did you use the whole grain English muffins?
Yes, we have some whole grain English muffins here. Those are going to give us a little bit more fiber, help keep us fuller for longer. This is great for the kids to help with as well. We have some low-fat mozzarella cheese, so we'll throw on some of that.
And the kids don't need to know it's low-fat.
No, they won't even know. We'll add our veggies. You can use whatever you like. We have some peppers and some tomatoes here.
Getting some vegetables in there. I like it.
And then
oh yeah, you gotta have the pepperoni.
Some pepperoni, turkey pepperoni, a little leaner. And that's all there is to it. We will throw these in the oven and...
Emily, that's so easy. I think I could even handle it.
Yes,
Not sure, but I
absolutely.
think.
Quick and easy.
Voila!
And
look at that.
They're all ready to go.
Super, super easy to make. Cooking Matters, just one of the many programs that they have here at Gleaners. Why should people donate today?
People should donate today to help families save money and get the food that they need.
Couldn't have said it better myself. 855-315-FOOD, the number to call right now. Reporting from Gleaners, Amy Andrews. I'm going to try one of these. You better believe it. Fox 2 News.
Botox in space. Blue Origin's all-female celeb crew sort space in full glam. Now it's about what happens to Botox and breast implants during liftoff, and we're going to tell you about that when we come back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's Live. I'm your host, Bree Teamer. And it's time for a little bit of rundown action with Ronya. She joins us live. Ronya Shimon. See, I remember.
Hi, Bree. Let's begin with this liftoff into space. Now, Blue Origin's all-female celebrity crew soaring in full glam, which had a lot of cosmetic doctors responding, saying, well, could Botox and breast implants handle a liftoff? Experts now weighing in, some saying what happens to Botox fillers and implants in space? Still kind of questionable at this point, but doctors are voicing their concerns over the extreme stresses of rocket launches like this, saying there are potential risks like shearing. That is when, let's just hypothetically say something moves or shifts in the body, let's say like breast implants. Well, even pressure-induced discomfort at high altitudes is another probability, but cosmetic surgeons say most modern procedures these days are stable, shouldn't be affected during this brief space flight, including dermal fillers, Botox, typically made, a lot of people using fillers that are made from hyaluronic acid. But they do say that typically this kind of situation, your skin and other foreign objects like breast implants should be fine. Still interesting that this story sparked this kind of conversation.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. It's crazy that we're even thinking about, Botox and fillers and how it might move, and we're sending women to space, and that's a concern.
Right. I mean, it's interesting to see. But yeah, it was actually several headlines that followed that for many reasons.
But it is cool to kind of see the inside of the spacecraft.
Yeah.
And how much fun that they were actually having in there.
Yeah. Full glam too.
Yeah.
All right, today is the deadline for most Americans to file their taxes, but Google is sharing some fun facts of people's research. What are they looking for this week? Well, on Google searches, how to file an extension has skyrocketed this week, while the question asked most of the search engine is, quote, what happens if you file your taxes wrong, end quote. People also wondering, what if you file late or never file your taxes at all? And more people might actually risk that than you think. A Credit Karma poll found 17% of millennials admit they might not file because they don't think they'll get caught. And about 24% are not worried about making any mistakes. You just never want to mess with the IRS, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a no-no, off limits.
I had mine done maybe a month, maybe even over a month ago for this reason, which I'm so glad I did.
Yeah. We got to get over tax anxiety. We got to do it.
Well, if you're thinking about tax anxiety, here's a way to get over it. Several businesses are offering up deals that will help you save some money. Krispy Kreme giving a little BOGO. If you buy a dozen donuts, you can get a dozen original glazed donuts for the price of the sales tax in that state. Burger King also offering Royal Perks members a 1-cent cheeseburger. Yes, 1 penny, guys, but you do have to spend $1 to get that little promo. Potbelly has a buy one, get one deal if you use the promo code BOGO. And from now until April 27th, Shake Shack is offering fans who spend at least $10.40, they can get a free single black truffle burger, mushrooms, or fries after using the code truffle tax. And many other companies have deals also online. So obviously if you're filing or you're just looking for a little something today, there are so many options.
Yes.
That Krispy Kreme had me thinking twice.
One thing about Krispy Kreme, they are going to give a deal on every special day.
Oh,
Doesn't
for sure.
matter.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, Good Friday, Passover.
Always.
April 1st, it doesn't matter. They got the deals.
And those glazed donuts.
So good.
You can just taste it right now.
We'll go get one.
Thanks, Bree.
All right, well, Fox 2 Detroit Live continues right after this. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live, giving you a live look out. This is the livest of the live that you can get at our bird cam. This is happening right now outside our Fox 2 studios in the gazebo. And this bad boy right here, his name is Bad Blue. Everyone say hi to Bad Blue.
Bully.
Yeah, he is a little mean. We're working on that. All right, well, our annual Healthy Heart Project is right around the corner, Saturday, April 26th. And this year, we're not just focused on physical health, but also mental well-being. Joining us now is mental health therapist from Henry Ford, Marcia Alston, to talk all about stress. Marcia, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's really talk about this. I feel like it's so easy for folks to say, oh, I'm so stressed out. I'm stressed about this. But maybe we aren't understanding what stress actually is. So can you tell us?
Absolutely. So stress is a normal part of everyday life, but we can identify it as an emotional and physical response to a challenge that we face. And so it is something that everyone typically will experience, but it depends on our personal capacity, if it is overwhelming, if it is a task that is exhilarating for us, or something that is overwhelming.
How common do you think stress is? I mean, I know you said it comes up when we're faced with these challenges, but even maybe when we're not facing those challenges, how often is this something that we experience?
Well, I was reading a statistic yesterday that said 74% of people that were responding to the current state of affairs in our world actually identify as being stressed or overwhelmed and feeling as though things are overwhelming with the economy and the world around us.
And you know what? I bet that has not only just a huge impact on our mental state, but also our physical state. How does that impact some of the symptoms we may see?
Absolutely. So stress is not just something that says, oh, I'm stressed out, I'm just going to go lay down. Stress actually does impact us physically and mentally. So thinking of our event that's coming up next weekend, we want to think about how it impacts the heart. It can increase your cholesterol, it can increase your blood pressure, it can actually increase heart palpitations. There are risks for anxiety, panic attacks, also a lowering of your immune system, and it can also impact the rate of recovery from just your common colds and flu.
So when we're experiencing all of this, this is everything that you named is kind of an internal response to that. What does it look like on the outside?
On the outside, it can easily, the number one thing that I see is irritability, or someone shutting down, or just a snappy response, someone that does not handle a change very easily, or there's a pretending a mask that we try to put on, but people can notice in the way that we hold our shoulders, in the way that our body looks, we can look more tense. We can also experience brain fog. So when we're speaking, it may not come out very clear. Even if we know that we are an expert in a certain area, stress actually does impact us cognitively as well. You can also see psychomotor agitation, and that's something as simple as constant tapping of your foot, shaking of your leg. People that maybe tuck their hands inside of sweatshirts and things of that nature. They're always a telltale sign of discomfort and stress.
Yeah, and I can definitely relate with some of those. And in yoga, they're always like, relax your shoulders.
Yeah.
My instructor has to physically come over to me. Bree, relax your shoulders. I know that's a hot spot for me. So when we are talking about the Healthy Heart Project with Henry Ford, I mean, that's coming up. How is this event going to play a part in, lifting the burden of stress?
So this is really great because this event is free. It's from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and it's at multiple Henry Ford locations. And people get to come in and you actually get an EKG. You get to have a face-to-face with the doctor. You get to get a whole workup so that you can actually identify the state of your body. We want you to be able to be aware and not be afraid to actually get to know your numbers, identify how you're feeling, and even learn how to just simply take a deep breath.
Yes.
Some of us breathe. We're breathing all the time, but sometimes we breathe incorrectly. There's actually proper ways to breathe to be able to relax our body and help heal our heart and actually relax and relieve some of that tension.
And tell us a little bit about that.
Okay.
What do we do?
So some people, when they breathe, we typically breathe and notice that our chest rises. We don't want to increase our chest. We actually want to increase our belly. I know that's different than how the world actually wants it, but we want a bigger belly when we're breathing. So we're going to breathe in through our nose, and then we're going to let that air go down to our belly and expand. Hold it for 4 seconds and slowly let it come out of our mouth, saying, take another deep breath. And out.
Wow. That definitely does work.
It's a bit different. It's different than breathing here.
Yeah.
When you breathe in your belly and even add some tension release to where when you let that air out, you're actually relieving muscles, you start to recognize, I'm holding on to some stuff that I didn't even acknowledge at first.
Oof. I love that. Marcia.
Yes.
The Healthy Heart Project, it takes place on a Saturday, April 26th. You got free screenings, including blood pressure, blood glucose, EKG, so many things. What else do you want to tell our viewers about it?
We just want you to come. It's absolutely free. You're going to see smiling faces. Henry Ford is all about you, the clients, the public, the people. So when you show up, just find someone that has on Henry Ford gear or a badge, and we will be happy to guide you through the event. And remember, it's free. So just come expecting to have fun and get what you need.
And will they be wearing shirts like yourself?
They might not be wearing this one, but our logo is blue and white.
That
but
one really stands out.
It stands out. I had to do something special to come and see you guys today, but we want you to look for Henry Ford Health, our logo, or a badge, and we will have some smiling faces waiting there for you on April 26th.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, with Easter right around the corner, a popular treat is brightening up store shelves. Fox's Gary Baumgarten give us a peep into how they're made.
Easter is often associated with bright colors and sweet treats, something food manufacturer Just Born Quality Confections is quite familiar with. The company makes a variety of candies, including Mike and Ike's and hot tamales, but its classic Chicks and Bunnies might be its best-known product, especially during Easter.
We make 5.5 million Peeps every single day, which is approximately 2 billion Peeps per year.
The company relies on just 4 ingredients to make its signature treat.
We have sugar, corn syrup, gelatin, and air. They are cooked and mixed and whipped together.
Producing the brightly colored marshmallow treats has gotten much faster since Peeps were first invented in 1953.
Peeps used to take 27 hours to make just one Peeps chick. Now it takes only 6 minutes.
Most of the modern Peep making process consists of cooling down after being pumped into its classic shapes and dusted with brightly colored sugar.
Then there is an overwrap protective film that they get wrapped, put in their cases, and then shipped off to our retailers and our fans.
The company says its original color, yellow, is its best seller, but the variety of colors and flavors help them stand out during the Easter season.
They are just such cute characters. They have beautiful colors, they're fun shapes, they're perfect for the spring season.
The sweet treats could also be hopping into more Easter baskets this year, as some consumers are looking for alternatives to dyeing eggs amid soaring prices.
We think that Peeps have become such a cultural icon because they have been passed down through generations.
Gary Baumgarten, Fox 2 News.
Oh, Peeps, you gotta love them. I am not a fan of Peeps whatsoever. Alan Longstreet's here. Alan, your opinion on Peeps?
Well, there's sugar in them, so therefore I like them. Yeah, no, they're good. They're good. I mean, you can only have a few, right? And then it's like overload, but they're great.
But I just don't know what makes them so yucky to me. I don't know. Moving on.
Well, it's an overload, right? Too
Yeah.
sweet, right?
Yeah, it could be.
I get it.
Yeah.
Understand. Disagree, but I understand. I got you.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So the world of weather, big changes, Bree. Big shifts are coming our way. Well, big shifts are already here, rather. They arrived overnight into the morning. 73 yesterday. Look at the month overall, right? It's been cool, definitely. Yesterday was that exception. And yesterday, man, what a beautiful exception it was. 73. So 59, I just kind of wanted to get our heads on right here. 59 is average. 85 is your record. We set that back in 1976. Sunset today, 8:15. So 59 is average. We do not get there today. We will get there and then beyond on Friday. High temps right about 70 degrees. Easter Sunday, that's looking all right as well. Now, in addition to the temps, we've had the wind, we've had some rain, widely scattered showers. That wet weather is fading away. Not much left over, but a couple of showers here or there. And this is predominantly rain, but I have seen a few flakes as well with some of the heavier stuff. Nothing of substance. Just a reminder that, yeah, this is cold. We've got the severe storms off to the east, and that threat continues to push away from us. We get in on the colder side of things, down, 20 to 30 degrees compared to where we started things out yesterday. Temps, we're going to top out where we are, right? The highs today, we actually had those early in the morning, so wind chill values in the 30s is what you can plan on today. Tomorrow, we do start to feel a little bit better. We go back into the 50s, and the skies are going to be a whole lot better as well. Let's go chills today. Again, steadily in the 30s, fading this evening, bottoming out overnight. Here's Fox Futurecast, 7 o'clock, we're good to go. Yeah, no precip. The same can be said on Wednesday and Thursday. I'd say both of those days should wind up with pretty good sunshine. So mostly sunny skies there. We'll jump into the end of the week, and we do get some wet weather Friday morning, some showers. If we can get those to clear out, that sets the stage for the potential for some stronger or severe storms late on Friday. All of that moves out just in time for the holiday weekend. So we're looking okay on that front, although temps will move once again. So today, this is the downswing. Then we begin to bounce back up on Wednesday, 50s with sun. We turn it to 60 on Thursday. There are those 70s by the time we get to Friday, Bree.
All right. I hear you and Derek have been up to something lately.
Oh, yes, we sure have.
Per usual.
Yeah.
The Weather Boys doing something extreme.
Yeah, we got with the Pistons extreme team.
Yeah.
And those are the guys who dunk. Flip and dunk. And the guys on the trampolines. What? Yeah.
And you guys did it.
We did our version of it. And I actually will say we both found success eventually.
Oof.
Sometimes the stars align. Everything just clicks. And for this one glorious moment, I was the guy. Yeah, it was a quick moment, okay?
Here we go. All right, come on, Derek.
And of course, we can't forget about my BFF, Derek. Now, I know what you're thinking. I'm making fun of Derek. And, let's be very clear about this. I definitely am, but I kid because I love him. I believe in him, and you'll see that later. For now, this is what we were going for.
That's you.
Problem is, we lack what one might call air awareness. But the progress we made today, that was all thanks to these sweet dreamboats, the Pistons Extreme Team. You see them at Pistons home games and all over the community. They're showmen. Their job is to get you pumped. Today, they're stuck with us.
Still run. Hey, it's practice time. It's practice time.
So as we hit them, it's always going to be 2 feet. They have the angle because it really helps us go up nice and high.
How do you think you're going to do?
I'm going to take it very easy this first time.
Yeah! All right.
Listen, if you're nervous, this is the thing that we follow. Okay. D-Bab, don't be a baby. What's the worst that can happen?
Let's not talk about that.
We just getting started. 2 hands on that ball. Because the second you hit the tramp, you're going to lose it.
Come on, Derek!
I'm not used to being that high in the air. It feels like you got to let go.
Yeah.
You got to just let it be.
All right, hold on. I want to go again. Go, Derek!
So the person in front is going to pass, and then the person behind them will finish that.
It's
dunk.
easy. Just pass like this. Here, look. Pass.
Got it. Perfect. It's not quite that simple.
Oh, yeah. They make it look so easy.
And you hang. He just hangs
that was
for a while.
Well done.
Yeah, absolutely.
You did great.
Now, do we want to try a bounce pass?
Sure.
Control. It was great, but when you bounced it and you pulled it with you.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
Perfect. Oh! Way to make him work for it. Yes. Come on. Okay. Could you pass to Alan?
Yes. Yes.
Go. Grab it.
Super skill 3.
This is the hard stuff. This is where, as these trains get longer, it gets a little more crazy because you got to be exact on your pass.
Up there, baby. Woo! 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah.
Come on, baby.
I go in, man in the cage. I'm a king, I'm a champion. Went through hell, now I'm back. I'm all about.
So it is at this point we're very sweaty and exhausted, but we're not done.
Trust plays a huge role, and that's honestly why I keep coming back to this, is because I actually trust these guys and I love these guys. So the reason I come back isn't because of the money or anything like that. It's just they're good guys, you know what I mean? And I'd put my life in their hands.
Now this isn't just flips and foam mats. These guys live in the air, but they're grounded in something real.
So I'm a full-time firefighter with the city of Dearborn. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to balance career as a firefighter and be here with Pistons, but everything that I do is full of brotherhood and trust.
And it shows. They have built something more than a team.
I got my best friend out of it, so me and Ryan have been best friends for 15 years. I was the best man at his wedding.
And it's this backdrop of brotherhood that lets you push when someone's trying to be a weenie and give up.
How do you guys do this for the whole game?
We're exhausted.
It's exhausting.
I'm getting tired. I want to be done.
Great. I mean, it's a couple more. When you're tired, then we have a couple more.
When you're tired, you have 0 more.
No, that's the wall. That's where you think you're done.
Coach, when you're tired, do you guys keep going or do you stop?
He said he's tired and he wants to be done. I said, we can't be done yet.
No. The show doesn't stop. The fans need you.
Give me a ball.
All right, he's gonna dunk. Can he dunk? Can he dunk?
Oh, let's go.
He's gonna dunk. Derek's gonna dunk because weather boys don't back down.
All right, so I'm gonna hit it hard. I'm gonna keep my body tight. I'm just gonna go dunk the basketball. It's not hard.
Dude.
Okay. This is exciting.
Yeah, it is. Come on, Derek. You got it, baby.
I'm just too tired, I think.
Okay, not quite there yet, but let's be honest, fear was a factor too. I mean, hurling your body in the air is a foreign feeling, and earlier they told us about someone getting an ankle amputation after a dunk gone wrong, and I don't know what that is, but I know I don't want it.
It's fine to feel fear. Fear keeps us alive for the most part, right? But the thing is, it's not how you feel. What matters is what you do.
Okay, so fear's part of the deal. It keeps you alive, got it. But you can't let it keep you grounded forever. So we figured, time to go out on a high note.
The weather boys! Fox 2 News!
Okay, can't go out on that note, can we?
Can I bring the trampoline a little bit closer just to kind of cheat for you a little bit? That way we actually dunk?
No, let me try it this way.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I appreciate it.
We believe. We believe. We believe.
Like I can feel my body just getting tired. This is it.
And that's what this team is. They are for each other, better together, all the cliches. But they're also for you.
It's the Weather Boys, Fox 2 News.
Wow. I was cheering so hard when Derek finally made it.
So the way that Matt Phillips puts that together, who edits it, and I mean, just tells that story. I'll tell you what, that was not an act. Derek was tired, Bree.
Yeah.
He did not want to do
He
it.
looked like he was.
But that environment you're in with those guys, I mean, they're so supportive.
You gotta go.
I mean, what a great group of dudes.
Yeah, it seemed like it, honestly. It looks like they all work together.
Yeah.
All motivating each other to
For
get
sure.
up there, jump, do flips, and make the hoop.
Yeah, and here we are, Pistons going to the playoffs.
Oh,
Pistons
yeah.
Extreme Team, let's do it. Yeah.
So with the Extreme Team, do they get all dressed up and stuff while they're doing that, don't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have different, different routines, different things they do depending on the night.
Wow.
But yeah, they're out there, man, and they love the fans. You know, they're there for us, Bree.
Imagine
They're-
having all of that stuff on and jumping on the trampoline and doing flips and all of that just to get the fans, the
I know.
crowd, super excited for the game. I mean, hats off to them.
Yeah, for sure. It
And
is
hats off to you
intense.
guys.
They do it. They do it.
Yeah. What was your favorite part about all of this?
Are you kidding me? To dunk, ball through the leg dunk? I mean, that's like
Yeah.
something like, I'm like can almost dunk guy.
Yeah.
So to actually do it, come on.
Alan, how tall are you?
6'1".
6'1".
Yeah.
There we have it, ladies.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Alan's single.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think.
Well, that's it. No, that's it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
He's
all
off the market.
blushing. I'm
He's
all
off-
nervous and
He's off the market,
Yeah,
sorry.
off the market.
All right.
Off the market.
All right. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
All good. No.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Do we linger any longer?
All right. Well, the all-female crew of Blue Origin's new Shepherd 31 rocket making history yesterday after their 11-minute journey into space.
One. Liftoff. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
Now on board were pop star Katy Perry, TV personality Gayle King, Jeff Bezos' fiance, Lauren Sanchez, former NASA rocket scientist Aisha Bowie, civil rights activist Amanda Wen, and film producer Carrie Ann Flynn. Now, the ladies flew 62 miles above the Kármán line, which is internationally considered where space begins. Now, the launch itself is getting a pretty mixed reaction. The fast food chain Wendy's taking aim at Katy Perry on X. Now, take a look right here. This is the moment. Now, in response to another tweet that read, Katy Perry has returned from space, Wendy's account posted, "Can we send her back?" Ooh, little tea.
Why would they do that?
That's so feisty. What Katy Perry do? I mean, moving on. The account went on to post a few more digs at Katy Perry. Now, it's not quite clear why the fast food chain went after Miss Perry, the pop star, the fireworks lady. I don't know, but I guess that's between Wendy's and Katy and her team. Well, Gayle King is going viral for her facial expression while boarding the Blue Origin. Now, as you can see, she looked pretty miserable. King says she was terrified and just wanted to get to her seat. But despite her nerves, she says she knew she wasn't going to back out.
Getting on, it was a little scary. It was a little scary. So the memes show that I was apprehensive. I tell you, look at the picture when I got off the capsule. That's the one that matters. That's the victory speech. That's the one that matters. I'm so glad to be back on Earth. Welcome home has a new meaning.
Yeah, and we could totally tell that she was back to be on Earth, kissing the ground. Well, the Harry Potter franchise will soon be seen on the small screen. Yesterday, HBO officially confirmed some of the cast for the upcoming TV series. John Lithgow will portray Albus Dumbledore, and Janet McTeer will be Professor McGonagall. Other actors included are Nick Frost taking the role of Hagrid, while Papa Esidu will play Severus Snape. HBO execs say the show will be a true adaptation of the Harry Potter series and will be on HBO and streamed on Max, but no word when we'll actually get this. Well, what would your perfect day consist of? Researchers at the University of British Columbia say they figured out a scientific formula to create a perfect day. Now, you see all of this on the screen. You got 6 hours of family time, 2 hours of time with your friends, an hour and a half of extra socializing, 2 hours of exercise. Ooh, who's doing 2 hours of exercise? I can barely do 45 minutes. You also got to do 1 hour of eating and drinking, less than 6 hours of work. You hear that, Tom?
There we go.
We're overworking over here. 1 hour of screen time, a 15-minute commute. That is the formula for the most perfect day that you could ever experience. Now, the data was gathered from the American Time Use Survey. It recorded how thousands of people spent their time across more than 100 activities. By comparing the patterns with how participants rated their day, they were able to pinpoint the building blocks of a good day. We aren't sure why they didn't include sleep. That is a very, 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 very good point. Why is no sleep on there? 7 or 8 hours of sleep? Gotta have that. All right, that's it for me this hour. I will see you back here at 3.
Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday, April 15th. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Tragedy strikes a family on Detroit's west side. A community is now grieving after a little boy is hit and killed by an ice cream truck. Police are still working to determine what led up to the crash. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch has the latest on the investigation.
Now, I did talk to the little boy's family off camera. His family tells me that he was just 4 years old. He was supposed to turn 5 on June 10th. They are, of course, just heartbroken by all of this, while their neighbors remain shocked and saddened.
I didn't even go to sleep. It was so scary. Like, it's still on my mind right now. I couldn't.
What this teen saw and heard while in his garage near the corner of Rutland and Diversey on the city's west side kept him up all night and home from school all day. A 4-year-old his little brother often played with was struck and killed by an ice cream truck right before his eyes.
And the kid was trying to cross the street with his bike, and he had hit him. And then we told him to stop. He wouldn't stop. He did stop at first, and then he continued to go forward. And then that's when he had drove over the kid.
According to Captain Shannon Hampton with DPD's 6th Precinct, this all happened just after 7 o'clock on Monday night. Sadly, that little boy died at the scene. At last check, the driver, who we are told is cooperating with police, remained in their custody.
We made sure that we brought plenty of resources, including our chaplain squad, to make sure they're here to support the officers as well as the family.
That captain also offering advice as the temperatures rise, and so does our time outside. She is asking everyone to slow down and be mindful of kids. This neighbor, who didn't want to show his face but had no problem sharing what he says he witnessed many times before.
The same ice cream man always running up and down these streets, flying and stuff. We be stopping them a lot of times.
Now, I just got an update from Detroit police. They tell me that the driver has been released pending further investigation. Of course, if anything changes with that, we'll be sure to share it with you both on air and online. Just a heartbreaking situation, though, all around. Reporting from Detroit, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
A Dearborn Heights occupied school bus hits a tree. This all happened just before 8 on Amboy Street near Warren Avenue. Police tell us the bus hit a parked car, which pushed them into a tree. Investigators say 4 kids were checked out at the scene and released to their parents. Thankfully, no serious injuries were reported. Police still investigating, but say drugs or alcohol do not appear to be factors. 5 teenagers are under arrest after leading police on a chase from Brighton to Lansing. The Livingston County Sheriff's Office says deputies tried to stop a stolen BMW on eastbound I-96 near Latson Road last Wednesday. Instead of stopping, the driver sped away. Eventually, the chase ended when the car got off the freeway and crashed right into traffic. The 18-year-old driver is now facing felony charges. A 19-year-old passenger was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and resisting police. 3 other passengers, who were all juveniles, were released to their parents. Well, 2 teens are accused of carjacking a DoorDash driver in Southfield. The teens allegedly stole the victim's Dodge Charger while the victim was making a delivery near the Lakes apartment complex early Saturday morning. Police spotted the stolen car a short time later, which led to a chase with speeds topping 125 miles per hour. Eventually, though, officers used a pit maneuver on the Charger, causing the car to spin out. Officers found a gun in that car. The police chief praising the victim in the case for staying calm and giving them enough information to catch the criminals.
We look for this young man. Call 911, give a specific description of the suspects, what they were wearing, what vehicle they were driving. And what I would tell you, at the time he was talking to our dispatcher, we located that vehicle during that phone call, which initiated our vehicular pursuit. So Joshua, I'm going to commend you in front of this audience for your courage. Because why is that important? When you look at the history of these violent suspects, you know that they're working in tandem. How many victims did Joshua's actions prevent these individuals from attacking someone else, which may have led to injury, death, or either somebody experiencing similar trauma? And so for that, young man, you're commended. And before I start my remarks, I'm going to give you an award. It's the Chief's Challenge Coin being presented to you from the Southfield Police Department, Chief of Police, Award of Excellence.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
But what's more, the driver actually delivered the DoorDash order even after he was carjacked. Incredible. The 18-year-old driver, though, is facing felony carjacking charges, and a 17-year-old passenger is also charged with carjacking and concealed weapons offenses. Well, tensions running hot at the L'Anse Creuse school board meeting. Parents and teachers demanding to know why an accused killer was allowed to return to class at L'Anse Creuse North High School. 16-year-old Ryan Senegal of Roseville was arrested in the school in connection with the shooting death of a teen in Detroit more than a year ago. Police didn't have enough evidence to hold him at the time, and in the meantime, he was allowed to attend class. On April 1st, police arrested Senegal at the school.
You and other school staff had to know Ryan Senegal was being investigated.
I should not have been watching the news, and my kid walking into the home saying, hey, did you know that there was a murderer at our school?
While there are legal limits and privacy restrictions on what we can share about the student, we can speak about the decisions that were made and how we are responding now.
Senegal is facing first-degree murder and other charges. Police making their first arrest 2 months after a Pontiac man was set on fire. Investigators say the suspect used a lighter to burn the 49-year-old victim, leaving him seriously injured. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell has the latest.
Adrian Trimble has waited months for an arrest after he was attacked while asleep at a friend's house in Pontiac around 1 a.m. on February 5th.
My daughters are getting phone calls, attacked on Facebook. I want this to wrap up, just so I can go back to live somewhat of a normal life.
Oakland County Sheriff fire investigators saying this man, 30-year-old Joseph Green, was involved, shown on camera using paper and a lighter, burning Adrian on his neck, arm, and body.
Anytime that anyone gets physically injured, especially long-lasting injuries like our victim has, it's very cruel.
Detective Matt Liss says a warrant went out for Green after the attack, but Green went into hiding. Deputies arresting him Friday in Detroit. He's charged with assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder.
Our suspect was well aware of what was going on step by step because of social media and everyone going out and posting everything.
Adrian in therapy, still recovering from third-degree burns, wondering why.
People come up and ask me, well, why did that happen, or why did they do? I can't give nobody an answer. I still don't know.
His daughter, Ayana, says she worked with Green, but never had any issues with him.
As far as I know, my dad didn't have any issues with him. It was just people being ridiculous. It still angers me at the same time, because of what he did.
Adrian's still waiting for more arrests to be made, trying to stay patient, with this to say to one of his attackers now behind bars.
Seek help. Get rehabilitated. You use the time that you're going to receive and become a better person.
Well, detectives telling us this case is far from over. They're working various angles and say there could be more arrests. As for the current suspect, Joseph Green, still behind bars, but he'll be back in court later this month. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. For now, reporting in Oakland County, I'm Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
A 19-year-old suspect is still waiting to find out if he'll stand trial for last summer's deadly mass shooting during an illegal block party in Detroit. 2 people died and 19 others were wounded when shots rang out during a gathering on Rossini Drive in July. Demetrius Shaw faces more than 30 charges, including murder, assault with intent to murder, and felony firearm. But his attorney has questions about an hours-long police interrogation and is urging the judge to throw out the evidence.
I would argue that that break that was taken is clearly a break that separates these 2 interrogations. I took some position to one statement that she stated, and she stated that the police have the right to lie to defendants when they're interrogating them.
Wayne County prosecutors argue the suspect freely admitted he played a role. Shaw will be back in court tomorrow morning. One suspect is behind bars after a shocking assault in St. Clair Shores is caught on camera. 2 customers go over the counter to attack a restaurant owner. Now police are on the hunt for the other man in that video. Fox 2's Camila Miri has more.
All over it was huge, big bruises, big bumps.
A St. Clair Shores restaurant owner beaten up.
It was really bad all over my head. It was what they were hitting me the most. and my back because I was on the floor, just tried to save myself.
It happened Saturday night at Amigos Tacos on Greater Mac. It started out as a dispute with a DoorDash driver over the men's restroom.
In the middle of fixing the bathroom, it wasn't done yet. It wasn't connected to the piping or the water. And then he didn't care. He used the bathroom anyway.
So the toilet was not used?
No, it was not. It wasn't.
But he used it anyway?
Yes.
The business owner, angry and frustrated, refused to give the DoorDash driver the food he was picking up.
He took the food, he threw it on the floor, and he was acting like so violent. And then he smashed the food on the floor.
The suspect left but came back with a second person.
He heard that I was calling 911. He got so upset, he started beating me up, punching me on the face.
And then as they were leaving the restaurant, the owner says they broke one of his windows. St. Clair Shores police have arrested the DoorDash driver and they've identified the second suspect. Meanwhile, the owner is recovering physically. How are you feeling emotionally?
I don't know what to say, but I'm confused, because I don't want any problems, but I don't know how to stop them.
In St. Clair Shores, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
It's right there.
Well, Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2 just getting started. We'll have more news and a live look at weather with Alan Longstreet right after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. Your time right now, 2:14. You are taking a live look out at our bird cam. I think he saw that he was on camera and, he wanted to do a little strut for us. There we go. That is a grackle, everyone. You're looking at a grackle. And he's enjoying his meal in the 44-degree temps out there, more than most of us. Let's check in with Alan Longstreet. Did you know that's a grackle?
I know now.
You learned something new today?
I know now, and it's all thanks to you.
I try to spread the wealth of knowledge that I have.
The Fox 2 bird expert.
Bird expert. Don't go around saying that, okay?
Oh, it's too late. It's been said. We know.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the people are talking. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about weather.
Yeah.
Yesterday, beautiful day. Couldn't have asked for a better day.
Yeah.
Today, did we get some hail or something? The rain felt more than just raindrops. What was going on?
There's some snow pellets, some ice pellets out there. Yeah, definitely. It was, whatever it was gross. It was not good, especially coming off of yesterday, which was fantastic Look at the month so far. It's been cool overall. Started warm, got cool, then got warm again. And, man, we were right back down. Temps are rough. 59 is average. Just give me that, man. We're not going to get it today. 39 on the low end, 85, 21. Those are your records. Sunrise is 6:52 and sunset is 8:15. All right, so we're cold, we're windy. You know, we've been a little wet. We do go back to 70 on Friday, so there's a warm-up coming. Sunday, Easter, that looks all right. 50s, I'd say, and dry weather. For now, we have a little bit of wet weather. There's not much. I mean, we've had plenty of it for now. Just a few scattered showers left over. Really light stuff, Milford, South Ann Arbor. That'll fade away here, I'd say, over the course of the next couple of hours. So, you know, increasingly dry as the afternoon wears on. Behind this system, we've got that cold air. So temps absolutely down, 30 degrees colder than where we were yesterday, right? We topped down in the 70s. We're in the 40s. That makes sense. We will not move much as we go through the rest of the day. These temperatures are pretty steady. Of course, they come down overnight, and then they're going to bounce back on Wednesday. Not a return to the 70s, no. But we will get back to the 50s. So, you know, an okay day. Especially when you consider the skies are going to break and we're going to get some sunshine. And what we're coming off of today, which is this, chills in the 20s across the region. I was just going to say, Jamie, there were 3 birds coming together, eating together. Nope, and then I said, oh, isn't that beautiful? And then that big bird came back and knocked him right off.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's how he moves.
Focus with that camera on there. Okay, so clouds are going to hang out today. They will clear up tonight. That lends itself to sunshine on Wednesday. On Thursday as well. Clouds are going to increase ahead of our next system. A little bit of rain Thursday night into Friday morning. And then that moves out, and that sets the stage for chance for storms late on Friday. Potentially severe weather as well. We'll watch out. But here's the weekend. We are doing just fine with more rain next week. 45 today. It is so hard to focus. I'm paying zero attention to the weather.
I'm not even, like, I heard the first half of your weather.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Easter is good because that's a new bird eating, and that's a look at that little sweet bird. And then there it comes.
Oh my gosh! Hey, fun fact, because I was about this grackle, right?
Yeah.
It says they can be beneficial by controlling insect populations, but they can also be a nuisance due to their aggressive behavior at feeders and potential damage to crops.
Yeah.
So that aggressive behavior, we're seeing it live in action here. All right, our friend's able to eat now.
No.
See?
No.
That
He's,
darn
you know
grackle.
he's not hungry. There's no way he's hungry.
He can't be. He's been eating all morning.
Yeah.
I could watch this all day.
What is this?
All right. Thanks for the forecast.
Yeah. Oh,
we're
yeah, that's why we're here.
We're gonna bounce back after this.
Yeah, for sure.
And Easter will be a good dry day.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. You
Thanks,
got it.
Alan. We're gonna finish watching Bird Cam. We'll check in with you later.
Don't ever finish. Keep watching. Keep watching.
See ya.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Well, coming up, it is a big night for Detroit music. We'll show you what you can expect at this year's Jazz Fest right after the break. of what's to come this Labor Day weekend. Joining us live is Chris Collins, the president and artistic director of the Detroit Jazz Festival Foundation. Welcome to the show, Chris. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Jamie. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yes. So tonight is the preview event. Why is it such a special night?
Well, tonight is traditionally the moment where we announce the headliner lineups of this time, the 46th annual Detroit Jazz Festival. It's presented, of course, by the Detroit Jazz Festival Foundation and that whole team. And we also have a wonderful performance by our artist in residence, the one and only Jason Moran, who will finish the show with a full set of solo piano.
Awesome. We love the sound of that. And the Detroit Jazz Festival is celebrating its 46th year. What keeps this tradition going and still free after all these years?
Yeah, it's amazing, actually, because it's one of the premier jazz festivals in the world, one of the last remaining true jazz festivals. But keeping it free is a challenge. It's about a $5 million lift every year.
Wow.
And thanks to our corporate sponsors and the regional folks that step up, and more importantly, the individual donors that step up every year to make sure this can exist for generations to come, because that barrier of removing an entrance cost allows this music to be part of everyone's life.
Yes, and you know it's going to be an incredible show if people are shelling out $5 million to make it happen and make it free for people to attend. This festival draws hundreds of thousands downtown, plus you have the global live stream audience. Can you talk about its worldwide reach?
Yeah, indeed. In addition to 325,000 people live, give or take, over 4 days, and about a third of those are from outside the region, outside the country. We also have live streamed the entire festival for free to the world. Last year, the metrics showed it was over 2 million unique viewers in nearly 40 countries around the world.
Wow.
So it serves as an ambassador of the Detroit culture and wisdom, and the things shows the world what we love and what we honor in our community.
Yeah, and people may not realize that the Detroit Jazz Festival is a nonprofit, which I didn't know at first. There's amazing educational programs. Talk about how you're encouraging the next generation.
It's so important. It's always a tradition in jazz to pass on the language so the new artists coming up can build on it. And the programming reflects that, with exciting new artists from different genres, blending modern things with the great legendary artists of the past. And then we work throughout the year with various free programs, jazz camps, the J.C. Hurd Jazz Week at Wayne program, our work with the Detroit Public Schools, and a myriad of other events, all free, that allow us to engage young people and upcoming aspiring artists. In fact, in just a couple of weeks, we're going to be sending a group of aspiring artists to Japan to tour there and be ambassadors of a new approach to jazz that's coming out of Detroit that is expressed by these great new artists.
That is amazing. And talk about, you're sending these kids to Japan. What will they be able to experience, and how many kids are going on this trip here?
Yeah, it's a sextet, and it really features those artists that are between about 25 and 30 years old. So they're into their career, they're making real noise on the scene, everybody's paying attention. They have a new approach to blending the history and new language of their music. So they'll be performing at various festivals, they'll be doing some workshops at universities, and speaking for all of us in another culture. It's going to be quite special.
Cool. How long will they be there?
They'll be there for about 8 days.
My goodness. How lucky are those kids? What helps make doing something like this, sending kids to Japan to experience, another culture and also enjoy their love for music? What makes this possible? Talk about like the funding and everything.
Yeah, well, it's a challenge. We did an economic study. The Jazz Festival, the signature event that we do, brings in about $30 million to Detroit businesses. So it's a huge draw economically. And for us, we look for, patrons that have come for years and years to think about making a donation. Maybe it's $100 or $200 over a year's time. Maybe it's $20, or we have every year these beautiful and uniquely designed collectible pins honoring Gretchen C. Valade, who has been the primary donor for many, many, many years. And it's something people can get for a $50 donation, something they can collect every year and keep it special. So we try to make it a very beautiful, community engaging thing that involves everyone. And when people can, they can put a little back in the bucket so that we make sure your grandchildren and mine can experience the same thing.
And you guys are doing a great job at that. Tonight, the lineup will be announced. Can you give us a little preview, or do we have to wait for Roop and Taryn, who will be out there live at 5 and 6 tonight?
Our dear friends Roop and Taryn and Fox 2 will be there live, and we'll be announcing all the headliners. And by the way, our open submission for artists runs through June 1st, so we'll have even more announcements of our great Detroit artists coming forward. But tonight, you can see the whole thing free. It's live streamed, DetroitJazzFest.org. And you can check it all out for yourself in real time between 5:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I can tell you that a very special piece of it is our artist in residence, the great Jason Moran, who will be performing tonight and speaking to the Detroit public. And so by 7:30, you will have heard it all.
Cannot wait for that. And tell us, what do you love about what you do and just making this possible, bringing some great music to the community?
Well, listen, I'm a jazz musician my whole life. That's how I identify myself. And musicians do a lot of different things. For me, it's a very special position to bring music to our great city, to seek out aspiring artists, to bring those legendary artists to bear, and to do it for free.
Yes.
And to maintain this premier jazz festival level of excellence, which was so important to Gretchen and all of our sponsors. That means a lot to me, and it's just a natural export of what I do as a player on stage every day.
Well, you're doing a fantastic job. Lucky to have you, and we're so grateful for all that you do for the community. Once again, the Detroit Jazz Festival takes place Labor Day weekend, August 29th through September 1st in downtown Detroit. For more information or to donate, make sure you donate at to DetroitJazzFest.org. Chris, thank you so much for joining us.
Jamie, thank you.
Of course. Well, that is all for us here on Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. We'll see you back here around 3, but in the meantime, have a great day.
Towers in the morning, 100.3 WNIC.
We're having a great time. We're at so you know where we are. We're at the original Universal Studios where our broadcast is today. And it's nice. The sun just comes up here. I know it's 46 degrees back in Detroit. It's got to be in the 60s now, right? Here?
Right now, I don't know. This time yesterday, it was not quite 60. What is it? It's 59.
Oh, yeah. It was close.
Yeah.
So yesterday was funny. Yesterday, we were here for a while. We were doing stuff. We were getting stuff ready for Fox Local. And then we went back around, lunchtime, chilled out for a little bit. I think you went to the pool, Chelsea, right?
I did. I went to the pool for probably an hour and a half, and I read my book, The Housemaid. I told you guys that I was actually going to read it. It's really good, but I don't know what my friends are thinking. You guys know that I am not into scary movies. I do like some psychological thriller stuff, but I get really freaked out. This book is a psychological thriller, and it's creeping me out. I'm on pins and needles the entire time I'm reading it.
Okay, can I ask you a question, though?
Yeah.
Did you start reading this book after you saw the trailer at CinemaCon?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that should have been a dead giveaway.
Oh, well, the trailer told you everything. And you still went and read it. Nope, you're not blaming your friends.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep. I found the other thing I found funny. Play this music. The pool was very funny.
Is this your walk into the pool?
No, it's not my music.
I believe in miracles. Is that song?
No. Can you both shut up? Why do you do that?
You know what song I'm talking
Wait to you. I go down to the pool. The pool at Cabana Bay at Universal here is
amazing,
beautiful. I mean, it feels like you're out. You could be on an island somewhere. It's fantastic. And then you got Volcano Bay. It's got all this cool stuff. So I
posted a picture. It's on my Instagram.
There apparently is some kind of a baseball tournament going on, I think. So you got this baseball tournament going on here, but a high school one, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's high schoolers.
And then, like you said, I think there's also like a cheerleading competition going on.
I saw a girl in her little uniform yesterday.
A lot of teens.
Right. So when I went downstairs, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to have my first tropical drink of the year.
Ooh.
Okay, I haven't had one since last summer. Because, when I say tropical drink, that's...
Umbrella, coconut.
It's Malibu rum and club soda with a splash of pineapple.
Okay.
That's my tropical vacation drink. So I go down to the bar. There's a line around the building, and I'm going, oh my God, it's going to take so long to get a drink. It wasn't for the bar.
Oh, good.
It was for that Coca-Cola machine that you can make 7,000 selections with all young people in their cups, like making selections of, that was the hot spot for everybody to hang, right?
So I would have been screwed.
You would have been screwed. So at the bar, I mean, cobwebs. I mean, they were so happy to see an adult walk up. So I said, I'm going to have this, they gave it to me right away. It was great. I walked around. I tried to find, it was very hard to find a chair yesterday because it was so jammed down there.
Yeah.
So in the sand area, I found one facing the sun. There was like an old guy there. And I laid out my stuff and I oiled myself up like a fat seal and I'm like laying there. And it was so funny to watch. When you're watching and people don't know you're watching, it's funny to see how young people act around the opposite sex. Like
no joke.
These four guys who honestly, like you would sell your soul to the devil to ever look that way.
Right.
I mean, these guys look like they all walked off a modeling platform. And these guys are like, they all got up. They all fixed themselves. They all walked to the pool. They all get in for 5 seconds, and then they all walk back in a group adjusting themselves, while off to the side, there are 7 matching girls also that look like girls. You shouldn't look like that or even be wearing that. And they all act like they're not looking and turn the other way. The guys sit down. And then it repeats like 12 times. Like it's the same thing over and over again. It was like it was like a Matrix glitch.
And then there's the creep in the back watching all this go down, AKA Jay.
I'm like,
it's the dance.
Wait a minute. You all just went in the pool 1 second ago and did this whole walk. You're doing the walk again.
All right,
and then
Brody,
the girls,
you're gonna flex.
Yeah, right. That's what it was.
And I'm gonna pull my pecs out. They have a whole plan.
And then the girls go do the same thing. They walk with their beverages to the pool, get down, it just up to the waist, one back.
Yeah, I was going to say they never get their hair in the water, I'm sure.
And then they walk back in front of these guys. I wanted to almost get up and be, what is it, a mediator? I wanted to say,
or did
listen.
you want to be Chuck Woolery?
That's what I wanted to say. Kids, listen.
Meet each other.
This is wonderful that you're doing this, but you continually keep walking and I'm trying to get a little sun and you keep walking past and blocking. Can you just go talk to each other? There's plenty of spots. Talk in the pool. Talk by the big Coke machine. But stop walking back and forth. It's too much.
See, now,
it's too much.
While you had that, I had a group of kids that were playing with like one of those little beach volleyballs, and they kept smacking it out of the pool and hitting me. So then I have to go get the ball. Somehow I became their ball girl.
All I'm hearing is I'm not missing anything at the pool.
Well, then suddenly Allison gets out of the pool, and then here comes Allison now.
Now it's on. Check this out, boys.
She's cutting everybody in line for that big Coke machine.
Here it comes.
So a little fun at the pool yesterday. And then we went, every time we come down here, we always, once a year, we go to dinner at the Palm, which is over at the Hard Rock. And we have a small group this year. Cody's been with us before. This year, it was just the 3 of us. And we were tired yesterday. And we're like, let's just have a little early 5:30 old people dinner, which we went to. And that was really nice. I mean, I will say that Chelsea would not participate in the dance party. Just, so you know.
Oh, we're just having a dance party. Just a little dance party. You're not having the party, Chelsea.
These guys are driving me nuts.
Why can't you have fun at the party?
You too.
Look at Allison. Literally the life of the party on this trip.
Always.
More than you've ever been before.
Operating on 14%.
Yeah, she was great.
Remember when she said at the airport or wherever she said it that she's starting to be embarrassed by the both of us?
You guys are embarrassing.
No,
me
I want to.
quite a bit.
We're going to flip it. We're embarrassed with you.
Yeah.
That you can't even have a dance party with us.
No dance party.
I do think I'm no fun, and I'm starting to get a little complex about that. But I'm definitely not embarrassing you guys.
All right.
Well,
I'm not. You two are embarrassing me.
And then we're sitting at the restaurant, and I'm going, God, they're playing old-timey music here, and I know this song. What is this song? I know this song.
I can't believe you even heard it in the restaurant. With
I know.
Other
Could
people
barely hear it.
talking and stuff.
I'm like, who sings this? So then I had myself believing that Don't You Worry Child song was an old song that they redid. No, these are people that redid a new song and made it sound old.
Oh, that's
really?
how it went.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that was the original. They did a great job making it sound old.
They did. It sounds good.
Do you have the original?
No.
I wonder if she wants to.
It's Swedish House Mafia is the original,
right,
right?
Picture
Yeah.
her dancing like
In my 1940s bra.
yeah. Yes, exactly.
Can lend it to her.
And then Allison, Allison, our server was jammed in a couple different places. Allison starts making the eyes at these waiters, these servers. They come right over to her.
Wow.
I mean, God, they were doing things. We weren't even that guy's table.
No, we weren't. And I don't know what it is, if servers just get servers or if it's the incredible sex appeal I'm exuding right now.
Yeah.
But we did want to get going. We knew we had a big day today and we didn't have anything else to do. So we really I didn't eat my dinner. I wanted to wrap it up in case I was hungry later. And we wanted to get our check. So we couldn't find Lois or whoever her name was.
Right.
So handsome dude bun guy starts walking towards me, and I just ask him to find our waitress. That's all I want him to do.
Yeah.
Because we can't locate her. And he's like, well, I can wrap your food up for you. And I was like, you're busy doing your own thing. He's like, I'd be happy to.
Oh, yeah.
So we might be dating. I'm not sure.
The flirting is just getting out of control with you.
Maybe we go back there for dinner tonight.
Yeah, they switched that song real quick when that flirting started
Yeah.
with Allison and the waiter. All of a sudden, they were speaking the love language of get my food in my to-go container, please.
I got up and walked around.
And then he walks up and says this to her, amazingly.
Don't you worry, child.
What is wrong with you?
All right, there you go.
Good. So good.
Live at Universal Orlando, 100.3 WNIC. Tuesdays on our show in Detroit, we always do a little something called cross exam. Today is no different. We do a little kind of Q&A here with each other. Allison, how's it work?
We ask each other 3 questions, silly, serious, you don't know, and you can play along in the car with your coworkers. It's a fun little exercise to do with your family.
We've themed these a little bit around where we are, since we're giving away vacations at Universal Orlando
makes it
Resort.
fun.
Yeah. Here we go. 3 questions. First question number 1. Who's most likely to get completely lost in Epic Universe, but refuse to ask anyone for directions out because they're not lost? They're just exploring.
Oh, I have no idea who that could be.
Listen, you could write these too.
You didn't write them and you know it. ChatGPT did.
You could ask ChatGPT to write them too. Question number 2, who's most likely to leave something very important at security and then accuse everyone else of rushing them?
Oh.
Think about that one. Best possible answers, Jay, Allison, or Chelsea. And question number 3, who would pretend to reserve 6 lounge chairs with towels at 7 a.m., but then not show up until 2 p.m.?
I feel like you've tailored, we each get one of these.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm having a hard time with all of them.
I felt like someone was singled out.
Well, ChatGPT does know. We should start naming. You know what we got to do? We just got to give ChatGPT a name and create him or her as a character on the show. And then the show just seems bigger, like we have more people.
Well, he's your best friend. Is he British, by the way?
I don't know. He doesn't really have a voice.
All right. Well, you know, he's your best friend.
Can he be Neville?
Neville's good. Then I guess he's British.
Neville. All right, first question. Who's most likely to get completely lost at Epic Universe but refuse to ask anyone for directions because they're not lost? They're simply exploring. Yeah, I said Allison.
Who didn't?
Yeah.
Who didn't?
Yeah.
Who didn't say Allison?
All right, we all said Allison.
But I don't even think that she would use the excuse that she's exploring. She would just be so in her own head that she's not going to hear anything else.
Just a little inside. I'm a little not myself on this trip. I'm a little under the weather. And Warren said before I left, because he knew that, he said, will you please tell Jay and Chelsea that you don't feel like yourself so that you don't continue to like power through and fall flat? Because it's that question. He's like, you won't say anything.
No.
And by day 3, you'll be face down in some theme park.
Potentially. Who's most likely to leave something very important at security and then accuse everyone else of rushing them? I said me.
You did?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because Chelsea has a habit of when I am under pressure for anything, she gets in my face to let me know. Like she'd give me a countdown clock to death if she could.
I see.
And I don't need to hear my countdown clock when I am going through it.
Okay.
I need to go around it, not through it. And she pushes me through it.
All right. I do see that. And almost enough to change my answer. I did say Chelsea only because no one would have rushed her, but she would feel rushed herself.
Yes, that's true.
With the pressure on herself and then freak out anyway.
Okay, I'll take that. What'd you say, Chelsea?
Yeah, I said myself. I figured that I'd be more likely. And there was some part about getting all worked up. And I tend to get worked up quite a bit.
Yeah,
so
you do work, you work him up.
Yeah.
You know what though? I need to clear my name a little bit because everyone thinks that I'm like super salty or maybe I don't even know if difficult to work with is the right.
I don't know that people think that.
Jay is very hard to manage. It's like
first of all,
a teen child that you're wrangling.
No one manages me first.
I do.
No one manages me. And the other thing is,
can you imagine what it would be like if I didn't quote unquote manage you the way that at least I am? Things would be a nightmare.
You could have me as your manager.
I'm just saying that like I do not have anxiety. I know it's the hot thing that everyone has. I don't have it. But you induce anxiety on people that don't have it with your anxiety. Last question. Who would pretend to reserve 6 lounge chairs with towels at 7 a.m. and then not show up until 2? I said Allison on that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't see her saying, I'm getting chairs for everybody and then like sleeping through it?
Oh, I said Jay.
But I got
I would show up.
But
I
I
would feel
got your
bad.
chairs.
Yeah, I would feel bad.
My trick at restaurants, because I didn't want to get put at those little two tops. I used to always make a reservation for 4, and Warren would be, and then we'd get there, and I'd be like, the other 2 are on their way, and they'd leave 4 menus. He'd be like, I hate that you do this.
See, I feel
I'm like, who's in a big fat booth?
I feel like Jay would just be like, we got to just get ready, and then we'll be down when we're down.
Maybe.
Not to be disrespectful, but
There you go. That's how we do cross-exam. 2 more vacations, 2 more family of 4 vacations to Universal Orlando Resort. We're giving them away from here today with 100.3 WNI. So let's do a little back in the day live from Universal Orlando today with 100.3 WNIC. 70 years ago in 1955, Ray Kroc opened the first McDonald's restaurants and first of many McDonald's restaurants in Des Plaines. Wait, is that right?
Yeah, Des Plaines, Illinois.
Des Plaines, Illinois?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a typo.
No, it's spelled Des Plaines.
Oh, Des Plaines.
But it's Des Plaines.
It's Des Plaines. That's the movie we watched.
The Founder.
Yeah, The Founder with Michael Keaton.
Was it good? I didn't see it.
It was so good.
I love him.
You kind of don't.
You don't like Ray
you don't
Kroc
root for him, right?
Nah.
I mean, you're kind of mad at him.
I mean,
didn't he steal an idea from somebody?
Yeah, you'll see.
Yeah,
you should see it. I'm surprised that movie has you written all over it.
Yeah, I thought he was like the shake machine seller guy.
Yeah,
and, like somehow ended up stealing like all of McDonald's.
It's been a long time since I've seen that, but yeah, 42 years ago in 1983, Flashdance was released. It starred Jennifer Beals and earned Irene Cara an Oscar for Flashdance. What a feeling! That incredible jam.
I didn't come here to fight. I came here to see if you're okay.
Forget it. Doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
The audition. I don't care.
You do care.
I don't care.
You do care.
I never saw that.
No, I know the song.
I can't believe your mom didn't take you to see that.
Yeah, because it seems like she would. She did take me to see Fame, which is another Irene Cara joint.
In 1996, Don't Speak was the big song. It was released from, of course, No Doubt.
Was it really the big song?
Well, this one was played a long time.
Oh, I know.
I mean, I'm Just a Girl. That one was, I thought that was a great song.
I know.
And Walking in the Spider Webs, Leave a Message and I'll Call You Back.
Do you remember when in the studios we had mini discs.
Yeah.
And our songs were numbered.
Yeah.
So like you would look for whatever song you wanted. You look for it by the number it was. Don't Speak was 806.
It's funny that you remember like dumb stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How about this? 28 years ago in 1997, Christopher Reeve got his star at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I just took my photo with that star. And Mark Pillow, who celebrated a birthday yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Happy birthday, Mark Pillow.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, we when we were there, we were with our friend Jim Bowers. We went to Hollywood, and we all posed with the Christopher Reeve star. It was very nice.
Aw.
I was also haggled by a few people as well, so that was interesting.
Did you get suckered into anything?
Yeah, it was just a little ask for,
boy.
would I buy flowers or things like that I didn't need. I got
Things
out of
have
that.
changed on the Hollywood Walk.
They sure have.
Yeah.
And in 2020, Outer Banks premiered on Netflix.
I have not seen that. Isn't it kind of supposed to be like a little dark?
I'm just hearing about Outer Banks right now for the first time.
Jason Bateman, I think, isn't it?
Is that I thought that was the Ozarks.
Never mind. Yep. Oh, wait. I have seen Outer Banks.
But can I just say this? As long as we're talking about shows on Netflix.
Yeah.
It's not on Netflix, but it's on Max.
Yeah.
And I finished White Lotus, and I've been lost. I'm like, what's going to be my next thing I binge? I cannot recommend enough The Righteous Gemstones.
I know you love that.
It's so good.
Okay. Yeah, I've got questions for you. Because you mentioned that at dinner last night, too.
Chase Stokes is in Outer Banks. Highly recommend. I've seen all the seasons, but the last one.
Okay.
So
she went from. Does that have Jason Bateman in it too? I've seen them all.
Seen every episode.
I get that in the Ozarks. Very confused.
WNIC Dearborn, Detroit, live from Universal Orlando Resort. We're getting you qualified with an Imagine gift card coming up this morning around 7:10 and 8:10, and we're giving away 2 more Family for Vacations today, so that could be you. Shell says Hollywood Minute Now. It is brought to you this time around by DTE Energy.
Stevie Nicks has announced a North American solo tour with dates in cities like Boston, Toronto, Cincinnati, Tampa. These shows are going to be starting in August and have been worked in between her concerts with Billy Joel. I did not see a solo stop
No,
for
there's
her
not.
in
I checked.
Detroit. It's just her show with Billy Joel in November. That was a reschedule.
I'm incredibly jealous of her energy level right now. She's older than my mom would be.
Yeah.
And she's doing a tour in between her tour.
Yeah.
Listen, she's got a lot of energy and still a great voice.
I know.
Saying.
Jack Black made a surprise appearance at a screening of the Minecraft movie in a theater in LA over the weekend and warned the kids, please, no throwing the popcorn. There's something in this movie that makes the teenagers like destruct the theater.
Very Rocky Horror Picture.
Yeah. Throwing their popcorn all over and yeah. Ben Affleck opened up a little bit about dating struggles while talking about his character Christian Wolf.
No, he's not allowed to date still.
In The Accountant 2.
I'll let him know.
He described the early stages of relationships as confusing and potentially humiliating.
You botched it so bad. You were on a timeout for a while.
Katy Perry, Gayle King, and Jeff Bezos' fiance Lauren Sanchez successfully completed their space flight yesterday. I watched a little bit of it in the morning. Gayle and Katy kissed the ground when they got back down to Earth, and Katy says that she's writing a song about her experience, but here's the girls in the capsule.
Oh, okay. Let's hear a little bit of how that went. There you go. Here we go.
I will have to tell you, look at the moon. That's amazing.
Wow, look at the blue line.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my That's our pink moon. That's amazing.
Who walked on the moon? Nobody?
No one in that group, no.
All right.
And Saturday Night Live had a sketch over the weekend called The White POTUS. It was like a parody
You
of
told
The
us
White
about
Lotus.
that, yeah.
But they didn't swap out Amy Lou Wood's character. Instead of getting swapped out with another political figure, Sarah Sherman played Amy's character, and they seem to take a swipe at her teeth. This is all anyone can talk about is this Amy Lou Wood's teeth. They're very British. They're very big and just...
Is she in The White Lotus?
She is.
Oh, yeah. That's all anyone's talking about is her teeth.
Amy called it mean. The show has since apologized.
I mean, people are asking Mike White. It's really weird because the British aren't as obsessed about it.
No,
like,
right.
If she was an American, she would have fixed her teeth a long time ago, but she's not self-conscious.
No.
But when you watch The White Lotus, for a while, you're like,
That's all
you're a little
see?
distracted.
Yeah.
Because we're so prone to be like, we would have to fix those right away. But even the Mike White interview I listened to, the person said, did you consider casting someone else? And he was like, I did not. She was the best one for the role, and she was.
TV tonight, we have Will.
What's up, Detroit? Thanks so much for joining us on this April 15th. I'm your host, Bree Teamer, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit's Live at 3.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, tragedy strikes a family on Detroit's west side. A community is grieving after a little boy is hit and killed by an ice cream truck. Police are still working to determine what led up to the crash. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch has the latest on the investigation.
Now, I did talk to the little boy's family off camera. His family tells me that he was just 4 years old. He was supposed to turn 5 on June 10th. They are, of course, just heartbroken by all of this, while their neighbors remain shocked and saddened.
I didn't even go to sleep. It was so scary. Like, it's still on my mind right now. I couldn't.
What this teen saw and heard while in his garage near the corner of Rutland and Diversey on the city's west side kept him up all night and home from school all day. A 4-year-old his little brother often played with was struck and killed by an ice cream truck right before his eyes.
And the kid was trying to cross the street with his bike, and he had hit him. And then we told him to stop. He wouldn't stop. He did stop at first, and then he continued to go forward. And then that's when he had drove over the kid.
According to Captain Shannon Hampton with DPD's 6th Precinct, this all happened just after 7 o'clock on Monday night. Sadly, that little boy died at the scene. At last check, the driver, who we are told is cooperating with police, remained in their custody.
We made sure that we brought plenty of resources, including our chaplain squad, to make sure they're here to support the officers as well as the family.
That captain also offering advice as the temperatures rise, and so does our time outside. She is asking everyone to slow down and be mindful of kids. This neighbor, who didn't want to show his face but had no problem sharing what he says he witnessed many times before.
The same ice cream man always running up and down these streets, flying and stuff. We be stopping them a lot of times.
Now, I just got an update from Detroit police. They tell me that the driver has been released pending further investigation. Of course, if anything changes with that, we'll be sure to share it with you both on air and online. Just a heartbreaking situation, though, all around. Reporting from Detroit, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
A Dearborn Heights occupied school bus hits a tree. This happened just before 8 on Amboy Street near Warren Avenue. Police tell us the bus hit a parked car, which pushed them into a tree. Investigators say 4 kids were checked out at the scene and released to their parents. No serious injuries were reported. Police are still investigating, but they say drugs or alcohol do not appear to be a factor. Well, 5 teenagers are under arrest after leading police on a chase from Brighton to Lansing. The Livingston County Sheriff's Office say deputies tried to stop a stolen BMW on eastbound I-96 near Latson Road last Wednesday. Now, instead of stopping, the driver actually just sped away. Eventually, the chase ended when the car got off the freeway and crashed into traffic. The 18-year-old driver is facing felony charges. A 19-year-old passenger was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and resisting police. 3 other passengers, who were all juveniles, were released to their parents. Well, tensions running hot at Lance Cruz School. It's all happening at a board meeting. That's where parents and teachers demanded to know why an accused killer was allowed to return to class at Lance Cruz North High School. A 16-year-old Ryan Senegal of Roseville was arrested in the school in connection with the shooting death of a teen in Detroit. That happened more than a year ago. Now, police didn't have enough evidence to hold him at that time, but in the meantime, he was allowed to attend class. On April 1st, police arrested Senegal at the school.
You and other school staff had to know Ryan Senegal was being investigated.
I should not have been watching the news, and my kid walking into the home saying, hey, did you know that there was a murderer at our school?
While there are legal limits and privacy restrictions on what we can share about the student, we can speak about the decisions that were made and how we are responding now.
Senegal is facing first-degree murder and other charges. Well, police making their first arrest 2 months after a Pontiac man was set on fire. Investigators say the suspect used a lighter to burn the 49-year-old victim, leaving him seriously injured. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell has the latest.
Adrian Trimble has waited months for an arrest after he was attacked while asleep at a friend's house in Pontiac around 1 a.m. on February 5th.
My daughters are getting phone calls, attacked on Facebook. I want this to wrap up just so I can go back to live somewhat of a normal life.
Oakland County Sheriff fire investigators saying this man, 30-year-old Joseph Green, was involved, shown on camera using paper and a lighter, burning Adrian on his neck, arm, and body.
Anytime that anyone gets physically injured, especially long-lasting injuries like our victim has, it's very cruel.
Detective Matt Liss says a warrant went out for Green after the attack, but Green went into hiding. Deputies arresting him Friday in Detroit. He's charged with assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder.
Our suspect was well aware of what was going on step by step because of social media and everyone going out and posting everything.
Adrian in therapy, still recovering from third-degree burns, wondering why.
People come up and ask me, well, why did that happen, or why did they do? I can't give nobody an answer. I still don't know.
His daughter, Ayana, says she worked with Green, but never had any issues with him.
As far as I know, my dad didn't have any issues with him. It was just people being ridiculous. It still angers me at the same time, because of what he did.
Adrian's still waiting for more arrests to be made, trying to stay patient, with this to say to one of his attackers now behind bars.
Seek help. Get rehabilitated. You use the time that you're going to receive and become a better person.
Well, detectives telling us this case is far from over. They're working various angles and say there could be more arrests. As for the current suspect, Joseph Grain, still behind bars, but he'll be back in court later this month. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. For now, reporting in Oakland County, I'm Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
Well, 2 teens are accused of carjacking a DoorDash driver in Southfield. The teens allegedly stole the victim's Dodge Charger while the victim was making a delivery near the Lakes apartment complex early Saturday morning. Now, police spotted the stolen car a short time later, and a chase ensued with speed topping 125 miles per hour. Eventually, officers used a pit maneuver on the Charger, causing the car to spin out. Officers discovered a gun in the car. The police chief praising the victim in the case for staying calm and giving them enough information to catch the criminals.
For this young man who had the ability to compose himself, call 911, give a specific description of the suspects, what they were wearing, what vehicle they were driving. And what I would tell you, at the time he was talking to our dispatcher, we located that vehicle during that phone call, which initiated our vehicular pursuit. So Joshua, I'm going to commend you in front of this audience for your courage. Because why is that important? When you look at the history of these violent suspects, you know that they're working in tandem. How many victims did Joshua's actions prevent these individuals from attacking someone else, which may have led to injury, death, or even somebody experiencing similar trauma? And so for that, young man, you're commended. And before I start my remarks, I'm going to give you an award. It's the Chief's Challenge Coin being presented to you from the Southfield Police Department, Chief of Police, Award of Excellence.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
What's more, the driver actually delivered the DoorDash order even after he was carjacked. The 18-year-old driver is facing felony carjacking charges. A 17-year-old passenger is also charged with carjacking and concealed weapons offenses. Well, Fox 2 Detroit Live is just getting started. It's Double Your Donation Day at Gleaners, the nonprofit urging the community to pay it forward and help feed their neighbors. A look at how you can help after the break. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live, giving you a live look out at Southfield on this 44-degree day. Not the prettiest day outside, especially after the 70 degrees we experienced yesterday. Whew. All right, well, these days, people like to get the most for their money, including charity donations. So today is Gleaners Double Your Donation Day, which helps feed people across Southeast Detroit. Fox 2's Amy Andrews is there at their Detroit headquarters with more on the different services that they offer.
On this Gleaners Double Your Donation Day, we want to tell you all the things that Gleaners does. It's not just a food bank. They have all these wonderful programs, including Cooking Matters. This is Chef Emily, and she is the program coordinator. And I've got to say, what we are making today takes me back to my childhood.
Yes, we are making some healthy mini pizzas. We've got some great veggies and lean protein here, great as a lunch, dinner, or even a snack.
Oh my goodness, we used to have them for after-school snacks all the time. Tell us about Cooking Matters and why this meal kind of plays into what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so the Cooking Matters program is really important for adults, kids, families. We teach classes to everyone, and we focus on healthy eating on a budget, how to save money at the grocery store, and how to make healthy choices.
Fantastic. All right, let's get started. So did you use the whole grain English muffins?
Yes, so we have some whole grain English muffins here. Those are going to give us a little bit more fiber, help keep us fuller for longer. This is great for the kids to help with as well. We have some low-fat mozzarella cheese, so we'll throw on some of that.
And the kids don't need to know it's low-fat.
No, they won't even know. We'll add our veggies. You can use whatever you like. We have some peppers and some tomatoes here.
Getting some vegetables in there. I like it.
And then
oh yeah, you gotta have the pepperoni.
Some pepperoni, turkey pepperoni, a little leaner. And that's all there is to it. We will throw these in the oven and...
Emily, that's so easy. I think I could even handle it.
Yes,
Not
absolutely.
Sure, but I think.
Quick and easy.
Voila!
And
look at that.
They're all ready to go.
Super, super easy to make. Cooking Matters, just one of the many programs that they have here at Gleaners. Why should people donate today?
People should donate today to help families save money and get the food that they need.
Couldn't have said it better myself. 855-315-FOOD, the number to call right now. Reporting from Gleaners, Amy Andrews. I'm going to try one of these. You better believe it. Fox 2 News.
Well, jury duty is a big responsibility. A lot of people say it's great. Others say the opposite. Now, one member of our Fox 2 family got to experience it all for a week and a half, and he's here to tell us all about it. Brandon Hudson. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Hey.
So, good or not good? What are we saying?
This was an entertaining experience. Look, I missed everybody here at Fox 2. Don't get me wrong. But there were a lot of things that I did enjoy about the experience. There were a lot of things that, I was ready to get over with. I think it all started. So I got my notice in the mail, just like everybody else. You get your notice in the mail. And since I'm in Wayne County, I was asked to go down to the Wayne County Criminal Justice Center, which is the brand new building, not even a year old. So yeah, it looked nice. It was great. Very great on the inside. If you haven't been, check it out. And so we get there at 7:30 in the morning on Monday.
Wow.
And it is already packed. Fortunately, unlike the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice, this place does have ample parking, and it is free. Back when it was in downtown, you had to look for parking, and then you had to pay for it as well because it was close to Greektown. But got called in the jury pool, and we were told that this was a homicide case over at Highland Park. And you're thinking about, did we cover this story? Did we not cover this story? I'm not really sure. So I found out after the fact that we did shoot some video of the story when it broke last July, and then I think we did a follow-up after there was an arrest. So you're seeing the video here. We learned from the prosecutors and defense attorney, I think that's the victim right there, Royce Cunningham, but this was a beef between two guys over a bag. The prosecutor says this was a bag of weed, but there was video that was played in court. of the suspect who was following the victim all day and asking him about this bag. Give me the bag, give me the bag. So they ended up fighting, and then they broke it up. And then at one point, you do see the suspected shooter go behind a vacant building, hide, and then come out with a gun and shoot at Mr. Cunningham 5 times, hit him twice. He did not survive, unfortunately.
Wow.
But this guy's on court. The defense attorney for the suspected shooter said, look, my client, he's not innocent, but you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that my client is guilty. So with that in mind, you're really taking a more technical approach to the court case. You're having to pay attention more. You know, usually when you watch a court case on TV, you're kind of just like waiting to get to the juicier parts, the more emotional parts. This wasn't really heavy on emotion. The victim's mom did testify, but she didn't really give any kind of emotional, compelling testimony. So at the end of the hearing, which really, we started the trial on Tuesday, did closing arguments by Monday. We were ready to go Tuesday for deliberations. And deliberations was one of those things where, all 12 of you have to agree that the defendant is either guilty, not guilty. And the judge, they don't want a mixed decision. They want a unanimous decision here for a homicide case. So there were, on Monday, after closing arguments, we get in the room. Some of us had questions about the prosecution's case and Michigan State Police's investigation. So initially, including myself, I was thinking this was not guilty. But then there were a couple of jurors before we broke for the day on Monday that they said, look, this guy's on video. He shot the guy, got the gun, and went after him. That, to me, says he's guilty of first-degree murder. So a lot of us went home. That Monday, came back on Tuesday, including myself. I said, hey, look, I thought about it. I had to think more along the lines of, am I putting the prosecution and Michigan State Police on trial for maybe some inconsistencies in their case? Or am I putting this defendant on trial for what he committed? And that was, it ended up being murder. But you start to think and you start to separate. And then eventually 11 of us start to agree that this is first degree murder. However, there was one holdout. And that juror held out for 2 days.
Wow.
So we're having to convince this person this is first degree murder. And eventually on Wednesday, we had the breakthrough right before lunch. I even got up and I said in the room, I said, look, we're all reasonable people in this room, all 12 of us. Have you ever gotten into an argument with somebody that's boiled over all day that you went and got a weapon and attacked someone? No, because once you know you grab that weapon, you have the potential to kill that person. This person made a choice. They got into an argument, got into a fight, walked away, hid, got a gun, and then went after this person. This person made a choice that unfortunately cost someone's life. So then after that, we went to lunch. People started sharing their personal stories. And eventually we were able to get that juror who was holding out to flip and believe this was also guilty of first degree murder. The judge came in after and said, you guys made the right choice.
Yeah, this has to be an interesting position to be in. I mean, being in charge of, someone's fate like that, but then also having the experience that you have. We hear about so many different murder cases or things alike, and we see what it is and we see how it plays out. But it's interesting to be in the juror seat and kind of look at things from a bird's eye view and really look at what's in front of you.
Yeah, you get to be a fly on the wall.
Yeah.
And this was one of those situations where even people here at work were saying, so they picked you for the jury pool? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, typically in the past, they wouldn't pick, people in the media on the jury pool because we're really kind of involved in these cases. But this is a situation where even though we did shoot video, we weren't really sure. We didn't really get deep into the story. So the details, we didn't have a lot of the details. So we had to learn about the details through the course of the trial. And because we have that impartial upbringing in our business, it kind of made us a prime candidate. So if you're in the media, Just notice that, you're not going to get away. You do have a strong likelihood that you could also serve in a jury. And look, this is one of those experiences that I appreciate, and I think it gives me a better perspective of looking at court cases from here on out, especially the high-profile cases that we cover.
Yeah, so what you're saying is I'm next.
Probably.
Getting called to jury
Don't be
duty
surprised.
So,
Don't be surprised.
I want to talk about what the letter looked like,
Yes.
so we know what to look out for,
Yeah, so it was one of those kind of survey-type letters. It has your name. It says where it's from, which is from the county. And it'll have your name up there, and then you have to fill out a questionnaire, or you can fill out the questionnaire online. A multicolored, letter. But look, don't, ignore it. I know, nowadays we kind of, millennials, Gen Zers, we don't really check our mail as often as our parents and grandparents did. But don't put this letter to the side. You want to get this letter because if you ignore it, there is a chance that you could be, taken to jail for ignoring your summons.
Dang, they don't give you a call or nothing?
Don't give you a call. You just got to show up.
Wow.
You got to show up. You got to get the letter.
Keeping
USPS you got to fill it
business.
Out. You got to show up.
All right, Brandon, thanks for sharing that with us.
It's a pleasure.
Super cool
Thank you, Bree.
Well, a warning from the FDA about Ozempic. Why doctors, patients, and pharmacists are urged to be on the lookout for fake medication. Plus, fixing your finances before trouble strikes. The steps you can take to stay ahead of any economic downturns. That and so much more ahead on Fox 2 Detroit's Live. Welcome back. Well, the air conditions are key in weather forecasting, but the Fox 2 weather boys are focused on something a little different this time around. They're getting some lessons from the Pistons extreme team on how to catch some air for the perfect dunk. The two of them finding out it probably isn't any easier than predicting the weather.
You know, sometimes the stars align. Everything just clicks. And for this one glorious moment, I was the guy. Yeah, it was a quick moment, okay?
Here we go. All right, come on, Derek.
And of course, we can't forget about my BFF, Derek. Now, I know what you're thinking. I am making fun of Derek. And, you know, let's be very clear about this. I definitely am, but I kid because I love. I believe in him, and you'll see that later. For now, this is what we were going for. That's you right there. Problem is, we lack what one might call air awareness. But the progress we made today, that was all thanks to these sweet dreamboats, the Pistons Extreme Team. You see them at Pistons home games and all over the community. They're showmen. Their job is to get you pumped. Today, they're stuck with us.
Still one. Hey, it's practice time. It's practice time.
So as we hit them, it's always going to be 2 feet. They have the angle because it really helps us go up nice and high.
How do you think you're going to do?
I'm going to take it very easy this first time.
Yeah! All right.
Listen, if you're nervous, this is the thing that we follow. Okay. D-Bab, don't be a baby. What's the worst that can happen?
Let's not talk about that.
We just getting started.
2 hands on that ball. Because the second you hit the tramp, you're going to lose it.
Come on, Derek!
I'm not used to being that high in the air. It feels like you got to let go.
Yeah.
You got to just let it be.
You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is,
All right, hold on. I want to go again.
Go again. Derek! Oh! See ya!
Skill 2.
So the person in front is going to pass, and then the person behind them will finish that.
It's easy. Just pass like this. Here, look. Pass.
Got it.
Perfect. It's not quite that simple.
They make it look so easy.
And you hang. You just hang
That was
for a while.
well done.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
did great.
Now, do we want to try a bounce pass?
Sure.
Control. It was great, but when you bounced it and you pulled it with you.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
Perfect. Oh! Way to make him work for it. Yes. Come on. Okay. Could you pass to Alan?
Yes. Yes.
Go. Grab it.
Super skill 3.
This is the hard stuff. This is where, as these trains get longer, it gets a little more crazy because you got to be exact on your pass.
Up there, baby.
5, 6, 7.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, baby.
I go in, man in the cage. I'm a king, I'm a champion. Went through hell, now I'm back. I'm all about.
So it is at this point we're very sweaty and exhausted, but we're not done.
Trust plays a huge role, and that's honestly why I keep coming back to this, is because I actually trust these guys and I love these guys. So the reason I come back isn't because of the money or anything like that. It's just they're good guys, you know what I mean? And I'd put my life in their hands.
Now this isn't just flips and foam mats. These guys live in the air, but they're grounded in something real.
So I'm a full-time firefighter with the city of Dearborn. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to balance career as a firefighter and be here with Pistons, but everything that I do is full of brotherhood and trust.
And it shows. They have built something more than a team.
I got my best friend out of it, so me and Ryan have been best friends for 15 years. I was the best man at his wedding.
And it's this backdrop of brotherhood that lets you push when someone's trying to be a weenie and give up.
How do you guys do this for the whole game? Oh, we're exhausted.
It's exhausting.
I'm getting tired. I want to be done.
Great. I mean, it's a couple more. When you're tired, then we have a couple more.
When you're tired, you have 0 more.
No, that's the wall. That's what you think you're done. Coach, when you're tired, do you guys keep going or do you stop? Sure. He said he's tired and he wants to be done. I said, we can't be done yet.
No. The show doesn't stop. The fans need you.
Give me a ball.
All right, he's gonna dunk. Can he dunk? Can he dunk?
Oh, let's go.
He's gonna dunk. Derek's gonna dunk, because weather boys don't back down.
All right, so I'm gonna hit it hard. I'm gonna keep my body tight. I'm just gonna go dunk the basketball. It's not hard.
Dude.
Okay, this is exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Come on, Derek. You got it, baby. I'm just too tired, I think.
Okay, not quite there yet, but let's be honest, fear was a factor too. I mean, hurling your body in the air is a foreign feeling, and earlier they told us about someone getting an ankle amputation after a dunk gone wrong, and I don't know what that is, but I know I don't want it.
It's fine to feel fear. Fear keeps us alive for the most part, right? But the thing is, it's not how you feel. What matters is what you do.
Okay, so fear's part of the deal. It keeps you alive. Got it. But you can't let it keep you grounded forever. So we figured, time to go out on a high note.
The weather boys! Fox 2 News!
Okay, can't go out on that note, can we?
Can I bring the trampoline a little bit closer just to kind of cheat for you a little bit? That way we actually dunk?
No, let me try it this way.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I appreciate it.
We believe. We believe. We believe.
Like I can feel my body just get tired.
This is it.
And that's what this team is. They are for each other, better together, all the cliches. But they're also for you.
That's the Weather Boys. Fox 2 News.
Welcome back, everyone. You are looking live at 3:38 in the afternoon at Southfield, where it is 44 degrees outside. You can see, I believe that's 9 Mile. Not too much traffic.
Not yet.
Heading out to the freeway. So now you know. Well, the Food and Drug Administration is warning patients and doctors about the rise of fake Ozempic on the market. Now, this comes after the FDA says it sees several hundred units of counterfeit versions of the popular diabetes and weight loss drug. The maker of Ozempic and Wegovy, Novo Nordisk, told the FDA earlier this month that counterfeit injections were being sent outside of its authorized supply chain in the U.S. The FDA is telling pharmacies to double-check prescription lots and serial numbers as a precaution. Well, Pfizer is halting the development of a new weight loss pill they've been researching. The company says that research will stop after a study participant experienced a possible drug-induced liver injury. Thankfully, the injury healed once they stopped taking the drug. The pill was in its early stages of testing, with researchers working to find the proper dosage. Well, this is sure making people talk today. The Trump administration is freezing more than $2 billion in grants to Harvard. This comes after the Ivy League university rejected the president's demand to limit activism on campus and eliminate diversity and inclusion programs. Harvard's president said in a statement, quote, "The university will not surrender its independence or its constitutional rights." Well, ex-movie mogul Harvey Weinstein is back in a New York courtroom for his retrial on rape charges. Jury selection is expected to get underway today in a case involving 2 charges from Weinstein's original trial. It comes 5 years after Weinstein was convicted of rape and sentenced to 23 years in prison. He's accused of raping an aspiring actor in a Manhattan hotel room in 2013 and the sexual assault of a production assistant in 2006. The New York Court of Appeals overturned his last conviction, ruling that the judge improperly allowed testimony from women who were not part of the specific charges against Weinstein. 73-year-old Weinstein has pleaded not guilty and maintains his innocence. Well, a recent poll with dozens of economists revealed that they believe the country has a 50% chance of slipping into a recession this year. Now, remember, recessions means lots of people losing their jobs. That's why financial experts say it's a good time to take a look at your finances and assess things. Here's Fox's Heather Sullivan.
The cost of living has been climbing in recent years, and many economists fear the tariff war could make things worse. Consumer finance expert Andrea Warrock offers 7 ways to recession-proof your finances. 1, set up a zero-based budget. You can use apps like You Need a Budget or Pocket Guard to help you stick to it.
It allows you to see and make a plan for every dollar you earn, whether that's a debt repayment, savings goals, and every bill, so nothing is wasted.
2, pause long-term goals to build an emergency fund to cover 3 to 6 months of expenses and keep it in a high-yield savings account.
This could mean maybe you're not putting money away to your kid's college fund. Maybe you're reducing your retirement contributions and pausing those debt repayments actually right now so that you have more of that cash to put towards emergency savings.
3, consolidate credit card debt using a balance transfer card of 0% or low interest. 4, cut your monthly bills. You can increase insurance deductibles, cut down your cell phone data plan, ask internet providers for available deals, and cancel subscriptions and streaming services.
You can also access free video content through your local library, stream it right from home. They have digital platforms set up for their members. Just get a library card, and that would cost you nothing.
5, adopt frugal shopping habits. Use money-saving apps like Coupon Cabin or shop for used clothes or goods.
I love shopping at stores like Dollar General. They offer a wide variety of affordable products. And if you download their app, you can look at their weekly circular where they promote thousands of products for $1 or less.
6, meal plan to save money on groceries. And 7, add a second stream of income. Here are some ideas to add that second income stream. You can offer up your professional skills, such as accounting or bookkeeping or office help, and you can list your services on an app called Upwork. You can also offer services like tutoring, pet sitting, or yard work through an app called TaskRabbit. You can sell clothes or other things you don't need on sites like Facebook Marketplace. You can also rent things out like your car or baby gear when you're not using them through apps like GetAround or BabyQuip. And if you have a parking space that you're not using, you can rent that out on Spot Hero. Heather Sullivan, Fox News.
Well, happy tax day. It's April 15th. This is the final date when individual federal tax returns and payments are due. It's our civic duty, but most people, they don't like it. Now, we thought we'd look up a list of things that Americans would rather do than pay taxes. And at the top of that list is jury duty, something that we were just talking about with Brandon Hudson over here. They also would rather break their arm. That's a bit extreme. than do their taxes, not even pay their taxes, just do them. You'd rather break your arm. Spend a night in jail. Swim with the sharks. Oh, that's a little too risky. Death is on the line there. And also missing a connecting flight, which missing a flight isn't horrible. I've done it before. It's not horrible.
It's not great either.
It's not great, but doing your taxes is definitely a little bit easier than missing your flight. Yeah. Oh, I'm talking to Rich Luterman.
Yeah.
He's here.
There he is.
There he is. Yeah. There he is.
All of those
This guy.
things on the list are not great, you know.
Yeah. Would you rather break your arm than do your taxes?
No. I would rather do my taxes than break my arm. You know, broken bones.
What about jury duty?
Well, I've been called for jury duty. I've never been chosen. You know, I've had to go.
You're not a chosen one.
I've never been the chosen one, but you know, I do my civic duty and I show up. And all the times that I've had to show up, I've been dismissed for different reasons. So.
What? What was the craziest reason? Because you work on the news?
Well, I mean, I just answer the questions that are put to me. You know, the attorneys will say...
They don't give you any reasoning.
They don't give me any reason.
They're just like, you're out.
They'll just say, you're out.
Next.
I got that look on my face like this. You know...
Were you a little relieved, though, when you didn't
Of course. You know, because, I mean, you know, we're expected to be at work. And so if we're at jury duty, then other people have to collapse their schedules to help us out.
Yeah,
but
got that whole thing.
Always, the people here at Channel 2 are always very...
Kind
and what is the word?
Accommodating.
Yeah, if you go to them, our bosses, and show them, you know, the form that you get and say, I got jury duty, they're always like, go do what you got to do, you know.
Well, if you don't, aren't you going to go to jail?
That's true. They're going to come in, they're going to put like this, you know.
Cuff you up.
Yeah, take you
Hands
away.
behind your back. You have the right to remain silent.
There you go. It's blustery and chilly out there. Have you noticed, Bree? It is back to March. You know, yesterday it was almost May-like. Yesterday was very nice in the afternoon, but now we're back to March. It's blustery, it's cold. Yes, we've seen some rain showers, and I actually saw some wet snow showers in my house just for a very brief time. Yeah, around 10:30 this morning, all of a sudden it opened up. And
I did see that.
It was quick. So let me show you what we're dealing with. It is a cooler pattern. All complements of low pressure spinning there north of Toronto. You can see that big swirl in the atmosphere. So for us, the sprinkles are almost over. However, the chilly air is going to stick around for another 36 hours. It's a slow-moving low pressure area. Notice there are more showers off to our east, down around Youngstown and Pittsburgh. Some showers around Toronto and Buffalo. But here in southern Michigan, there's really not a lot left on radar. Here's a good look at Sky Tracker and perhaps a few sprinkles for Belleville, for Howell, for Milford, but it's all very, very light stuff, and it will be ending shortly. These are live pictures from Mount Clemens. That's the Clinton River at the bottom, and there's Old Glory flapping around pretty good. We've had some wind gusts up near 40 miles per hour again today, but the big story is these colder readings. Yesterday at this time, we were in the 70s. Today, we're in the 40s, so we're down 27 degrees. In the last 24 hours. 44 degrees right there at Metro Airport. There's that breeze from the west with higher gusts. And dew points are low. It just feels cold outside. Look at these numbers. A lot of us between 40 and 45. There are the wind speeds and gusts from the west and northwest. On the top end, near 40 miles per hour. And the breeze is going to stick around for tonight and again tomorrow. it's easy to see that cold air on the map, that big blue blob from Marquette to Ludington, Detroit. Look at Buffalo, 44. North Bay, Ontario, 34 degrees. Nothing very warm anywhere on this depiction, but that will change over time, and I'll show you why. Low pressure pulls slowly up into the eastern Canada, and there's high pressure building in tomorrow into Thursday morning. So Wednesday and Thursday, we will actually see quite a bit of sunshine, and with it, somewhat warmer temperatures. Our next weather system for us is going to be Friday evening and Friday night with more showers and some storms, perhaps Friday night. We'll be watching that. For the rest of tonight, mostly cloudy, blustery, colder, sprinkles ending early this evening. We're down to 33. Tomorrow's not a bad-looking day. A mix of sun and clouds Wednesday, still breezy at times. A high, better number at 54. Now we're close to 60 on Thursday. Friday, we surge up into the 70s with some evening storms. And then, Saturday, Sunday, Monday look unsettled. The computer models, Bree, are not coming together on a firm solution. So I think Saturday, Sunday, Easter Sunday, and Monday, we're going to have shower chances.
Keyword chance.
Chances. A good chance for some wet weather Friday evening and Friday night.
Yeah.
And then chances for Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We'll see.
But this is what we want, Rich. You know this better than anyone. To get those flowers growing, the grass greening.
It's going to happen. I mean, as you know, Bree and Tom, like in another 10 days, things are going to get very green around here. Yeah. I mean, it's going to get real green.
And we need it.
If we get some rain, if we get some sunshine, it'll just expedite that process.
Yeah, and we want to do that.
It's going to happen. We're in the middle part of April. We're heading to May fast and May flowers. We love them.
Oh, May flowers from April showers.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you, Bree. Top job.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Well, a unique program where Detroit leaders become Detroit DJs. A conversation with one of the organization's leaders coming up. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. Well, it's a unique program where Detroit leaders become Detroit DJs. Local influencers, policymakers, and artists share their stories through the music that helped shape their life. And it's hosted by Urban Organic and the organization's culture curator, Brandon Colvin, joins us live to tell us all about this. Brandon, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm really excited to be here, really excited about the DJ Selector Series, and excited to talk about it.
Super exciting stuff. So before we get into the event, tell us a little bit about Urban Organic. It sounds like a food or grocery store or something.
Well, we do indeed try to feed the people of Detroit.
I love that.
Our good energy, we try to feed them greater access to arts and culture. We are very big on community engagement. And in this case, we're really excited to celebrate the upcoming Barristers Ball in collaboration with the Wolverine Bar Association for our DJ Selector Series. We have 2 wonderful attorneys from Detroit who will be spinning for the first time as DJs. So we can't wait to have people come out and hear a little bit of storytelling through music.
So run us through what the experience will be like. Is this open for the public first and foremost?
Yes, it is open to the public. It will be held at the Godfrey Hotel on the rooftop. And the way that it works is I try to identify people who are making change, who are having great impact in the city of Detroit. And we allow them the opportunity to express themselves creatively, also reach the community. And we really try to amplify their voices, and because they are making positive impact and change. And we give them a little crash course on how to DJ. We take them through step by step how to select their music, how to spin it, and we put them on a stage. We give them a platform to perform, and people show up, their community, the community at large, and we just have a really nice time.
Is this Mary Sheffield?
That is Mary Sheffield.
She's up there learning too.
Yes,
so this
yes.
Is that Chuck?
She actually did an excellent job. We took her through a crash course, and she was really enthusiastic about it. And she got on stage, and she rocked the crowd.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
Why is this so important to do the whole DJ, local storytelling, artists? Why is this so important to uplift them?
Well, we think of it as an opportunity to really engage creatively and engage culturally in a way that's a little bit outside the norm. Most people don't have access to DJ equipment, but most of us do have music that we love, music that we can engage in storytelling through. And so this is really a vehicle to do that. It's also a great opportunity to just highlight people who are making a difference in our community. And you get to see people in a different light. I think a lot of people were surprised, for example, to see City Councilwoman Mary Sheffield, Council President Mary Sheffield, rock the mic a little bit and rock the DJ turntable. So it's fun, it's culturally relevant. It provides an opportunity to amplify and highlight people who are really making positive impact in Detroit.
So for our viewers at home who are watching this right now and they're like, I want to be a part of this, can they be a part of it? How can they participate?
Yes, they can be a part. They should first look for us online at Urban Organic. It's urban-organic.com. You can also follow us on social. And just keep up with what's going on. You can join our mailing list. We're in the process of really expanding the DJ Selector Series, so I'm glad you asked that question because there will be a lot of opportunity for the public to become more engaged.
Brandon, I love this. And for our viewers at home, where can we connect with you, learn more about what you do? Because you got your hands in a couple different projects.
I try to keep my hands in a couple of projects. All of them are community-based. People can follow me at Canvas X Detroit. That's on Instagram. That's also on Facebook. And I'm also a DJ. So as you can see, I was doing a little bit of the DJ training with a city council president. My DJ name is Burnin' Bush. That's BERNANBUSH. So you can find me on Instagram as well that way.
All right, Brandon, thank you so much for joining us and telling us all about this.
Thank you so much. And we hope to see you all at the Selector Series. It's tomorrow at the Godfrey Hotel on the top floor.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for me this hour. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday, April 15th. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, tragedy strikes a family on Detroit's west side. A community is grieving after a little boy is hit and killed by an ice cream truck. Police are still working to determine what led up to the crash. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch has the latest on the investigation.
Now, I did talk to the little boy's family off camera. His family tells me that he was just 4 years old. He was supposed to turn 5 on June 10th. They are, of course, just heartbroken by all of this, while their neighbors remain shocked and saddened.
I didn't even go to sleep. It was so scary. Like, it's still on my mind right now. I couldn't.
What this teen saw and heard while in his garage near the corner of Rutland and Diversey on the city's west side kept him up all night and home from school all day. A 4-year-old his little brother often played with was struck and killed by an ice cream truck right before his eyes.
And the kid was trying to cross the street with his bike, and he had hit him. And then we told him to stop. He wouldn't stop. He did stop at first, and then he continued to go forward. And then that's when he had drove over the kid.
According to Captain Shannon Hampton with DPD's 6th Precinct, this all happened just after 7 o'clock on Monday night. Sadly, that little boy died at the scene. At last check, the driver, who we are told is cooperating with police, remained in their custody.
We made sure that we brought plenty of resources, including our chaplain squad, to make sure they're here to support the officers as well as the family.
That captain also offering advice as the temperatures rise, and so does our time outside. She is asking everyone to slow down and be mindful of kids. This neighbor, who didn't want to show his face but had no problem sharing what he says he witnessed many times before.
The same ice cream man always running up and down these streets, flying and stuff. We be stopping them a lot of times.
Now, I just got an update from Detroit police. They tell me that the driver has been released pending further investigation. Of course, if anything changes with that, we'll be sure to share it with you both on air and online. Just a heartbreaking situation, though, all around. Reporting from Detroit, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
A Dearborn Heights occupied school bus hits a tree. This all happened just before 8 on Amboy Street near Warren Avenue. Police tell us the bus hit a parked car, which pushed them right into that tree. Investigators say 4 kids were checked out at the scene and released to their parents. Thankfully, no serious injuries were reported. Police still investigating, but say drugs or alcohol do not appear to be factors. 5 teenagers are under arrest after leading police on a chase from Brighton to Lansing. The Livingston County Sheriff's Office say deputies tried to stop a stolen BMW on eastbound I-96 near Latson Road last Wednesday. Instead of stopping, though, the driver sped away. Eventually, that chase ended when the car got off the freeway and crashed into traffic. The 18-year-old driver is now facing felony charges. A 19-year-old passenger was charged with carrying a concealed weapon and resisting police. We also have 3 other passengers who were all juveniles. They were released to their parents. Well, 2 teens are accused of carjacking a DoorDash driver in Southfield. The teens allegedly stole the victim's Dodge Charger while the victim was making a delivery near the Lakes apartment complex early Saturday morning. Police spotted the stolen car a short time later, which led to a chase with speeds topping 125 miles per hour. Eventually, officers used a pit maneuver on the Charger, causing the car to spin out. Officers found a gun in that vehicle. The police chief praising the victim in this case for staying calm and giving them enough information to catch the criminals.
We look for this young man who had the ability to compose himself, call 911, give a specific description of the suspects, what they were wearing, what vehicle they were driving. And what I would tell you, at the time he was talking to our dispatcher, we located that vehicle during that phone call, which initiated our vehicular pursuit. So Joshua, I'm going to commend you in front of this audience for your courage. Because why is that important? When you look at the history of these violent suspects, you know that they're working in tandem. How many victims did Joshua's actions prevent these individuals from attacking someone else, which may have led to injury, death, or either somebody experiencing similar trauma? And so for that, young man, you're commended. And before I start my remarks, I'm going to give you an award. It's the Chief's Challenge Coin being presented to you from the Southfield Police Department, Chief of Police, Award of Excellence.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
What's more, the driver actually delivered the DoorDash order even after he was carjacked. The 18-year-old driver is facing felony carjacking charges. A 17-year-old passenger is also charged with carjacking and concealed weapons offenses. Well, tensions running hot at the L'Anse Creuse school board meeting. Parents and teachers demanding to know why an accused killer was allowed to return to class at L'Anse Creuse North High School. 16-year-old Ryan Senegal of Roseville was arrested in the school in connection with the shooting death of a teen in Detroit more than a year ago. Now, police didn't have enough evidence to hold him then, but in the meantime, he was allowed to attend class. On April 1st, police arrested Senegal at the school.
You and other school staff had to know Ryan Senegal was being investigated.
I should not have been watching the news, and my kid walking into the home saying, hey, did you know that there was a murderer at our school?
While there are legal limits and privacy restrictions on what we can share about the student, we can speak about the decisions that were made and how we are responding now.
Senegal is facing first-degree murder and other charges. Well, police making their first arrest 2 months after a Pontiac man was set on fire. Investigators say the suspect used a lighter to burn the 49-year-old victim, leaving him seriously injured. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell has the latest.
Adrian Trimble has waited months for an arrest after he was attacked while asleep at a friend's house in Pontiac around 1 a.m. on February 5th.
My daughters are getting phone calls, attacked on Facebook. I want this to wrap up just so I can go back to live somewhat of a normal life.
Oakland County Sheriff fire investigators saying this man, 30-year-old Joseph Green, was involved, shown on camera using paper and a lighter burning Adrian on his neck, arm, and body.
Anytime that anyone gets physically injured, especially long-lasting injuries like our victim has, it's very cruel.
Detective Matt Liss says a warrant went out for Green after the attack, but Green went into hiding. Deputies arresting him Friday in Detroit. He's charged with assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder.
Our suspect was well aware of what was going on step by step because of social media and everyone going out and posting everything.
Adrian in therapy, still recovering from third-degree burns, wondering why.
People come up and ask me, well, why did that happen, or why did they do? I can't give nobody an answer. I still don't know.
His daughter, Ayana, says she worked with Green, but never had any issues with him.
As far as I know, my dad didn't have any issues with him. It was just people being ridiculous. It still angers me at the same time, because of what he did.
Adrian still waiting for more arrests to be made, trying to stay patient, with this to say to one of his attackers now behind bars.
Seek help. Get rehabilitated. You use the time that you're going to receive and become a better person.
Well, detectives telling us this case is far from over. They're working various angles and say there could be more arrests. As for the current suspect, Joseph Green, still behind bars, but he'll be back in court later this month. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. For now, reporting in Oakland County, I'm Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
Thanks, Tanisha, for that report there. A 19-year-old suspect is still waiting to find out if he'll stand trial for last summer's deadly mass shooting during an illegal block party in Detroit. 2 people died and 19 others were wounded when shots rang out during a gathering on Rossini Drive in July. Demetrius Shaw faces more than 30 charges, including murder, assault with intent to murder, and felony firearm. But his attorney has questions about an hours-long police interrogation and is urging the judge to throw out the evidence.
I would argue that that break that was taken is clearly a break that separates these 2 interrogations. I took some position to one statement that she stated, and she stated that the police have the right to lie to defendants when they're interrogating them.
Well, Wayne County prosecutors argue that the suspect freely admitted he played a role. Shaw will be back in court tomorrow morning. One suspect behind bars after a shocking assault in St. Clair Shores is caught on camera. 2 customers go over the counter to attack a restaurant owner. Now police are on the hunt for the other man in that video. Fox 2's Camille Amiri has more.
All over it was like huge, big bruises, big bumps.
A St. Clair Shores restaurant owner beaten up.
It was really bad all over my head. It was what they were hitting me the most, and my back, because I was on the floor, just tried to save myself.
It happened Saturday night at Amigos Tacos on Greater Mac. It started out as a dispute with a DoorDash driver over the men's restroom.
In the middle of fixing the bathroom, it wasn't done yet. It wasn't connected to the piping or the water. And then he didn't care. He used the bathroom anyway.
So the toilet was not used?
No, it was not. It wasn't.
But he used it anyway?
Yes.
The business owner, angry and frustrated, refused to give the DoorDash driver the food he was picking up.
He took the food, he threw it on the floor, and he was acting like so violent. And then he smashed the food on the floor.
The suspect left but came back with a second person.
He heard that I was calling 911. He got so upset, he started beating me up, punching me on the face.
And then as they were leaving the restaurant, the owner says they broke one of his windows. St. Clair Shores police have arrested the DoorDash driver and they've identified the second suspect. Meanwhile, the owner is recovering physically. How are you feeling emotionally?
I don't know what to say, but I was confused, because I don't want any problems, but I don't know how to stop him.
In St. Clair Shores, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
Well, DTE embracing a new and unique method to maintaining its lawn. It's one that you may want to take advantage of yourself. Scott Welchek, the GOAT himself, joins us now with more. There's a reason I said that, right, Scott?
There's a good reason you said it, because the story's about goats.
And you are the greatest of all time, but we're going to talk about some real goats
actually,
here.
my dad is. That's his Instagram handle.
Is it really?
It's Goat Reporter.
I did not. Oh, my
Go
gosh.
look.
Rob Wolchek.
He's
the man.
got that. So, anyways, okay, so speaking of the goats, so DTE hired this company called Michigoat. They have a bunch of goats. I assume they have a farm or something. And so there's kind of this new trend of hey, if you have invasive species, reeds and stuff, you can hire goats to come and eat them. There's the goats right there. So they're just kind of goats, they love to eat apparently. And they eat the species that you don't want in your yard. So DTE hired them to kind of clean up this pond around their service station. Honestly, we should hire them to clean up the area around the Fox 2 pond out there. So, so the idea is the goats have less emissions than if you were to mow it.
Mm-hmm.
They eat the thing from the root, so it's not going to grow back. And then also, kind of the gross part is when the goats digest the poison ivy and stuff. When they poop it back out, it's not going to grow back. So it's kind of hey, let's give it a try. So DT's giving it a try, and they just have these goats there for a week.
Look at all those goats, and it is Earth Month.
Just eating.
It's Earth Month, so it's a great month to debut this new method here. And it's more environmentally safe to have the goats do this, like you said, instead of the lawnmowers and all the things that there's gas coming out of it. And hey, it's a way for them to eat, and they're cute.
Look at them,
and they are cute. So DTE is doing this, but hey, people can do this at their homes, at their businesses, you name it.
You can. Are you gonna do it?
Because then you don't want to have to take care of the goats.
No. They're pretty self-sufficient.
Cheese too.
Good cheese.
Rick said they make good cheese.
And see, but
I like the concept, but I don't clean the lawn anyway, Scott. I'm going to leave that to my husband. If he wants to get a goat, he can go ahead.
The goats aren't going to eat your grass. They're going to eat
the trash and stuff.
They're going to eat the crap around the grass. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess they're just, it's kind of cool.
I like it.
I don't know.
When is your story airing so we can learn more about this goat lawn maintenance?
That one's at 5:30.
Okay.
And I have a lot of goat jokes in there, so
Like, can we have a preview?
Yes, hang on one second.
Okay.
That's my bad. Oh, that would have been good. No, I start by saying, got a bad problem with invasive species.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Hey,
I know.
If you need it,
so
more of a reason.
I have a kid joke in it, kidding. Because a baby goat's called a kid.
Oh,
That's for the
okay.
goat enthusiasts out there. They'll
All
get
right.
They'll go.
You
Scott
go
knows what he's
goat
talking
enthusiast.
about.
All right.
I have a greatest of all time joke in there.
I kind of stole that and started your segment.
No.
with it. Is it
You
better?
didn't steal that.
Is it better than what I did?
No, it's not better than
Okay.
what you did.
All right, thanks. We'll look forward to your story at 5:30.
Very
Thank
cool.
you so much.
Thanks, Jamie.
All right, Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4 is just getting started for you. The Pistons Extreme Team has some really impressive high-flying skills. Look at that. But do the Weather Boys have what it takes to soar above the rim? We'll find out next. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. You are taking a live look out at downtown Detroit right now. 4:18 is your time. 45 degrees out there. Quite the change from what we were experiencing this time yesterday. Rich Luterman joining us now with the full forecast.
Jamie, yesterday it was like May around here.
Yes, it was the perfect spring day.
It was delightful yesterday afternoon. Today we're back to March. So we took a step forward yesterday. Now we took two steps
Now we're going back.
Today. It's blustery, it's chilly. You know, you mentioned earlier that you saw some ice pellets.
Yeah,
and
it wasn't
some
just
graupel.
rain, yeah.
I saw some wet snow at my house for 30 seconds, but at 10:30 this morning it opened up and...
That's good.
But
went away.
It's... Thankfully, all the wet weather is winding down, but it is going to be blustery and cold for the rest of tonight. Let me show you why. We have this large area of low pressure spinning north of the Great Lakes. You can see that big spin in the atmosphere. Most of the wet weather is east of us through New York and New England, Pennsylvania, even a few storms down there for the Chesapeake Bay region. But for us, there's really not a lot left. couple of little sprinkles quickly racing across southeast Michigan. There have been some flurries up there around Mount Pleasant and Traverse City and Cadillac, but most of the action is well off to our east now. Here's a good look at Sky Tracker, and you can see just these very light sprinkles through Livingston County, around Milford, Farmington Hills, down to the airport, around Ann Arbor. It's all very, very light, and it will be ending shortly. These are live pictures from Mount Clemens. It does look chilly out there. That breeze, we've had some gusts up near 40 miles per hour. Thankfully, we haven't seen strong winds, but it has been brisk and blustery and chilly. Temperatures are down 28 degrees from where they were yesterday at this time. So we were in the lower 70s yesterday around 4:20, and now we're in the 40s. So it is noticeably colder out there, as it is for much of the central and eastern Great Lakes. 45 degrees, that's it right now. Metro Airport, the breeze from the west. Yep, I should mention the bird down there.
It's one of the doves.
Right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can call him. Watch this. Now, wouldn't that be a hoot if he flew up? If he, flew up and landed, right here.
He did pop his head up, Rich. He's like, hey, look at that. That's crazy.
That's pretty funny.
He can hear you.
That's pretty funny. That's Lake Southfield.
You're the bird whisperer.
Yeah. Oh, there's another one. Look at that. Let's take a look at the temperatures, Jamie. Low to mid-40s for a lot of us. And then you factor in that breeze from the west to northwest. It is brisk and cold. 43 in Ludington, 34 up there in Marquette, 42 Buffalo. And the blue shade on this map is indicative of where the cold air is. And it's across most of the Great Lakes. I'll show you what's going to change. Low pressure that's up there north of Montreal, north of Ottawa, is going to slowly pull away to the north and east. So that'll take the active weather with it. Now, we have high pressure building in for tomorrow and Thursday morning. So we're actually going to see a fair amount of sunshine Wednesday and Thursday as temperatures slowly rebound Thursday, and then our next weather system appears off to our west. Looks like Friday evening into Friday night, we're going to get some wet weather. For the rest of this evening, blustery cold. Any sprinkles should be ending before, let's say, 6 o'clock. But if you're heading outside this evening, bundle them up. You'll know why. Partly sunny, breezy at times tomorrow, but the sun is going to help. Remember, that April sun is quite strong, so when we get the sun this time of year, it feels a lot better, and that'll be the case for Wednesday and for Thursday. Now, Friday, it warms up into the middle 70s, but with that, we'll see chances for rain and storms Friday evening into Friday night, and then the weekend looks more unsettled. We're going to call it shower chances for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Yeah, no all-day soakers there, but chances, Easter Sunday, 56. So, Jamie, it is what it is. It is what it is. This is typical April weather for Southeast Michigan. We get some nice days, we get some cooler days, we get some wet days, and we have more of that in the forecast.
So we might get some rain on Easter Sunday?
It's possible.
Okay.
Tomorrow we'll have a better feel. The models aren't really coming together on a common solution for the weekend, so we're going to leave it question mark for the weekend.
Well, hopefully we can turn that question mark into sunshine in a dry day. That would be great, right?
There you go.
Thanks, Rich.
Thanks, Jamie. Okay.
Oh, the air conditions are key in weather forecasting. Rich Luderman will tell you. But the Fox 2 Weather Boys are focused on something a little different this time around. They're getting lessons from the Pistons Extreme team on how to catch some air for the perfect dunk. The two finding out, though, that it probably isn't any easier than predicting the weather. Take a look.
Sometimes the stars align. Everything just clicks. And for this one glorious moment, I was the guy. Yeah, it was a quick moment, okay?
Here we go. All right, come on, Derek.
And of course, we can't forget about my BFF, Derek. Now, I know what you're thinking. I am making fun of Derek. And, let's be very clear about this. I definitely am, but I kid because I love. I believe in him, and you'll see that later. For now, this is what we were going for.
That's you right there.
Problem is, we lack what one might call air awareness. But the progress we made today, that was all thanks to these sweet dreamboats, the Pistons Extreme Team. You see them at Pistons home games and all over the community. They're showmen. Their job is to get you pumped. Today, they're stuck with us.
So as we hit them, it's always going to be 2 feet. They have the angle because it really helps us go up nice and high.
How do you think you're going to do?
I'm going to take it very easy this first time.
Yeah! All right.
Listen, if you're nervous, this is the thing that we follow. Okay. D-bab. Don't be a baby.
What's the worst that can happen?
Let's not talk about that.
We just getting started. 2 hands on that ball. Because the second you hit the tramp, you're going to lose it.
Come on, Derek!
I'm not used to being that high in the air, and it feels like you gotta let go.
Yeah.
You gotta just let it be.
All right, hold on. I want to go again. Go again.
So the person in front is going to pass, and then the person behind them will finish that.
It's
dunk.
easy. Just pass like this. Here, look. Pass.
Got it. Perfect. It's not quite that simple.
They make it look so easy.
And you hang. You just hang
That was
for a while.
well done.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
did great.
Now, do we want to try a bounce pass?
Sure.
Control. It was great, but when you bounced it and you pulled it with you.
Okay. Yeah. Nice.
Perfect. Oh! Way to make him work for it. Yes. Come on. Okay. Could you pass to Alan?
Yes. Yes.
Go. Grab it.
Super skill 3.
This is the hard stuff. This is where, as these trains get longer, it gets a little more crazy because you got to be exact on your pass.
Up there, baby. 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah.
Come on, baby.
I go in. Man, in the cage. I'm a king. I'm a champion. Went through hell, now I'm back. I'm all about.
So it is at this point we're very sweaty and exhausted, but we're not done.
Trust plays a huge role, and that's honestly why I keep coming back to this, is because I actually trust these guys and I love these guys. So the reason I come back isn't because of the money or anything like that. It's just they're good guys, you know what I mean? And I'd put my life in their hands.
Now this isn't just flips and foam mats. These guys live in the air, but they're grounded in something real.
So I'm a full-time firefighter with the city of Dearborn. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to balance career as a firefighter and be here with Pistons, but everything that I do is full of brotherhood and trust.
And it shows. They have built something more than a team.
I got my best friend out of it, so me and Ryan have been best friends for 15 years. I was the best man at his wedding.
And it's this backdrop of brotherhood that lets you push when someone's trying to be a weenie and give up.
How do you guys do this for the whole game?
Oh, we're exhausted.
It's exhausting. I'm getting tired. I want to be done.
Great. That means it's a couple more. When you're tired, then we have a couple more.
When you're tired, you have 0 more.
No, that's the wall. That's where you think you're done.
Coach, when you're tired, do you guys keep going or do you stop? Sure. He said he's tired and he wants to be done. I said, we can't be done yet.
No. The
Right.
show doesn't stop. The fans need you.
Give me a ball.
All right, he's gonna dunk. Can he dunk? Can he dunk?
Let's go.
He's gonna dunk. Derek's gonna dunk because weather boys don't back down.
All right, so I'm going to hit it hard. I'm going to keep my body tight. I'm just going to go dunk the basketball. It's not hard.
Dude.
Okay. This is exciting.
Yeah, it is. Come on, Derek. You got it, baby.
I'm just too tired, I think.
Okay, not quite there yet, but let's be honest, fear was a factor too. I mean, hurling your body in the air is a foreign feeling, and earlier they told us about someone getting an ankle amputation after a dunk gone wrong, and I don't know what that is, but I know I don't want it.
it's fine to feel fear. Fear keeps us alive for the most part, right? But the thing is, it's not how you feel. What matters is what you do.
Okay, so fear's part of the deal. It keeps you alive. Got it. But you can't let it keep you grounded forever. So we figured, time to go out on a high note.
The weather boys! Fox 2 News!
Okay, can't go out on that note, can we?
Can I bring the trampoline a little bit closer just to kind of cheat for you a little bit? That way we actually dunk?
No, let me try it this way.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I appreciate it.
We believe! We believe! We believe!
Like I can feel my body just get tired and tired.
This is it!
And that's what this team is. They are for each other, better together, all the cliches. But they're also for you.
It's the Weather Boys, Fox 2 News.
Weather Boys, don't back down. We love to see it. Great job, Derek and Alan. Great job. Well, Tigers fans with reasons to cheer in the city of beer, absolutely dominating in Milwaukee. We'll break it down for you right after the break. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Guess who has the best record in the American League? It is your Detroit Tigers. They're in Milwaukee taking on the Brew Crew. The Tigers dominating last night right away. They got 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and broke it open with 4 in the fourth. The Tigers winning this one 9-1. Dan Miller joins us now with more in sports. And Dan, what a game. They got right to it, didn't let up, especially Tariq Skubal, who was a standout player last night.
You know what? That's the recipe. You play some defense, you have great pitching, which they know they're going to have when Tariq Skubal goes out there, and then you get the hitting, you put up 9 runs. It's a great way to win a game. And look, I think anytime Skubal goes out there, they just feel like they're going to be in great shape. They just give him a little bit of support. Well, last night, they gave him a lot of support. So, look, it's an exciting night. You come right back with Jack Flaherty tonight, and that's what you envisioned was at the top of this rotation. 2 guys that can get you 2 games in a row and then put you in good position as you get to the rest of that rotation. We're excited to have this one on Fox 2 tonight. Our pregame show gets underway at 6:30. Game starts at 7:40, and you will see every pitch on Fox 2.
All right, fans are excited. Let's keep this going. Switching gears here to the Red Wings. They had their final home game of the season last night, taking on the Dallas Stars. They won it 6-4, but did this win mean much here?
Bittersweet. I mean, I think it meant something from the standpoint that it was fan appreciation night. It's your final chance to play at home. These fans have supported you all year, so you wanted to go out there and give a good effort. You wanted to go out there and close it out with a win if you could. You don't want to go out there and get housed on your ice, and you've already been disappointed over the weekend because you got eliminated from the playoff contention. So, yeah, I think as a professional, there was a lot on the line last night that you wanted to go out there and play well. They did that. But now we're really, 2 road games, and then we're headed to an off season again where there's a lot of questions about what this team's going to do to get this thing right and get themselves back into the playoffs. This is 9 consecutive years now where they've not made the postseason.
Wow. And I mean, what do you think are some changes that would help them do that?
Well, adding a veteran or 2 that can come in here and add to what they've got, but it's also the young players continuing to develop. And that was a big theme that they talked about last night. Guys that have cut their teeth now have to become leading players. Lucas Raymond's got to be more consistent. He did not play as well. Really good game last night, but didn't play as well after the 4 Nations tournament. Dylan Larkin, who's obviously a veteran and the captain of the team, wasn't as strong. Looked like maybe he got hurt in that 4 Nations tournament and wasn't the same. But guys like Simon Edmondson and Mo Sider and Berger and young players that have to come back and become big pieces of the puzzle here, they'll add some things. But what Steve Yzerman has basically banked on is the development from within of the young players that they have here. And that's got to be a big feature of this offseason. So as much as the front office will go out and try to add players, every player has to look at their game and figure out where they can get better.
Yeah, hopefully they can figure out that magic recipe to get this done next time around. All right, Dan, thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
Oh, he is a member of Congress, but now Don James wants to be governor of Michigan. But why? We asked him. You'll hear what he had to say straight ahead. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Your time right now is 4:40. A live look out at downtown Detroit. A little bit dreary compared to yesterday. 45 degrees today, but we are supposed to bounce back from all of this. So just bear with Mother Nature for now. Well, people in Michigan won't elect a new governor until November of next year. But already the list of candidates who want the job is growing pretty long. Among them, Republican Congressman John James. He spoke about why he thinks he's right for the state's highest office with Fox 2's Roop Raj on the Pulse.
Somebody who understands what it takes to create jobs because they've done it before. We also need somebody who understands what it takes to make life and death decisions to avoid crises to begin with. But if we find ourselves in a crisis, a combat veteran is probably one to help lead us out.
President Trump sat with the governor just the other day, Governor Whitmer, and said she's a very good person who's done an excellent job. Is the president right about her job performance in Michigan?
Well, I would leave that to the people. Frankly, when you talk to people who have children in school, I think they would beg to differ with a school system that's in the 40s out of 50 in this country. When you look at our fourth grade reading scores, only about 40% of fourth graders can read at grade level. When you go down to Detroit, only 5% of third graders can read at grade level. Those are failures. And when you look at the jobs that President Trump is bringing, the trillions of dollars of investment, these things are going to places like Indiana and Ohio. They're not coming to Michigan. Why? When you look at the promises that were made, but somehow the roads still aren't fixed, and people feel like they're in a worse situation than they were just 6 years ago. I absolutely believe that President Trump was being cordial.
Well, we are, of course, inviting the candidates for governor and other offices to talk about their political futures. As always, you can catch the Pulse weeknights at 11:30 right here on Fox 2. And joining us now is the producer of that incredible show, Aaron Jordan. Great conversation with Congressman John James yesterday. I mean, he talked about, some of the things that Governor Gretchen did during her term. Anything else that stood out to you during that conversation?
Yeah, one of the big things actually is a Metro Detroit issue, Jamie. It involves the Selfridge Air National Guard base, which you'll remember that Governor Whitmer and State House Speaker Matt Hall, that's one of the reasons they met with President Trump at the White House, was about that. The other issue, of course, was Asian carp. And Representative James talked about Selfridge, the importance that air base has, and he reiterated the president's commitment to bring fighter jets back to Selfridge. And the other thing that he said that stuck out as well, that he's committed to protect Medicaid, Social Security, and Medicare, which, as you know, over the last few weeks, we've heard just constant fears that those programs could be facing cuts as this budget battle goes on. So it'll be really interesting to see what ends up playing out with that.
Definitely. And it'll be interesting to hear from more candidates coming on the Pulse to talk about their run for governor.
Absolutely.
Switching gears here, the president announcing there could be some relief on the way for automakers, announcing yet another exemption similar to what he did with some electronics. Why do you think he's considering this for the auto industry now?
So essentially, it's just so these automakers can get their supply chains in order and give them time to adjust. We saw the interruptions that just those chips had a couple of years ago when there was that shortage. So a number of auto parts actually cross the border multiple times before they go into your car, and not to mention the fact that parts come from all over the world, even for the big three automakers. You'll remember the president announced a 25% tariff on auto imports, and the president says, look, hopefully this can give the automakers a chance to adjust, bring production from places like Canada and Mexico here to the United States. And experts are saying, hey, well, parts exemptions would help. Short pauses likely won't be enough to actually get those supply chains adjusted.
Yeah, and the Trump administration also freezing more than $2 billion in grants to Harvard University and Ivy League, and even threatening its tax-exempt status. What sparked all of this here?
This is all related to the crackdown on anti-Semitism on campus and investigations into anti-Semitism on campus, Jamie. So the Trump administration's freezing a little more than $2 billion in grants and $60 million in contracts. and this investigation's been going on not only on Harvard's campus, but other college campuses as well. The Trump administration's calling for a face mask ban that targets some pro-Palestinian protesters who wore masks to hide their identities. It also demands clarification on speech policies and limiting time, place, and manner of protest. Harvard came out and said they're the first to openly defy the Trump administration's demands, saying, quote, "The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. Neither Harvard nor any other private university can allow itself to be taken over by the federal government." So that came out, and then you heard the freeze that came out yesterday. So this is just going to be an ongoing battle.
All right, looking forward to the discussion on this and much more tonight on The Pulse at 11:30. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Jamie.
Well, 6 women from very different backgrounds making history by taking a first-of-its-kind flight to the edge of space. Fox's Kelly Saberi has more on the mission.
2, 1, ignition. An emotional and out-of-this-world moment as 6 women make history as the first all-female crew launched into space on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket.
Welcome to space, ladies, or shall I say, astronauts.
Pop singer Katy Perry, journalist Gayle King, and Jeff Bezos' fiancée Lauren Sanchez among the women blasting off from West Texas. The 10-minute and 21-second mission took them just past the threshold of space, reaching an altitude of nearly 347,000 feet, experiencing weightlessness, getting a glimpse of the moon, and Perry belting What a Wonderful World hovering above Earth.
It's not about me. It's not about singing my songs. It's about this wonderful world that we see right out there and appreciating it.
On the ground, an emotional Oprah watching her best friend, Gayle King.
I have never been more proud of my friend than today.
Once the capsule landed safely on Earth, Bezos opened the hatch, the women emerging grateful to be back on solid ground.
Let me just appreciate the ground for just a second.
These trailblazing women say this flight was more than just a joyride.
We advanced science today.
Sanchez says since spacesuits are designed for men, they commissioned special suits for the women to wear on this historic mission. In Van Horn, Texas, Kelly Saberi, Fox Business.
All right, let's check in with Alan Longstreet for another look at the forecast.
Hey, here we go, everybody. Fox 2 meteorologist Alan Longstreet here. It is, a warm stretch of weather. That's going to be the main theme. There's some other issues we got to talk about, but I just want to get this right out there, our temps are going to be up here for a while. Highs today near 80, tomorrow, Thursday, into the 80s. I'd say Friday we hang on to that. And, you know, even as we come off of that peak, we're still sitting in a very, very warm place. Average 77. Yeah, we're riding above that. Now, we're not hitting records. We'll talk about that in a bit. I want to bring it back to temps at the moment. You know, it was a cool, comfortable start to the day. We had some fog, too. That fog was pretty dense, had dense fog advisories in effect. And we may be contending with that again tonight, so we'll watch that real closely. For now, satellite radar sitting pretty. We've got good sunshine around as we head through the afternoon. You'll find some rain back to the west, but that rain's going to plow right into high pressure, and that will not be an issue for us. So high pressure holds serve not only today, but for the next several days. You'll see some wet weather on the other side of Lake Michigan as we focus our attention toward this evening. That little wave does work across the state. There are a couple of hints in the data that a shower may survive to the Saginaw Bay, but I'd say that's as close to us as it could get. We are looking good. We're going to be dry on Wednesday. Again, fog concerns in the morning. Otherwise, should get some good sunshine and temps that warm even further. And all the while, humidity levels, those stay in check. They are not bad whatsoever. Got to talk about the northern lights. Maybe you've heard about this. A coronal mass ejection. It's some energy from the sun, right? That's what prompts the northern lights, the aurora borealis. And, you know, this one's a pretty big one. You can see the vibrant colors, but the southern extent, of course, that's where we always watch. Where's that going to ride? We're on the edge, I'd say the outside looking in. So, look, give it a chance. Give it a shot. If you get out there tonight, go ahead, check low on the horizon, maybe, if we're lucky. But, again, the prospects for more vibrant colors are greater toward north. Meantime, Tropical Storm Francine set to become a hurricane, Category 1, close to a Category 2 as this makes landfall. That's midweek in Louisiana, near 100-mile-per-hour winds. So, of course, damaging winds, flooding rain, some storm surge as well. And now that'll track north. Of course, it weakens significantly Takes aim for the Great Lakes, does not look to get here. I think we get this ridging in the mid-levels that'll help to pinch that off and really keep that at bay. Although we do likely see some of the clouds from it later this week. So the early morning fog fades. We're looking good. High temperatures close to 80. We'll take you down to 59 overnight. Patchy but dense fog again tonight. Here the next 7. Temps in the 80s. Again, more often than not. This is going to be a warm mid-September stretch of weather.
All right, it is the big night for Detroit music. We'll show you what you can expect at this year's Jazz Fest after the break. We'll be right back. Well, tonight is a big night for Detroit's music scene. It's the kickoff event for the Detroit Jazz Festival, a preview of what's to come this Labor Day weekend. I got a chance to sit down with Chris Collins, president and artistic director of the Detroit Jazz Festival Foundation. Preview event. Why is it such a special night?
Well, tonight is traditionally the moment where we announce the headliner lineups of this time, the 46th annual Detroit Jazz Festival. It's presented, of course, by the Detroit Jazz Festival Foundation and that whole team. And we also have a wonderful performance by our artist in residence, the one and only Jason Moran, who will finish the show with a full set of solo piano.
Awesome. We love the sound of that. And the Detroit Jazz Festival is celebrating its 46th year. What keeps this tradition going and still free after all these years?
Yeah, it's amazing, actually, because it's one of the premier jazz festivals in the world, one of the last remaining true jazz festivals. But keeping it free is a challenge. It's about a $5 million lift every year.
Wow.
And thanks to our corporate sponsors and the regional folks that step up, and more importantly, the individual donors that step up every year to make sure this can exist for generations to come, because that barrier of removing an entrance cost allows this music to be part of everyone's life.
Yes, and you know it's going to be an incredible show if people are shelling out $5 million to make it happen and make it free for people to attend. This festival draws hundreds of thousands downtown town. Plus, you have the global live stream audience. Can you talk about its worldwide reach?
Yeah, indeed. In addition to 325,000 people live, give or take, over 4 days, and about a third of those are from outside the region, outside the country, we also have live streamed the entire festival for free to the world. Last year, the metrics showed it was over 2 million unique viewers in nearly 40 countries around the world.
Wow.
So it serves as an ambassador, of the Detroit culture and wisdom, and the things shows the world what we love and what we honor in our community.
Yeah, and people may not realize that the Detroit Jazz Festival is a nonprofit, which I didn't know at first. There's amazing educational programs. Talk about how you're encouraging the next generation.
It's so important. It's always a tradition in jazz to pass on the language so the new artists coming up can build on it. And the programming reflects that, with exciting new artists from different genres, blending modern things with the great legendary artists of the past. And then we work throughout the year with various free programs, jazz camps, the J.C. Hurd Jazz Week at Wayne program, our work with the Detroit Public Schools, and a myriad of other events, all free, that allow us to engage young people and upcoming aspiring artists. In fact, in just a couple of weeks, we're going to be sending a group of aspiring artists to Japan to tour there and be ambassadors of a new approach to jazz that's coming out of Detroit that is expressed by these great new artists.
That is amazing. And talk about, you're sending these kids to Japan. What will they be able to experience, and how many kids are going on this trip here?
Yeah, it's a sextet, and it really features those artists that are between about 25 and 30 years old. So they're into their career, they're making real noise on the scene, everybody's paying attention. They have a new approach to blending the history and new language of their music. So they'll be performing at various festivals, they'll be doing some workshops at universities, and speaking for all of us in another culture. It's going to be quite special.
Cool. How long will they be there?
They'll be there for about 8 days.
My goodness. How lucky are those kids? What helps make doing something like this, sending kids to Japan to experience, another culture and also enjoy their love for music? What makes this possible? Talk about like the funding and everything.
Yeah, well, it's a challenge. We did an economic study. The Jazz Festival, the signature event that we do, brings in about $30 million to Detroit businesses. So it's a huge draw economically. And for us, we look for patrons that have come for years and years to think about making a donation. Maybe it's $100 or $200 over a year's time. Maybe it's $20. Or we have every year these beautiful and uniquely designed collectible pins honoring Gretchen C. Valade, who has been the primary donor for many years. And it's something people can get for a $50 donation, something they can collect every year and keep it special. So we try to make it a very beautiful, community engaging thing that involves everyone. And when people can, they can put a little back in the bucket so that we make sure your grandchildren and mine can experience the same thing.
And you guys are doing a great job at that. Tonight, the lineup will be announced. Can you give us a little preview, or do we have to wait for Roop and Taryn, who will be out there live at 5 and 6 tonight?
Our dear friends Roop and Taryn and Fox 2 will be there live, and we'll be announcing all the headliners. And by the way, our open submission for artists runs through June 1st, so we'll have even more announcements of our great Detroit artists coming forward. But tonight, you can see the whole thing free. It's live streamed, DetroitJazzFest.org, and you can check it all out for yourself in real time between 5:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I can tell you that a very special piece of it is our artist in residence, the great Jason Moran, who will be performing tonight and speaking to the Detroit public. And so by 7:30, you will have heard it all.
Cannot wait for that. All right. Well, finally today, meet Tika. Tika is an Italian greyhound who clearly knows how to enjoy the finer things in life. The dog politely sitting poolside, enjoying a private performance from a mariachi band at their resort in Tulum, Mexico. The resort's Instagram sharing the video, which has already racked up millions of views. That's how I'm trying to be right now, poolside with the mariachi band. All right, that's all for us here on Fox 2 Detroit live at 4. Don't go anywhere. Fox 2 News at 5 is next. Have a great day.
grieving after their 4-year-old son was killed after being hit by an ice cream truck. Now they have a message for the community that they hope will save lives.
I was just scared, but just happy that I'm alive. That's all I can say.
Man, look at this video here. A Metro Detroit man is grateful to be alive after he is carjacked at gunpoint while delivering a DoorDash order. New video from police shows this wild chase that led suspects to be arrested.
Work is finally being done to relieve traffic headaches on Allen Road. The work being done coming up.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 5 starts now.
New details tonight from the family of a 4-year-old boy killed by an ice cream truck in his own neighborhood. Good evening, I'm Mimi Lang.
I'm Brandon Hudson. This is heartbreaking. His family is too distraught to speak on camera, but they hope that their message resonates with others so no other children will lose their lives. Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly has the story.
Kid was trying to cross the street with his bike.
Terrifying moments Monday evening when a child who was outside playing is killed after being hit by an ice cream truck.
And he had hit him. And then we told him to stop.
But unfortunately, it was too late. Mubarak Wali died. He was just 4 years old. Mubarak was outside with his sister and mother, according to the family, when the tragedy took place.
It was just scary.
Police say the driver of the ice cream truck remained at the scene and was taken into custody. But Tuesday morning, police told Fox 2 the driver was released pending further investigation. And the family tells Fox 2 they had concerns about the ice cream truck traveling too fast in the neighborhood, and they reported those concerns to the city. DPD's Homicide Fatal Squad is investigating, and they say any reports made by the family will be part of the investigation as this case moves forward. But family members weren't the only ones expressing concerns about the ice cream truck driver. This resident, who wants to remain anonymous, expressed concerns moments after the incident.
The same ice cream man always running up and down these streets, flying and stuff. We be stopping them a lot of times.
Mubarak's family says it's important that adults let kids be kids and that they protect them.
With the weather breaking, it's very important that everybody's mindful that the children are out and they're playing. Just slow down a little bit, look around, check your surroundings before proceeding past them.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
We are headed off to Woodward now. Pit, pit, pit.
Another look at the video you saw moments ago. South Hill police take down 2 suspects accused of carjacking this Dodge Charger over the weekend. Police say it all started at Lakes Apartments on 12 Mile while the car owner was making a DoorDash delivery early Saturday morning. Police say that when the driver got out of his car, 2 masked men walked up to him. They threatened him with a gun. And that is when he says that he ran away because his life is more important than the car.
I'm thankful that I'm alive because my girlfriend is 13 weeks pregnant and I'm 20 years old. So the only thing I was thinking about was me not being there for my kid.
Despite being carjacked, he still continued and delivered the package to the family that was waiting on their respective items from DoorDash. Isn't that amazing?
18-year-old Derek Butler and another 17-year-old from Detroit are now facing multiple charges. We're going to have more on this story tonight at 6 o'clock.
And a fight between 2 students sends a Garden City school into lockdown when one of them pulls out a knife. Police say it happened around 8:30 this morning at Cambridge High School. We're told a staff member was hurt while breaking up the fight, and at least 1 student had to be treated for a broken nose. Both students are now in police custody.
Well, look, this right here, this has been a major headache for years. Trains blocking traffic for nearly an hour in Woodhaven.
But today, relief finally on the way. Crews breaking ground on a new project, decades in the making. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell with more.
The work is finally here. Excavators breaking ground downriver along Allen Road. The Wayne County Department of Public Services team moving Verizon phone lines out of the way underground.
This is the first of many projects I'll be going on as part of the big Allen Road Great Separation project.
Director Dio Akiemi says it's the first of many projects totaling $65 million confronting the major traffic headache right here at the train crossing.
The School is on the other side of the track. Hospitals on the other side of the track. Essential services. This time has come to relieve this problem.
Every day, Allen Road sees more than 30,000 vehicles, and often, for years, their commutes halted for as long as 45 minutes by trains heading to a Canadian flat rock yard. County renderings revealed the solution ahead, raising the rail line over the road, but crews having to first finish up moving utility lines.
Once we get that done, hopefully by the end of the week next week, the gas main relocation will begin.
These smaller projects expected to wrap up by the end of fall, and that's when traffic impacts will hit due to the start of sewer and water main relocations.
We anticipate there will be at least one lane open in each direction. At some point in about a year from now, there will be a complete closure and diversion of traffic, but we're long ways away from there.
We won't see the final product for another 2.5 years. Meantime, this team welcoming community feedback through 888 Road Crew.
We want people to be prepared, to have some patience. It's a temporary problem for a long-term solution.
Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
Another candidate jumping into the race for governor, former Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox, announcing his campaign to, quote, make Michigan great again.
We are Michigan, the strong, the tough. We build. We're the land of great lakes and great dreams. We need to stop taxing work.
Some of the focus of Cox's campaign centers around eliminating the state income tax, restoring the right to work, and ending DEI mandates. He now joins a long list of candidates, including Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan, Tudor Dixon, and Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, among several others.
Let's grade our...
Amy, remember when it was sunny? It was almost 70 degrees. There was a little wind, but it was all right.
Yeah.
It was like 24 hours ago.
Will it ever happen again? Let's head over to Rich Lederman for a check on the forecast.
What a change over the last 24 hours. Yesterday, it felt like May outside, and today it's like March out there with the clouds, the blustery wind. We've had some rain showers, a few wet snowflakes, some showers of sleet earlier this morning. It's pretty quiet. You can see there are still a few sprinkles out there, but really it's the wind that's the main story. I'll step out of the way and show you what it looks like in Mount Clemens with the clouds and the breeze. That's the Clinton River down below on the lower left there. Look at these numbers, 43 for us, and in Lansing, 41 up in Mount Pleasant. We're going to get down to 33 as these sprinkles end early this evening, and then tomorrow we get some sunshine, still on the breezy side. Next round for active weather, perhaps Friday evening, and then Easter Sunday looks a bit iffy. We'll check it all for you in the 7th day coming up in 10. Brandon, Amy, back to you.
I'll see you then. Well, while it's cooler outside, our Detroit Tigers, they're red hot. Excuse me. Our first place Detroit Tigers, they take on the Milwaukee Brewers tonight.
That's right. The game's in Milwaukee, but you can watch it right here on Fox 2. Our coverage starts at 6:30, and Fox 2's Jennifer Hammond has a preview.
They have the best record in the American League at 10-6, and now the Tigers are looking to build on that, looking to make it 2 straight in Milwaukee, coming off a game last night, a 9-1 win that some are saying could be their best so far this season.
We played a lot of really good games. You know, I think it's we played pretty consistently throughout the season so far, and you know, it all comes together last night. Anytime that you get, you know, a near shutout or your starter goes 7 innings and you get out to a big lead, and it feels like a comfortable win, but I'm not sure that we played any differently yesterday than we have for the vast majority of our games to date. And I am proud of our guys for that. Our style of play has been the same. Our consistency has been the same. We've responded to success and failure similarly, and we just get back at the competition and deal with whatever's in front of us. So anytime Scooble's going to throw 7 scoreless, it's going to feel like the better side of us. But that's not the only night that we played well.
Jack Flaherty takes the mound tonight as the Tigers look to make it 2 in a row. And of course, we'll have it for you right here on Fox 2, starting with our pregame show at 6:30. Dan Miller, Wojo, and Will in the studio. And I've got coverage from American Family Field in Milwaukee against the Brewers, and the Tigers coming off last night's huge 9-1 win. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Well, still ahead, Michigan's top GOP lawmaker weighs in on auto tariffs and whether it'll hurt our economy. Why he says that CEOs, they have it all wrong when it comes to Trump administration policies.
And we're getting ready for some finger snapping, toe tapping fun as we preview the 46th annual Detroit Jazz Fest.
And we're here inside the Gretchen Valley Jazz Center. Coming up, we'll have a preview of everything you can expect. It's never too early to talk about Jazz Fest, right? Even when the weather's this cold. We'll be back after this.
It is one of the highlights of the summer here in Detroit. We are talking about the Jazz Festival.
Tonight, we're getting a preview of everything you can expect during this year's big event. Fox 2's Taryn Asher and Ruth Raj are joining us live with more. Apparently, getting the party started right now.
Yeah, you know what? This is going to be a really fun kickoff in the Gretchen Valley Jazz Center. She's the angel of jazz, and that's why we're inside the theater. That's her namesake. Yeah. We're about to kick off a really special night. Taryn and I have been here for about an hour watching people come in. They're going to get through these doors to fill out these seats in just a few minutes.
And it's a lot of fun to be inside here because this is a newly renovated area in the Gretchen Valley Jazz Center. It's the acoustics. There's more leg room. It was under construction last year when we were here. It was still had some finishing touches, but this year it's going to sound better than ever. And we're going to talk right now to the president of the Detroit Jazz Foundation, the man. If Gretchen Valley is the angel of jazz, he is the patron saint of Detroit Jazz Foundation. You're keeping it alive, and this event is as important as any of them.
Well, you know, we're really proud to be here. Gretchen C. Valley Jazz Center, campus of Wayne State University, right here in Midtown Detroit. It represents a beacon of all that Detroit represents in music and culture and creativity, and that's what Gretchen was about. That's what the Jazz Festival is about, and I know that's what Fox 2 it's about. It's one of the reasons I love our partnership, because we speak to the community, and it really impacts the community in a positive way.
Well, our station, of course, we're so dedicated to the city of Detroit, and we love our viewers there. This helps the city of Detroit and the people who live in the city. Talk about that for a moment.
Well, you know, really fortunate. Our signature event, even though we do things all year round, the signature event, everyone knows, is the Detroit Jazz Festival. And in addition to drawing 325,000 people, over 2 million online on the stream views. But we also did a study. We bring about $30 million into the business of the city over the 4-day festival. On top of that, we're very lucky to have generous support by our corporations here in the city and independent donors that keep that idea of generosity and supporting the arts alive that Gretchen C. Valade was so famous for.
Chris has done this a time or two.
Yeah,
he's so good. He's so good. This is his passion.
It is. And these little pins that we're wearing right now, that's going to help support the foundation, which is huge because that helps keep this free for the public, and then of course the young people being able to continue to enjoy it.
Indeed, it's about creating access. That's really what it's about. And these wonderful little pins, we do a memorial pin to Gretchen C. Valade each year. They're annual, they're limited edition, and they're different each year. And this one has one of her original compositions etched in the circumference of the pin. So it's very special. And for a $50 donation, people can get a pin because we want to reward all of those who support this festival so we can keep it free. You know, it's about $5 million every year to do our year-round events, including the festival. And it cannot happen unless the community and culture says we want this to happen and we want it to stay free.
Yeah, I got to tell you, other cities do Jazz Fest, and I lived in New Orleans for years. My wife is from there, and yeah, they do a Jazz Fest, and it's wonderful. But it's a lot of Dave Matthews and Pearl Jam and other things. This is all jazz. This is a jazz aficionado's heaven. Right?
It's the real thing. And one of the things, once I asked Gretchen, what can I do for you? What am I going to buy her a gift? You know.
Right.
And she said, Chris, you can do two things. She said, keep it free and keep it jazz. And our brand now around the world with artists it's a real jazz festival, one of the few left. And it's about supporting upcoming and aspiring artists in new ways. And in fact, I can tell you that just one artist I looked up today, they're selling tickets to their show for over $100 in another city in a theater. So what you get for free is incredible. It's the highest premier type stuff. But in addition to that, it's really about being able to bring your whole family and all your friends, and nobody is turned away at the gate.
Real quickly tonight, though, we're going to have the artists in residence, and that's going to be exciting, and be able to preview what's coming this Labor Day weekend.
That's right. We'll do the reading of the whole headliners lineup, and we'll add artists throughout the year. And then we're going to have a wonderful performance, solo piano performance by our artist in residence, Jason Moran. It's going to be luminous.
Well, Jason Moran will be playing here on this stage today to kick off this very important event. Chris Collins, if you're going to wear navy blue, you do it like that. Just to take a note from the guy in the navy blue jacket.
Right.
Chris Collins, thank you for your time and what you do in this great community.
Yes, we're going to be here for a little while longer because we're going to help kick off the big, I guess, show coming up in just a little while. And so for now, though, we're going to send it back to you.
Yeah, Rube Taryn, I heard you mention the youth that get a benefit or a big boost from this. Can you talk a little bit more about, what we expect to see over the next few months to get them prepared to possibly take the stage Labor Day weekend?
Well, there are so many young people, and as you say, this is really about not just jazz as a celebration, but about the next generation of artists. And that was so important to Gretchen. These pins reflect the pride she had in Detroit, but for jazz, and the foundation and the work they do. So yeah, you better believe it. Lots of young people are going to be getting ready for Jazz Fest to play alongside some really amazing musicians.
Something they do all year long, and it's something that we all look forward to
not
as
just
well.
the festival. You're right about that.
All right. We'll see you guys a little bit later in the show.
All right, we'll see you then. Thanks so much.
Feels like late winter out there today with the clouds and the wind. We did have some rain and a few snow showers, especially this morning. Most of the action is pulling away to our east, but notice this big area of low pressure in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere off to our north, which means it's going to stay chilly for tonight and again tomorrow. Yes, there is a bit of snow up there closer to Traverse City. A couple of sprinkles in our part of the state, but they're going to quickly head off to the east. You can see on Sky Tracker a couple of sprinkles up there close to Armada and Romeo, along Interstate 69 between Flint and Port Huron, perhaps a few sprinkles over near Roseville. How about this? This is Bel Air, Michigan. This is a little north and east of Traverse City, and yep, that's snow falling. Now, the snow on the ground is old snow from the winter, but you can see flakes are falling as we speak. That's Bel Air, Michigan. For us, it's a big cool down that we've seen over the last 24 hours. Yesterday at this time, a lot of us were in the lower 70s, and now we're stuck in the 40s. As a result, We're 27 degrees cooler now than what we were yesterday at this time. 43 at Metro Airport. There's that breeze. Pressure is now rising as low pressure is moving away from the central Great Lakes. But look at these numbers. Low to mid 40s for a lot of us. All of these numbers heading lower as we go through the course of the overnight period. Look at these wind gusts. On the high end, you can see up around Flint close to 40 miles per hour. We've seen some gusts near 40 come and go, but the winds will slowly be decreasing this evening. But the cold is here to stay for at least another day or so. 43 for us, 45 Ludington. Look at Marquette, Michigan. They're at 43 right now. High pressure builds in, and that means some sunshine tomorrow and again on Thursday. Here's our next weather maker. This will bring chances for rain and storms Friday evening into Friday night. For the rest of tonight, sprinkles ending, brisk and cold, down to 33. Tomorrow's not a bad-looking day. Mix of sun and clouds and 54. Still breezy. We get up to 74 on Friday, but then a bit more unsettled for the Easter weekend coming up. Amy, we'll talk about that 20 minutes from now.
All right, thank you, Rich. Taking hunger off the table for good. That's the mission for Gleaners. And today is a Double Your Donation Day. How you can help fight food insecurity in your community. That's next.
Talk about your money here. In wide-ranging news conference today, the House GOP Speaker says that the governor and the automotive CEOs, they have it all wrong when it comes to tariffs.
And he's also giving the green light to subpoena Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson to release some internal documents related to our elections. Fox 2's Tim Skubic, he has details.
The U.S. auto industry leaders are in a crisis mode these days, trying to figure out how to combat President Trump's unwelcome 25% tariffs on foreign cars and auto parts coming into this country. And Governor Gretchen Whitmer is right there standing with them. She agrees that while tariffs in general are not necessarily that bad, the president's current tariffs affecting Michigan is a non-starter. Entering the discussion, House Republican Speaker Matt Hall was asked if Mr. Trump's policies would hurt Michigan's economy.
No. So Michigan workers support President Trump's tariffs.
And while Governor Whitmer lobbied the president to drop the tariffs recently, the speaker argues she and others have got this thing wrong. He concedes, however, some short-term pain will be felt.
We need to bring back jobs to Michigan. And so tariffs is a way that we can do that.
Meanwhile, on the political front, the Speaker has authorized his Oversight Committee in the House to issue a subpoena to force Democratic Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson to release training manuals that she gives to local clerks to administer elections. The Speaker not too happy with the governor candidate, Ms. Benson.
The days of these departments in the Secretary of State's office just doing whatever the hell they want with nobody watching them is over.
Meanwhile, Governor Whitmer continues to get flack from segments of her own party over that gig in the Oval Office last week. Coming to her defense, the Republican Speaker.
So the more that Governor Whitmer embraces Trump, supports Trump, compliments Trump, and helps us implement a lot of President Trump's agenda, I think that's great.
Having Mr. Hall in her corner is, well, probably not going to stop the protest from those in her corner. In fact, it might actually hurt. In Lansing, Tim Skubic, Fox 2 News.
Well, stocks drifted today on Wall Street. The Dow dropped 155 points. The NASDAQ lost 8 points, and the S&P 500 gave back 9.
Well, Gleaners Community Food Bank is always working to make sure that no family goes hungry, but they can't do it without the help of the community.
It is Double Your Donation Day, and Fox 2's Amy Andrews explains how you can help.
We love these Gleaners Double Your Donation Days because we all want to stretch a buck, right? And today, if you call, every single one of your dollars equals 6 meals. That's incredible and a great time to call right now. 855-315-FOOD is the number to call. This is Dave Zarek. He is with Stamp Out Hunger, and Sandy Lamel, president of Branch 1 with USPS. You guys do this amazing letter carriers food drive every year, Dave. I can't even, you've been doing it for so many years now that I don't remember when you didn't do it.
It's been a long time, but that's a good thing from the standpoint of we can help people.
You can certainly help people. Talk about how much food, I mean, in pounds.
Well, we're shooting for our record again, which was 1.385 million pounds in one day for Southeast Michigan. We'd love to see that again. I know it's tough times, but if everybody, I say with one can, we can. Imagine if everybody on every single house donated at least one can of food. It would fill this facility and all the facilities over immensely.
That would be a dream come true for Gleaners, I know. Sandy, talk about your experience as a letter carrier, going out and seeing the food and working with the different communities. What have you noticed in your years of doing this?
So I've been around a long time, delivering mail for about 50 years, and now I work full-time for the labor union. And one thing as a letter carrier, you see the eyes of hunger every single day. We walk the streets that most people drive through. We're door to door. We see how people are surviving. We see how they're not surviving. And this opportunity on Saturday, May 10th gives us an opportunity to take what the community wants to give back and bring it over to Gleaners and other food banks across Southeast Michigan.
What a unique perspective that so many people never get. You know, you don't realize that there are people in your neighborhood, in your community, that are struggling with food insecurity. All right, Dave, the big day's coming up in May. What do people need to do? I know there's a bag they can pick up, or do they just use one from home?
This year, everybody's going to get a bag in the mail.
Okay.
So you'll get a bag and a postcard, 2 separate mailings. Fill that bag up with non-perishable items. Canned goods, especially canned meats, is really important for the protein, non-perishables, and leave them by the mailbox. And wherever your letters get picked up, that's where the carrier will come and take the mail, and they'll take it right back to the office, which will ship it down here or to the local food bank.
Thank you so much for all you do. We're going to put the information on the drive coming up on our website, fox2detroit.com. As for now, you can call and double your donation, 855-315-FOOD. Reporting from Gleaners, Amy Andrews, Fox 2 News.
A Pontiac woman accused of abandoning her 3 children back in court. We'll have the latest coming up.
More legal setbacks for President Trump's immigration crackdown as the White House is under fire for wrongfully deporting a Maryland man. I'm Rebecca Castor in Washington with the latest coming up.
mom accused of abandoning her 3 children is back in court today.
Yeah, the judge setting a trial date. The defense attorney asking for a lower bond.
Thank you. Ms. Bryant, would you state your name for the record, please? Kelly Bryant.
Another hearing for the mother accused of abandoning her 3 children. Sheriff's deputies found them in February, living in squalor all alone for years in a townhouse in Pontiac, while Kelly Bryant allegedly collected nearly $30,000 in welfare payments meant for the children.
My client did wish me to address her bond.
Bryant's bond had been set at $50,000 cash in the child abuse case. She's also accused of welfare fraud and of violating the judge's order by repeatedly contacting the person now taking care of her children.
We have a duty to protect victims, and we're going to do that every time.
That was Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald back in March. The case so troubling. The children, ages 12, 13, and 15, forced to live among trash and mold and feces. No hygiene products, sleeping on pizza boxes. Investigators say meals were left outside their door while Kelly Bryant carried on living her life without them. Now she's locked up inside the Oakland County Jail, asking for her bond to be reduced.
Ms. Bryant asked me, because the $50,000 cash bond with no surety, it's like a no bond for her. She cannot post that bond.
Her attorney calling the bond unreasonable.
There's nobody that has $50,000 cash. So she does still believe, as do I, that it's an unreasonable bond and would like to address it again.
The judge only addressing Kelly Bryant's next court date to hear and see the evidence in the child abuse case against her and decide if that case will go to trial.
At this point, because no new information has been provided, I would be continuing the bond at this time. So we will see you on May 16th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Like an adult. I am, because you're acting like a child.
Just when we think this district couldn't get any worse, you prove us wrong.
Tempers reached a boiling point at L'Anse Creuse Public School Board meeting. Parents were livid at the school district's response after a 17-year-old student was arrested in class and charged with first-degree murder. There are also questions about the decision to admit the suspect into the district in the first place.
While there are legal limits and privacy restrictions on what we can share about the student, we can speak about the decisions that were made and how we are responding now. I've initiated a full review of how this matter was handled, from the student's initial enrollment to how decisions were made as new information was available.
The suspect remains in jail without bond. The next L'Anse Creuse board meeting is set for April 28th.
The case that propelled the Me Too movement is back in the spotlight. Disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein returning to a New York courtroom as jury selection gets underway for the retrial of his 2020 rape conviction. It was overturned last year after an appellate court ruled the judge improperly allowed testimony from women not connected to the specific case. Weinstein now being retried on 2 charges from his original trial this time. He's also facing an additional criminal sex act charge. Weinstein pleaded not guilty and maintains his innocence. He's still serving a 16-year prison sentence for a 2022 rape conviction in Los Angeles.
The legal battle continues between the Justice Department and a Maryland judge over a man mistakenly deported to El Salvador.
This as President Trump is now entertaining the idea of sending American criminals to the country's notorious prisons. Fox's Rebecca Castro with more.
This is the maximum security prison in El Salvador, where officials say Gilmar Abrego Garcia is being held. He's from El Salvador, but was living in Maryland before he was mistakenly deported in March. Last week, the Supreme Court ordered the White House facilitate his return to the U.S., but neither president is eager to comply.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into it.
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
The White House insists Abrego Garcia has ties to MS-13, but his attorneys say the government has shown no evidence of his gang affiliations.
He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result.
The case is added to the national debate over due process. And with President Trump now considering options to send American criminals to El Salvador's prisons, the legal challenges are likely just beginning.
If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem.
He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime.
In another legal blow, a federal judge has blocked the White House from revoking the legal status of more than 500,000 migrants in the U.S. under the Biden administration's controversial mass parole program. The White House will appeal. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
What causes autism? It's a question that so many families, experts, even kids have dealt with. Well, now that question is resurfacing. We'll talk about this latest search for answers in HealthWorks.
Don't look now, but the Detroit Tigers have the best record in the American League. I'm Jennifer Hammond in Milwaukee, where they're getting ready for their second game against the Brewers. You'll hear from one of their hot hitters coming up next in sports.
and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he is launching a massive testing and research effort into what he calls the autism epidemic. Kennedy's history with comments about autism is stirring controversy.
This week, the CDC is expected to release data showing that the rate of autism spectrum disorder among children is now 1 in 31. That's up from 1 in 36 in 2023. And back in the year 2000, it was 1 in 150. This is an increase that's being met with a bold promise.
By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll
will be able to eliminate those exposures.
HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says an effort to pinpoint the cause of autism and its rise is now being led by the National Institutes of Health and will involve hundreds of scientists worldwide.
Existing research, including studies done on twins, show us that there's a huge genetic component.
Dr. Nicole Sapphire adds that the NIH has also identified potential environmental risk factors for autism. Kennedy believes a singular toxin could be found responsible.
Everything is on the table. Our food system, our water, our air, different ways of parenting. Epidemics are not caused by genes.
Kennedy says vaccines are on the table as well, despite widespread scientific evidence showing no link to autism.
Claims that autism is solely caused by environmental exposures, parenting style, or vaccines is not only lacking scientific evidence, but it's also incredibly irresponsible.
Dr. Peter Marks, the FDA's former top vaccine official forced to resign last month, recently spoke out against Kennedy's September promise, saying autism is just too complex.
You can be incredibly supportive of people, but giving them false hope is wrong.
The cause of autism and the rise in the number of cases are largely seen as two separate issues. Most experts feel the rate increase is due to greater awareness and expanded criteria. Now, one thing that everyone does agree on is that early diagnosis is critical. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends all children be screened for autism during well child visits at 18 and 24 months old. That's when it starts. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Santafanti.
All right, start with baseball. Big night here on Fox 2. Tigers baseball coming your way. Tigers, Brewers from Milwaukee. That's where Hammer is this evening as she gets set to join us on our pregame show at 6:30. She joins us now as well. Hammer, I know you were there. Terrific start to the series last night.
It was an incredible game, Dan, and I've got to tell you, there were a lot of Tiger fans here. Certainly many of them were family members and colleagues of the team, but there were a lot of Detroit fans in the stands, and it was a great atmosphere for that 9-1 win. Turk Skubal, what can you say? He is just a beast, and tonight it will be Jack Flaherty who will try to get the second game of this series and take another series for Detroit. They've been on a roll. They are 10-6, best record in the American League, and they have been hitting well. 80 runs through their first 16 games. And for Kerry Carpenter, a 2-for-4 night last night, was once the right-hander came in, he had a home run, and he has just been on a heater as of late as well.
I think having the confidence of what we did last night and carrying it over to today it's a real thing. And so, I mean, we go into every game confident no matter what, but it is fun to have some results at least, because there's games where you have good at-bats and it doesn't go your way, and last night we had good at-bats and went our way, so we're excited about tonight.
I like where our guys are at mentally in our preparation, and we've been able to take it out to the games, and you know, we didn't think the season was over when we got swept in LA. We don't think the season's over because we've won a couple series in a row. We have a good balanced approach to how we go about our day-to-day, and we have a chance to win another series today, and then we move on.
With the way that A.J. Hinch has gotten his team to buy in, he'll have a different leadoff guy every night. The case is the same tonight. Gleyber Torres will be leading off. Jay Henn, though, is going to be ready to go. We'll talk to him coming up on our pregame show at 6:30 right here on Fox 2. Getting you set as Jack Flaherty takes the mound from Milwaukee. Detroit Tigers looking for their 11th win of the season, and it has been a whole lot of fun to watch this team just carry over, Dan, from what they did last year, getting into that wild card hunt. It has been a lot of fun. They're coming out right now for BP, so we'll talk to some of the guys coming up in our pregame show when we see you in about an hour.
Wings off till tomorrow night when they'll be in New Jersey. Coming up at 6, you will hear Todd McClellan talk about what he wants his guys to do and how he wants them to approach these final games, even though they've been eliminated from playoff contention. Listening to some of his players, it is clear that message is hitting home.
There's always someone watching, something to play for yourself, feel good about how we end the season here. So, I mean, 2 games, and yeah, we just want to continue play good hockey and have good habits, and yeah, play for yourself as well. Feel good about yourself when you leave the season.
All right, so Wings with 2 games left. Tigers getting set to go tonight. Like we said, that game's going to be right here on Fox 2. We're excited about that. We got a lot coming up. Pre-game show at 6:30. More coming up on Sports at 6 as well.
You got a busy night, man.
Yeah, love it. I mean, look, this team's playing great baseball right now. It's a nice way to start the season, and they've got the best record in the American League. We'll enjoy every minute of it and see if they can keep it going.
Absolutely. Can we not keep this weather going?
Yes. Yesterday it was spring-like. Today it's late winter-like. It's cold out there, 43. We did see some rain and a few wet snow showers, especially early this morning. Look at the numbers up north. Oscoda, Traverse City, 39s. This is live from Bel Air, Michigan, not far from Traverse City. Yep, that's snow falling. Whoa. Sprinkles ending for us. We'll get down to 33. And here's a peek at the next couple days. Still breezy tomorrow with sun and clouds. Better on Thursday. A full check of the 7th day after the break.
This story is unbelievable. How DTE is clearing out its invasive species.
No glory?
You said goats, like the animals?
Yeah, like the animals. DTE is hiring a herd of goats to clear out invasive species.
So they're working hard to take out some pesky plants. Fox 2's Scott Wolchek has a closer look from Shelby Township.
Got a bad problem with invasive species? Well, don't worry. This hired herd of goats has got you covered.
He's really good at jumping and knocking stuff over. He's a professional.
Actually, all these goats are professionals. At what, you might ask? Chowing down.
It's an environmentally friendly way to eliminate some invasive species and overgrowth, poison ivy,
Phragmites.
Phragmites, yeah.
They aren't. Kidding. Jessica and Joe with Michigoat says you can usually clear out about 200 square feet a day per goat in an environmentally friendly way. DTE thought the idea seemed so unbelievable, it hired the goats to clear its service station in Shelby Township.
This is somewhat experimental for us, so we're looking for some results and see what they can do. If it's a good positive result for us, we'll look to expand.
The idea being, not only do the goats cut back on emissions, they eat the roots of the plants, and they have a, shall we say, particular way of ensuring these unwanted plants won't grow back.
When they poop it out, it doesn't germinate the seed. It kills it completely. Yeah. So, like, unlike, if you're going to come and cut a bunch of poison ivy and Phragmita, you got to throw it somewhere, and you're going to grow it over there. Yeah. Where when the goats eat it, it's done.
They're expected to be out here for at least a week. If it works out, you might say this idea is the GOAT, greatest of all time. Scott Walchek, Fox 2 News.
Thanks, Scott, for that story. Look, it's going to be cold. That's all I got for you. I know it snowed. We showed snow earlier. But so it could be worse. But
I feel like you're still processing the goat story. The goats do not mind this weather, Rich.
That's right. They're tough, and we're tough, but it's still April. So we always say no promises in April here in southeast Michigan. Notice this big area of low pressure spinning just north of the Great Lakes. Most of the rain and snow showers are off to our north, also off to our east, back to our west. Things are improving around Minneapolis and Chicago, down around St. Louis. In fact, we have quiet weather for Wednesday and for Thursday. Over the last couple of hours, the sprinkles that we've been watching on radar have really fizzled out. And yes, there are some snow showers in some of those snowbelt areas up there close to Traverse City. But around here, Sky Tracker showing nicely how these sprinkles have really fizzled as the dew points continue to come down. But it is cooler. Yesterday, we were between 70 and 75. Right now, most of us are between 40 and 45. So we're down 27 degrees at Metro Airport. Also chilly around Columbus, for Grand Rapids, for Traverse City as well. 45 degrees at City Airport. There's the breeze. The dew points are low. Pressure continues to rise, but these numbers will be falling off, especially once we get beyond sunset. Look at some of the higher gusts out there. We've seen a few gusts near 40 miles per hour and still up around Genesee County and Flint. Some higher gusts. There's Pontiac. There's Ann Arbor. But the winds will slowly diminish through the evening hours. Look at some of these cold spots. Bad Axe at 39. There's Mackinac Island, 36 degrees on the island, 39 with some flurries around Traverse City. But high pressure builds in nicely tomorrow and for Thursday. So we're going to see some dry weather. Here comes our next weather maker. This is going to bring a pretty good chance for some showers and storms Friday evening into Friday night. Check out the numbers for the rest of tonight. Brisk and cold. We'll get down to 33, but it's mostly dry moving forward. Tomorrow, we're going to see some sunshine. It's going to feel nice with the sun, but still a breeze out there Wednesday. And then right there's the 7-day forecast. We're going to get up to 74 Friday, but that may lead to some stronger evening storms. The weekend looks a bit unsettled. We'll check that part of the forecast at the top of the hour.
The former Michigan coach accused of computer hacking and identity theft returns to federal court. Why a cybersecurity expert says this is a reminder to take care of your personal information.
Finally at 5, a farewell to a longtime high school baseball announcer. He's been in the press box for more than 2 decades.
And talk about dedication. Now he is getting ready to call his final games of the season. Fox's Sean Barry has his story from Tampa, Florida.
For the last 21 years, Carlos Rosali has been right here.
I couldn't have planned it any better. It was totally by accident.
In his press box,
center fielder, number 1, Curtis Roberts.
Behind his microphone.
I never really thought, well, I'm going to do this for 21 years. I never thought about that.
When Wharton High School opened in North Tampa back in the late 90s, Carlos was among the inaugural staff.
Oh, walked him. Number 9.
But a few years later, the Wharton High math teacher walked into this press box for the first time.
The catcher, number 14.
Helping out as public address announcer for the Wildcats baseball team.
20 seasons later, here we are.
Taking his seat above the dugout, it's a seat Carlos would occupy for the next 21 Wharton baseball seasons.
So running on third.
Trying to make a game day here,
third baseman number 8,
feel a bit like the big leagues.
I tend to give it like an atmosphere where people feel like they're at a ball game as if they were going to spring training.
But now, 21 years later, Carlos is ready to step away from the game and let someone else's voice carry over these loudspeakers.
You lose a part of history of Wharton baseball. He's been here since 2005, and he's meant a lot to the program.
Regardless of when this season comes to an end, though, and therefore Carlos puts down the microphone for the final time, the memories he made inside that press box that he spent 21 seasons in will last long after he finally leaves it.
You know, you never know what kind of impact you have on anybody. You really don't. So I'm humbled.
While the players, coaches, and lineup cards have changed, one thing has remained the same at Wharton baseball games.
Number 20, the third baseman.
Carlos Rosali's voice.
Sometimes I hit the mark, and I guess some of the players felt I did too.
Leaving his mark on this field.
Thank you.
And over its speakers.
A police chase after an expecting father is carjacked. How quick thinking cracked this case.
Cambridge Alternative High School forced into lockdown today after a student pulled a knife during a fight. What happened and what we know coming up.
This may look like a lot housing new vehicles, but believe it or not, this was home to a missing dog out of Livonia.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 6 starts now.
Well, tonight at 6, 2 teenagers face charges right now. They are accused of targeting a DoorDash delivery driver and making off with his Dodge Charger.
And today we're hearing from the victim, who's about to be a new father, along with details about the crime that turned into a high-speed police chase. Here's Fox 2's Scott Wolchek.
A police chase topping 125 miles per hour and a pit maneuver ending in 2 arrests.
Pit. 1050.
It all started when this expecting father was carjacked while making a DoorDash delivery.
I'm thankful that I'm alive because my girlfriend is 13 weeks pregnant and I'm 20 years old. So the only thing I was thinking about was me not being there for my kid.
Now Joshua's quick thinking, earning him recognition from Southfield PD. His Charger, the one you're seeing in this chase, was stolen from him after he got out of his car to make a delivery of gummy bears at 4:40 in the morning Saturday at the Lakes Apartments in Southfield. That's when 2 masked men appeared.
When I looked to my right, the male on the outside pointed a gun right at me, and how stiff he was with his hand, and it was so dark I couldn't tell if it was a gun, but how stiff he was, you know, I just ran. I didn't think about it.
He immediately called 911.
Oh my God, I'm panicking right now, sir. Oh my God. I was door dashing and my car got stolen, sir.
He detailed the suspects in his stolen Charger, and soon the chase was on.
Pit.
Ending in a pit maneuver, 2 suspects taken into custody.
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking seeing it. Like I said, I'm happy I'm alive. Just so much hard work went into that car. But my life is more important.
18-year-old Derek Butler charged with carjacking, felony firearm, and more. In the passenger seat, a 17-year-old juvenile charged with carjacking and carrying a concealed weapon. As for Joshua, he still made sure to drop off those gummy bears.
The dash mark was just gummy bears. It's funny. It was just gummy bears, but after I called the lady, after the police, I seen her walking to me, and I just wanted to make sure I got her dash.
Butler's bond was set at $250,000 cash surety. The juvenile involved was remanded to Children's Village. For now, reporting in Southfield, Scott Walczak, Fox 2 News.
We are learning sad new details about the young child who was killed after being hit by an ice cream truck in Detroit. We spoke with a family friend who tells Fox 2 the victim is Mubarak Wali, a 4-year-old who was crossing the street with his bicycle when he was hit. It happened last evening in the area of Diversey and Rutland on the city's west side. The driver of the truck stopped and is cooperating with the investigation. Police are encouraging everyone to slow down since more children will be playing outside now that the weather is getting warmer.
A frightening situation in Dearborn Heights where a Crestwood school bus carrying students slams into a tree. It happened just before 8 on Amboy Street near Warren Avenue. Police tell us that the bus hit a parked car and then it careened into a tree. Investigators say 4 kids were checked out at the scene and released to their parents, but no one was seriously hurt.
A violent start to the day for students and staff at an alternative high school in Garden City.
School employees were hurt when a student involved in a fight with another student pulled out a knife. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell has the story.
I spoke to an administrator with Garden City Schools. He says this fight was between 2 upperclassmen, both of them now in custody, pending charges. The fight breaking out during school around 8:30 Tuesday morning. School officials telling Fox 2 the student who pulled a knife out got punched in the face, his nose broken. Meanwhile, a male teacher trying to break up the fight was poked with the knife in the back of his arm. The teacher treated at the school. We're told classes were barely disrupted despite the school's brief lockdown. The school district applauding school staff and Garden City police for quickly de-escalating the fight. The director of student services sharing a message sent to parents. It says in part, "We are relieved to report that student injuries appear to be minor, though some staff members sustained injuries. We are deeply grateful for the prompt response of all involved, ensuring the safety of our students and staff." While they're not sure if it would have made a difference, the school district encouraging parents to speak up if anything is going on at home that could lead to behavior changes with their students. Garden City police are investigating. The school and administrators also looking into this as well. We're told they have not decided on any disciplinary action just yet, but told the school will resume as normal for the rest of the week. We'll keep you posted as we learn more. For now, reporting in Garden City, I'm Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
A judge refused to lower the bond today for the Oakland County woman accused of leaving her 3 children to live in horrible conditions for years in Pontiac. Kelly Bryant is charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse and welfare fraud. During a virtual hearing today, the judge denied a request to lower or adjust the $50,000 cash bond that was set for Bryant. Also today, the prosecution and defense agreed the abuse and fraud cases should proceed together. Bryant is due back in court next month for her preliminary examination.
Well, developments today in the case of the former University of Michigan football coach accused in a disturbing case of cyber hacking. This is more alleged victims have joined the growing list of accusers in a class action lawsuit. Former Michigan offensive coordinator Matthew Weiss returned to federal court Tuesday to address his future. His next court date will be in the fall. Weiss faces charges related to computer hacking and identity theft involving hundreds of thousands of college student athletes, including Mackenzie Johnson.
I was just very taken back as I'm a very young professional. You know, I'm in a Fortune 500 company. I don't know what's to come of this or what's going to be exposed as I'm, in corporate America.
Johnson, who played softball at Grambling University, is one of dozens who filed a class action lawsuit against Weiss. The Department of Justice contacted her and said Weiss illegally gained access to personal and medical information, as well as social media, email, and intimate photos between the years of 2015 and January 2023.
This is the tip of the iceberg. I think as we peel back the layers of this rotten onion that the University of Michigan has created, that we're going to discover that there's going to be different entanglements out there, that there's going to be additional women and individuals.
In this particular case, we did see cloud backups that were being accessed. I think it's important, especially if you have sensitive photos that you don't want to be widely shared. I recommend not adding that to the cloud.
Flow Specialty President David Derigiotis specializes in cybersecurity. He says this case is a reminder for people to take a proactive approach to protect their personal information. That includes checking the credit bureaus and freezing your accounts if you're a victim of a breach.
People need to take this very seriously because it can mean the difference between getting out successfully on your own and getting that first apartment, that first home, that new car, and not being able to do that.
For many student athletes, this is about starting your life after college. Now, with the advent of lucrative name, image, likeness contracts for college student athletes, our cybersecurity expert says protecting your personal information becomes even more important. And as for Matthew Weiss's next court appearance will be October 7th.
Well, we know potholes are a fact of life, unfortunately, for drivers in Metro Detroit, especially this time of year.
But for one woman, hitting a pothole left her frantic for the safe return of her beloved dog. Here's Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly with a follow-up.
It was Sunday afternoon and James Hirschfeld was working for a security company, patrolling a lot where new vehicles are kept in Livonia.
I'm passing by an F-150.
James is a retired member of law enforcement, so when he's on duty, he's often looking for bad guys or anything that seems out of place.
And all of a sudden I've got barking starting up at my ankles, so I'm thinking this is not good.
So the investigator in him kicked in.
Looked underneath, and down underneath that truck on the far back end was a large German Shepherd mix.
Last Wednesday, Fox 2 brought you the heartbreaking story of a Livonia woman whose dog Charlie went missing when she went over a pothole at Newburgh and Plymouth in Livonia.
My dog, he freaked out because it was a very large drop. And he got out through the window.
But 4 days later, did James find Charlie?
And when it finally came out, it took off running, and I don't know who was more scared, him or me.
The lot was locked, so James called Livonia police for backup. He also called his wife to say he might be late coming home.
She immediately said, "Is that the dog with a harness on it? It's all over the internet. It's been on Fox 2 News."
His wife was able to provide some information from social media, and Aslan was soon on site.
It was probably one of the best moments of my life. As soon as we made eye contact, he came right out from where he was hiding, came right up into my arms.
Charlie is recovering, and Aslan is grateful to James and all who helped to end this nightmare.
I wasn't able to sleep or eat, really.
And now that Charlie is back home where he belongs, Aslan says she's making some changes.
We are definitely in the process of trying to get him microchipped.
James says he's also grateful to be part of this reunion.
Very happy ending.
In Livonia, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Well, it's quiet out here, but inside there is a preview of what's to come for this year's Detroit Jazz Festival. The acts are already performing.
You're going to be hearing more from the artists in residence and get a preview of the big 2025 Detroit Jazz Fest when we come back.
Detroit Jazz Festival, always a big summertime event in the city, filling the air around Hart Plaza with the smooth jazz sound.
Well, tonight we are getting a preview of what fans can expect during this year's event. Fox News' Rip Raj and Taryn Asher are live at the Gretchen Valet Jazz Center on the campus of Wayne State. Hey there, I see Taryn's got her fingers. She's ready to go.
She's been snapping her fingers literally
I
for an
told
hour.
them I'm going to do it
now,
again.
yes.
I'm going to, because this is what? Finger snapping, toe tapping kind of sounds of jazz.
And it is, and you are right, and it is happening right now just outside of the hall. We're inside the Gretchen Valet Jazz Center, and we're in the reception area, the lobby, right?
Yeah.
On the inside, something else is going on.
Yes, in the inside we have some of the lineup that's going to be going on in the huge Detroit Jazz Fest, the free, largest free concert in the country. And today's the preview. And so we get to see some of those acts, including the artist in residence, and that's Jason Moran. And that's just been a spectacular showing inside.
It really has been. I got to tell you, one of the things that you really feel is the energy. It's cold outside, and you kind of go, wait a minute. We're talking about Jazz Fest, which happens in the heat of the summer, right during Labor Day time. But I'll tell you, things are heating up here at the Gretchen Valet Jazz Center, the Gretchen C. Valet Jazz Center. And the reason that name's so important is she really is the angel of jazz. She has helped, of course, make sure that this is a successful festival. And there are others like Carolyn Wanzo who also make sure this is a successful year as well, here 2025. And Carolyn Wanzo is a major donor, and we thank you for joining us here. You are not here just to talk about why this has been a successful festival already, but about the next generation. You want badly to make sure that the next generation have a place and a seat at the table.
Well, there's no doubt about it. We have such a rich original history. America's classical music is jazz, recognized all over the world. And it is so exciting to see how our young lions have captured that voice and made their own voices from it. They are just as hot as they can be. And one of the most important things for any musician is to have an opportunity to have live performance, to be respected as the musicians that they are. And what we're doing, and I'm so proud of the Detroit Jazz Festival Foundation for making this happen and creating it as a part of their regular programming here at the Gretchen C. Valet Jazz
Carolyn,
Center.
why is it so important, though, for you to continue to promote the youth and donate toward continuing education with this music?
Well, it is important because the music, specifically Detroit jazz music, is really our human connection. And when you are teaching jazz and keeping it funded and going, we are creating a wonderful community. I've always said that if a musician is following you, you don't have to worry because they only want to play. And that's so special to have somebody walking with you, behind you, that really wants to embrace you in a wonderful way.
And you're making sure that happens for the next generation. Ms. Wanzo, we thank you for what you do every single year and this year as well. It is people like Ms. Wanzo who make this a success because you need the donors. You need to make sure that people understand the value of the Jazz Festival and the foundation.
Right, and a lot of it is now just continuing to improve over the years. We know inside they have really just improved the whole setting of the Gretchen C. Valet Jazz Center, and it's just, it's luxurious now, and now the acoustics. And now, another big part of this, it's not just people here in Midtown Detroit. They're able to enjoy it. It's really across the country and around the world because they are streaming it to anybody who's interested.
Close to 2 million people watch it streaming. More than 300,000, Amy and Brandon, watch it in person. You know how special this is. We're just getting started with a big kickoff here tonight at the Gretchen C. Valet Jazz Center. So we're going to send things back over to you.
Top job downtown. Let's talk about our weather. We did have more spring-like weather yesterday, and now we're back to more March-like weather with this big upper-level low spinning over the Great Lakes. You can see most of the rain and snow shower activity north and east of us. So moving forward, we're going to be mostly dry for the rest of tonight and tomorrow into Thursday as well. There are some snow showers up there not far from Traverse City. Also a few rain showers just north of Grand Rapids. Look at the wind up there at the Mackinac Bridge. It is blowing pretty good. A lot of wave action there. 34 degrees at the bridge right now. Look at the numbers today, 51 and 39. So when you put it all together, about 4 degrees below where we should be. The record's 85 on the high side. 21 degrees on the low side. Right now, a lot of us between 40 and 45. There's that breeze that continues from the north and west, and that's making wind chills at times down in the upper 20s, but it is colder up around the Mackinac Bridge. There's 39 Traverse City, 46 in Lansing. Thankfully, high pressure builds in over the next couple of days. It's this high that gives us quite a bit of sunshine Wednesday and Thursday. Remember, the April sun is strong, so when it's out there, you're going to feel it, and we will feel it the next couple of days. For the rest of tonight, brisk and cold, down to 33. Tomorrow, sun and clouds, still breezy, back to 54, close to 60 on Thursday. And then Friday night into Saturday, we could see some showers, perhaps some storms. It looks a bit unsettled into Easter, Miller. We'll talk about that tonight after baseball, but a big game in Milwaukee. Go for it.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We got Tigers baseball right here on Fox 2 today. We are about 10 minutes away from our pregame show. We'll get you a preview as they get ready to go coming up next. Start with the Tigers. First pitch with the Brewers in Milwaukee, just over an hour away. You will see that game right here on Fox 2. More on that coming up in a moment. If you watched their game last night, the series opener, pretty clear that some Tiger fans were in attendance and making noise during the team's 9-1 win. And believe me, the guys on the field and in the dugout heard all of that in Milwaukee and appreciated it.
The fact that we have a fan base that's traveling to these cities to support us, or if we even have fans already built in those cities, in this city, just super cool that we're able to have them out and support us. And it's even cooler when it's a really quiet crowd and they can kind of, you know, chant for us and cheer for us, and we could hear them pretty loud. So really important to be able to have them support us on a day-to-day basis.
So here we go. Pregame show gets underway in just a few at 6:30. Hammers in Milwaukee. Wojo and Birchie will be in studio with me. Tigers Live takes over at 7. First pitch around 7:40. You'll see it all right here on Fox 2, followed by our post-game show. So keep it right here for a full night of baseball. Wings are off until tomorrow night when they'll be in New Jersey. 2 games left in their season. Then it will be another offseason where they're going to try to find the right moves to end their playoff drought, which is now at 9 years. First things first, though, they got 2 more. They've won 2 in a row. They want to close things out on a high note.
What we're gaining right now is a little bit of the mental stuff. We're challenging them to give to each other down the stretch. They've done a good job. They did a good job in Tampa. They did a good job last night because human nature is to, you know what, it's over for us. We're not going to play again. I'm not sure I really want to get completely involved in this game. So that's a little bit of the mental stuff. The young players, you take Berge, for example. Last night he could gain some confidence because we challenged him. Hey, you get an opportunity, keep the spot or give it back. So far he's kept it. So really good thing for him. But I would much rather see our team in a stressful situation right now than in a we're done situation. I just think you learn so much more about your team.
All right, 2 more games to do that. Tigers with the game coming up tonight. They will look to build on that series opening victory last night, and you will see it right here on Fox 2. Like we said, pregame show gets underway in about 6 minutes. Wojo's over there coughing.
Making a rocket. Yes, he does.
Might be the allergies, because of the weather. Yeah.
That's what he says.
Blame it on the weather, guy. You know, it's going to be cool tonight. Sunshine returns tomorrow. Full check tonight after baseball.
All right, thank you, Rich. And as we head into the break, we're going to take a look outside to check out our live bird feeder camera. Got a couple.
Must-see TV right here.
I mean, it's dinner time. We'll be right back.
The need is greater than ever, with federal funding cuts hitting food banks pretty hard.
Yeah, now is your chance to pitch in and make sure people in need have food on the table, and your money will go even further because it is a Gleaners Double Your Donation Day. Just $1 can provide up to 6 meals. The number to call is 855-315-FOOD, or you can head to the Gleaners website, gcfb.org.
All you need is $1.
They are a great community partner and doing so much good work in the community. Well, thanks for being with us here at 6. Our Tigers pregame special is next.
But we're going to see you back here tonight after the game. Won't you have a great night? Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
American Family Field in Milwaukee. That's where the Tigers are this evening, just over an hour away from the first pitch in their ball game against the Brewers, and you will see it all right here on Fox 2, as you saw. A very special day in baseball, Jackie Robinson Day. We'll talk more about that coming up. Wojo's here, Birchie's here. Before we get to these guys, we're going to go straight out to the diamond, because that's where Hammer is standing by with a special guest. Hammer, take it away.
What's up, Hammer? All right. Hey, guys. Nice to see you this evening, and I am joined by the man they call Z-Mac. He is in the 7-hole tonight, one of 5 left-handers tonight in this lineup against Priestley. Give me a sense just about what this journey has been like for you this season. You've played already 4 different positions. You're in right field again tonight.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun moving around. Just keeps it loose, and I get to enjoy it every time I get to go out and do a new position, and just kind of hitting everywhere in the lineup, too. It's been a lot of fun.
It's interesting. There's been a lot of quotes from A.J. Hinch about you. He called you a man without a defined role. You've also been called an X factor, and I think this is my favorite one, the most versatile player on the field for late game decisions. What does that versatility mean to you as a player, and how much has A.J. kind of given you the strength to be able to go anywhere on this field and produce?
Yeah, it definitely gives me the confidence every day, and just reinstills it in me, and just allows me to go out there and give it my best ability. And it's a lot of fun to just be able to be that versatility guy on defense, being able to play different positions, and then also my bat just kind of coming in handy, and then just kind of using the defense to stay in the lineup.
A lot of depth on this team, also a lot of offense. You guys absolutely blew the cover off the ball last night in that 9-1 win. Talk to me a little bit about the way this team has been producing at the plate and how that process has helped you guys just with better defense all the way around.
Yeah, it's coming from a lot of different bats right now. It's been a lot of fun to watch the guys in different parts of the year, even though we're 13, 14 games in. It's a lot of different guys coming through, and it's been a lot of fun to be a part of. The at-bats are, we're just passing the stick along and just getting on base for those next guys.
My final question for you. You guys are actually 10-6, best record in the American League. Do you think about that? Do you look at that? I know that this is barely even a tenth of the season played.
Yeah, we just continue to just try to take series wins, and the more you win series, the more times you're winning. So, yeah, we just take it one series at a time and try to get those 2 wins out of the 3.
And I can't get a Go Broncos out of you?
Nope, fire up chips.
I knew that was coming. Thank you, Zach McKinstry, for your time. We'll send it back to you. We'll see you guys a little bit later in the show.
All right, Hammer, good stuff. Thank you. We'll check back in just a bit. There's the Tigers lineup for tonight. She mentioned McKinstry in there in right field. Torres leading off. Kerry Carpenter, who hit one last night. Riley Green in there as well. Spencer Torkelson, Cole Keith. Dylan Dingler catching tonight. Javier Baez at third. And then it is Trey Sweeney at short. Jack Flaherty on the mound tonight. Boys, welcome.
Whoa.
Great to have you here.
Glad to be back. We've got the Tigers off to a great start.
We do. We did. Exactly.
We get the credit for
Tigers
this.
are 1-0 on Fox 2. They won an opening day. They're looking to make it 2 in a row.
With Jack Flaherty on the bump, I might add.
Good point by you. So they'll try to do that again tonight. So I do find myself wondering. I know they play 162, but everyone means something, Woj. So I got to ask you, what is this game?
Well, this is further indication today that something special is brewing with the Tigers. I do like my brews. And what did we say, and what do they always say? Got to get off to a fast start. They don't always get off. They are the fastest starting team in baseball, not just with a 10-6 record and a +23 run differential. They have the most runs scored in the first inning in the American League.
That's a fast start.
They take the first pitches of any team in the American League, meaning they're patient right out of the box. They're trying to get on base. They're really taking the orders from A.J. Hinch. Patience, persistence, and so far, almost perfection.
And if you take out the series against the Dodgers, they're 10-3.
Which doesn't count.
No, it doesn't
we
count.
deemed that an exhibition on Sunday night. So
correct.
They are 10-3.
But to his point, you know what? Last year they had so much ground they had to make up. Right. And I think we all wondered, hey, what happens if you get off to a good start? In particular, you got some guys that are hurt. Maybe you can just hang on until some of those guys come back. They're doing more than hanging on.
This feels like as good of a start as they could have envisioned, imagined, with Parker Meadows, maybe their most valuable position player on the shelf, and Matt Vierling, among others, still waiting to rejoin this lineup. And they did start well last year in terms of their record. They were 9-7 through 16 games, just 1 game off this year's pace. But that start felt fluky because their run differential was -3, and it was buoyed by a number of narrow wins and extra innings. This one feels much more sustainable because the starting pitching has been, I would argue, even better than we thought it was going to be. They continue to raise the bar every single time a new pitcher takes the mound. We'll see Flaherty tonight, but that alone gives the Tigers a chance to stay in this race and maybe even lead this race until Meadows and others rejoin this team.
Speaking of Flaherty, it's time to take a look at the pitching matchup for tonight. Are you ready for this?
Oh, yeah. Let me get my notes here. Hold on. Okay, yeah.
Let me help you right here.
I'm ready, yeah. No, I know exactly what I'm doing here.
So Bird down now for the pitching matchup. Flaherty, Priester, go.
Flaherty's been tremendous. Third or fourth.
All right, I guess Woj is doing this. Go ahead, Woj. Take it away, Woj.
You did what
Take it away. Take it away, Woj. You got it. You got it.
Let's do it again.
I stand down.
Let's stand. down. Flaherty,
Priester, go.
All right, so Flaherty. Oh, go ahead.
Look, Quinn Priester, big, tall righty, a former first-round pick of your Pittsburgh Pirates, Dan Miller, has yet to put it all together in the big leagues, has struggled with 2 different teams, but had a great first start with the Brewers last week, held the Rockies in Colorado, a notoriously difficult place to pitch, to 1 run over 5 innings, pitches to contact, a power sinker. You love that power sinker.
Oh, love the power sinker.
Ground ball pitcher. But look, tonight's about Jack Flaherty and about this dominant Tigers rotation. And it seems like every single time A.J. Hinch hands the ball to one of them, they have a chance to dominate. And this rotation turns over like a well-oiled lineup. There is no weakness. They don't give opposing teams or lineups a chance to breathe. And Jack Flaherty is just a shining example of that. Look, he's got everything working. He's had 21 strikeouts through 16 innings against his slider. hitters are batting 188. Against his fastball, they're batting 148. Against his knuckle curve, love the knuckle curve, batting 133. He's been nasty, baseball term. He's been filthy, baseball term. And I would expect more of the same tonight. He's been dominant, and this is why the Tigers are off to the 16-10 start.
And
10-6 start,
when you have the ability to come off a game like you had last night from Scooble and then hand the ball to Flaherty, which is what they're doing.
Give me Goff, Darnold, go. Goff, Darnold, go.
We did that.
I know. I lapsed into football season. Sorry.
We will take a break. Come right back. We're glad you're with us. It is a baseball night here on Fox 2. We had hockey last night, baseball tonight. Tigers and Brewers coming your way. Stick with us. Much more coming up.
Was an actor, he was a pitchman, and he was a great baseball announcer. Kerry Carpenter levels this ball into left center. It's gone. It disappears.
So there it was last night. Kerry Carpenter, number 5 on the year, a solo home run, part of a 9-1 Tigers victory over Milwaukee. Hammer had a chance to catch up with him tonight as they get set to go again this evening against the Brewers.
Carrie, let's start by talking about last night. I mean, the fans, the atmosphere, just take me through kind of how exciting it was to be part of a game like that.
It was cool. It's always special to have Detroit fans on the road, and last night was one of the best. And I remember last time we were here, it was the same thing. And so I don't know if a lot of people here are from Detroit or come over here because it's close, but it was pretty special.
Give me a sense of what you think went well for this team last night offensively. And obviously you've won 8 of your last 10, but you guys are putting up 5 runs per game on average through the first 16.
Yeah, we just have a really good preparation. Our hitting coaches are amazing, and we have a lot of guys that go up there and have a plan and can execute it, and I think that's been a huge thing. Even when people aren't getting hits or getting on base, they're having great at-bats, and those typically turn into hits and getting on base later in the game or the next game. So it's been fun to see all of us executing our plan up there.
And especially when you come out of the gate early, putting up 2 in the first, 2 in the second, it feels like hitting can be contagious. How much can something like that carry over to a game 2 of a series?
Yeah, I think having the confidence of what we did last night and carrying it over to today is a it's a real thing. And so, I mean, we go into every game confident no matter what, but it is fun to have some results at least, because there's games where you have good at-bats and it doesn't go your way, and last night we had good at-bats and went our way, so we're excited about tonight.
Some hard hit balls by you last night, one that was a long out, but just talk to me about where you are in your process and at this stage in the season offensively.
I feel great. It's been a blessing to start the year this way and just kind of figure out my swing and my timing pretty early, and now it's just keeping it and keeping it rolling, and I'm pretty confident that I can keep doing that, and so it's been fun to have, you know, some success right out of the gate and help this team get some wins.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you. God bless.
All right, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Hammer, thank you very much. Kerry Carpenter there. Look, any questions about the Tigers offense? If he's hitting, you've got some answers.
Yeah, you know, every time Torkelson squares went up this year, it feels like a bonus. But Carpenter feels more and more like a given. He is now a bona fide slugger in the majors, and he has proven that he is one of the most dangerous hitters against right-handed pitching. He's beginning to prove that he's also pretty dangerous against lefties, and that makes him a viable middle-of-the-order bat that you can pencil in confidently every day. And when you look at the damage he's done against right-handed pitching since last season, he is among the best hitters in the game, with guys like Aaron Judge and Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani. That's the company that he keeps, and if he maintains that production against righties and levels up against lefties, you're looking at an all-star slugger in the middle of this lineup.
One guy that the Tigers would like to see get going a little bit, nice thing is they're winning in spite of it, Riley Green, last 7 games, 1 for 24.
Yeah. Exactly. And in those 7 games, 1 walk and 20 strikeouts. 1 walk and 14 strikeouts, sorry. And he's been having the strikeout problems all year long. You mentioned Torque and Carpenter. They're both seemingly givens. Riley Green is the given, is supposed to be the given, and we think he will end up being a given once again. But this is one of the toughest stretches of his career, and I assume he'll come out of it. And when he does, all of a sudden, that Tiger lineup to the middle of the order looks phenomenal, if he does, when he does.
Yeah, I would argue the 2 purest hitters on this team are Riley Green and Colt Keith, and both of them have been really cold to start the season. And when they inevitably heat up, because they will, all of a sudden, like you said, Woj, 2 through 8, if not 1 through 9, this feels like a pretty potent lineup in the making.
I'm calling it. Riley Green, who has not hit a home run since April 4th, he's hitting one tonight. The Brewers do give up home runs. The starting pitcher has been touched for home runs quite a bit.
And then we'll see Hammer ride down that slide.
Yes, we will.
Beer in hand right down the slide. Tigers and Brewers coming up. Glad you're with us tonight. We're going to take you right up till 7 o'clock, and then we'll hand it off to the folks over at FanDuel. Johnny Kane, Daniela Bruce standing by, and of course a little bit later tonight, Jason Benetti and Andy Dirks on the call. One of the most important days, not just in baseball, but in our country's history. April 15th, 1947. They're celebrating Jackie Robinson Day today. More on that coming up next. All right, less than an hour until first pitch in Milwaukee. Tigers taking on the Brewers. That's where Hammer is this evening. We check in with her again. Hello, Hammer.
Hey guys, and you know, tonight is a really special night here in Milwaukee as the Brewers organization honors Jackie Robinson Night. It was in 1997 that Major League Baseball decided to retire his number, and all across the country, every team has a Jackie Robinson Day. And for the Tigers tonight, they know the impact and the meaning of this, and it starts with manager A.J. Hinch.
When we go to every ballpark, it's the only number that's up on, in the rafters somewhere, being recognized as an important number in our game's history. And so, I want our guys to know the other numbers for sure, but this one to stop a sport and have us all recognize what Jackie Robinson meant to the history of this game is second to none. I mean, we have players in our clubhouse who are provided opportunities based on the original opportunity that Jackie was given. I think it's important for us to be in touch with the longevity of impact that comes with Jackie Robinson. We wear the number not just to all look alike or not just to all participate, but it's to take a moment and reflect on the meaning behind it and the impact that a very special player and person had on generations of ball players that followed him.
I want to talk to you first just about this shirt that you're wearing and what it means to you as a kid who knew of Jackie Robinson and came up living your dream and now playing in the bigs.
Yeah, it's definitely really, really cool and kind of surreal knowing that as a kid I always wore 42. Like, that was always the number that I got, number that I requested, and now for a day I get to wear it in the big leagues. So just being able to think about what he did and what he had to go through in order for me to be able to be in this locker room and play this game with these guys it's pretty incredible. So I'm super happy to be able to represent and wear that uniform today.
And certainly to know about Jackie Robinson as a kid who was born in 2000, 13 years after Major League Baseball retired his number, it's really profound as Justin Henry Malloy stood there and talked to me about how he wore the number 42, how he absolutely admired Jackie Robinson and everything he did for the game. And if you haven't seen the movie 42, I know you guys all have, it really is incredible. I mean, just what he overcame between death threats and hate, and just to be able to still make an impact on this game. It really is incredible. So I'm honored to be here in Milwaukee tonight for this game, and also to see the Tigers continue to carry on his memory as well.
Yep, no doubt, Hammer. Incredible athlete in multiple sports. And baseball, as much as any sport, does a great job at celebrating its history. But this isn't just about baseball history. No. This is our country's history.
And you can see how it affects somebody like Jay Hen, as it should. And you're right, baseball does a good job of pausing appropriately. And it got sped up with the pitch clock this year. Remember, baseball needs to go faster, faster, faster. But every now and then it's good to take a step back and remember various markers, and that's one of the biggest markers in the history of the game.
Yeah, and one way to honor the legacy of Jackie Robinson is to play with verve and athleticism and with a daring style on the base paths, in the field, and especially on the base path. That's something this Tigers team does well. They'll take the extra base. They'll force the issue. They'll tag up from third on a short fly ball, all things that Jackie Robinson was known for. He played with a fearlessness that more teams around baseball could afford to play with now.
In honor of Jackie Robinson, steal home tonight. Somebody steal home tonight.
So wait.
Yes.
Ronnie Green's going deep. It's somebody stealing home tonight.
Hello, I'm talking here. You listening?
Anything else before we get out of here?
That's it for now.
We'll see how that works out.
Maybe a no-no.
Stick around for more.
We got much more coming up. Stick with us. We're counting you down. Getting ready for baseball tonight on Fox 2. Tigers, first place, best record in the American League. Looking to keep it going tonight in Milwaukee. Family Field in Milwaukee. You know what? Here's the cool thing, guys. It's always a great night for baseball when you're winning. And that's where the Tigers are right now. You know they can't wait to get out there. And this is just, for many of these guys, Birchie, a continuation of what they did last year.
Yeah, I mean, they sprinted into the playoffs last year, and they have raced out of the gates now. And you begin to wonder, are they just finding their stride? Is this truly who they are? And again, with the way they're pitching, they have every chance to keep this up. But the offense has been just as impressive relative to preseason expectations. They're a top 10 team in runs scored, in hits, in homers, and we haven't even mentioned Dylan Dingler yet, who is thriving and swinging it like he was swinging it last year in AAA. Now, that might not be sustainable, but when he comes back down to earth, Riley Green heats up, Colt Keith heats up. But this team is built in a division to continue leading this race for ideally most of all of this season.
They could win their 5th straight series with a win today. They would clinch the series. And the funny thing is,
you're winning series, man, things add up.
If they win the first 2, it seems like every series, and then drop the 3rd. But they got to win today to win the series. And the pitching has, as you said, folded over again and again and again. Tomorrow, they're going to bring up Kiter Montero. Not for injury purposes, but they're playing the long game, knowing or thinking, assuming they'll be in the playoffs. So they don't want to wear their pitchers out early in the season.
It's just A.J. Hinch wanted to push the rotation back a day.
And we were talking about this last night, leaving the Wings game. This is a fun team to watch, the Tigers, every night, because their arms are compelling. They have a Cy Young winner at the top of the rotation, a former #1 pick at the bottom, a former #3 pick behind him, Jack Flaherty, who's electric, Reese Olson, who can get all kinds of swing and miss. This is a team worth watching every night because of that, and it's refreshing to see.
Let's talk about the lineup that you're going to be looking at tonight. We'll take a look at that for the Tigers as they get ready to go in Milwaukee. Gubernatorial is at the top. Carpenter in there, coming off a home run last night. Riley Green took yesterday off, trying to get that bat going this evening. Then Torkelson, Keith Dingler, McKinstry, Baez, Sweeney, Flaherty on the mound. Woj, what jumps out about that lineup?
They'll hit some home runs, and I'm not just saying, no. Priester gives up home runs. He really does. He doesn't have a long major league career yet, but in 22 career appearances, he's given up 16 home runs. So he does give up home runs.
He was at one time a very highly regarded prospect.
Very high.
But in the world of baseball, we know this: the road is littered with highly regarded prospects who don't realize it. They're still hoping he can.
Mostly from the Pirates.
Yeah, that happens. That happens.
And look, Torkelson, we mentioned Carpenter hitting lefties. Torkelson's hitting righties this year. That's a huge step for him. Another chance tonight to prove himself against righties. You know what? I'll take a Torkelson homer, and I'll take a Javi Baez stolen base in the late innings while we're here doing this.
Hey, Tiger fans showed up last night. These guys, and we're seeing them there before the game today. Players on the team said, we heard them. I mean, we saw it with the Lions a lot. Now we're seeing it with the Tigers as they get ready to go in Milwaukee tonight. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thank you for making us a part of your evening. We're going to hand it off to the folks at FanDuel. Johnny Kane, Daniela Bruce will take over. Then you'll have Jason Benetti and Andy Dirks with the call. Then we're all coming back post-game afterwards. So just sit back, relax, watch some Tiger baseball. We got it for you right here on Fox 2. Have a great night, everybody.
Up.
can't order things online or go out to eat as much as I want. I have to rein in my spending. But this is what American families know how to do. They sit at their kitchen table and they pull out their budget, they look at their credit card statements, they look at their checking account statements, and they go through spending and go line by line and say, I can't afford to pay for this anymore. I gotta drop my Netflix, I gotta drop this, I gotta drop that. And that's what the American people know how to do. And so, in my opinion, because all my friends and family are normal people, the people that I like to spend my time with are normal people that understand this. I don't think the American people are the problems with the patience that it's gonna take. I think the American people have the patience and desperately want us to fix the problem. So actually, I think you guys get it probably more than Washington does. And I think you're more committed maybe than many of my colleagues. And that I have a lot of respect for you guys for, and I thank you for that. But I'm committed to it because our kids, my children, they're not gonna have a future. Your children, your grandchildren, what kind of future are they going to have if we don't, in our time, fix these problems? Why are you such a coward? In the face of an obvious fascist takeover, Andrew. Ooh, scary. That's scary. You know, I've yet to see a fascist gathering. That doesn't exist in the Republican Party. As a matter of fact, President Trump is the most transparent president in history. The man literally talks to the press every single day. It's amazing. Not only that, he takes them on Air Force One and takes them to UFC fights. He talks to them and gaggles on the plane. He talks to them all the time. This is such an amazing thing that happened. You know, well, the Associated Press shouldn't have told as many lies as they did about President Trump. And President Trump has been lied about by Democrats, has been lied about by the press. I mean, Russia collusion, come on. I haven't seen the press apologize for that. And many people, unfortunately, are still brainwashed on those lies. You know the real problem that happened in America? The real problem was this. Can you imagine that every Democrat you know voted for Kamala Harris in the general election, but they didn't complain about the fact that they couldn't vote for her in the primary, that the Democrat Party didn't allow a primary? You talk about fascism. Think about that. Not really a question, but maybe a mention of the fact that MAGA people would not disrupt a Democrat town hall. Oh, how about that? Yeah, that's incredible. And certainly would not require that the meeting place be held secret for a period of time due to security concerns. Isn't that something? I do believe the more moderate Dems would fully agree with what I just wrote. I would hope so. Thank you for all you do, Marjorie. You are a strong and important voice for sanity. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for deporting the illegals. I lost my daughter, Peyton, Fatur, forever 27, in December 2021. She was not an addict. She was a beautiful girl who made a mistake. Our children should not die from one mistake. Thank you for slowing the flow of fentanyl into the country, Jennifer. Jennifer, I don't know if I hope you're in here, but I'm sorry for the loss of your daughter. And I think that your statement, your words right here, speak volumes. And I want to tell you that it was for moms like you, moms and dads like you, that I led the effort to impeach Secretary Mayorkas last Congress. And it's because of moms and dads like you and your precious children that should have never died from fentanyl overdoses. And like you said, they made a mistake. And President Trump is committed. He is committed. Oh, you want to know a big fight on the tariffs for Mexico and Canada? It's because he's sick and tired of our people being poisoned with fentanyl. President Trump has been very hard on Mexico and Canada both because fentanyl flows through both of those borders, and it's for families like yours. And so, Jennifer, all of us in this room, we stand with you. We share your grief, and we're so sorry. We're so sorry, but we are fixing this problem. And thank you. Thank you for your question and statement. What benefit have you brought to the farmers in your district with your support of the Trump administration's inflationary tariff-based economic policy? Nathan. Well, Nathan, I got to tell you, I talked to a lot of farmers. You know, tariffs help our farmers. You know, our farmers have a very difficult time selling the food that they produce because they can't compete with foreign countries. Foreign countries are shipping in food and meat from all over the world much cheaper than our farmers are able to produce food and sell it here in the United States. Listen, food, the fact that we can produce food is national security for our country, and President Trump's tariffs are going to make sure that we have national security for food in America. Will President Trump be dismantling the IRS? I certainly hope so, Lee. That's a great question. What businesses would you like to see come to District 14, Shannon? Well, you know, as a representative, I don't pick and choose the businesses. But the businesses that I think are so important in the district are the ones that exist there. And I think as my role as your representative, the work that I do in Washington has to support your ability to run your business and grow your business. And that's what I'm committed to do. All right, that wrapped it up. This is fantastic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again for coming out tonight. And I want to thank you for your support. And I also am so excited. Thank you to the city of Vackworth. I'm thrilled to have this part in my district. We've had great meetings today and look forward to working with everyone. And also, I'll say this. I know one thing about Georgia 14. Georgia 14 is not going to be intimidated by funded Democrat protests and by people that came in that aren't from our district. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. What is that, the illegal alien? That's an illegal alien. So you can see Democrats support. They support illegal aliens. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Okay. Be safe going home. We ignore the noise.
Okay, so quite a eventful town hall there in Cobb County, Georgia. Andrew Kraft back here. You were just listening to the Republican Congresswoman there from Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene, amid numerous interruptions, so much so that several people were escorted out there by law enforcement officials, some even who were resisting. I believe you saw their officers deploying their tasers to render them compliant to exit the facility and the venue there. So that was quite something there. Now, what is interesting there about that town hall, you didn't see some of these constituents of Greene's get up and ask their question to the Congresswoman in a microphone in that type of setting. It seems like these questions were submitted either before the event began or during the event. And that is what you just watched, what you just listened to. She was responding and answering to those questions in real time at this kind of PowerPoint presentation beside her there in the room. So thought that was interesting. We wanted to show that to you live, raw, and uninterrupted. That's what we do here. You know that on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime here, we do want to take our first commercial break of this hour. A lot more top headlines this hour. When we come back, we'll be checking in with our Fox 4 Dallas team. After that high school shooting today at a Dallas area high school, updates where that came from when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's keep it moving with these top headlines on your Tuesday evening here. Our next one takes us to the Dallas area. Live look there over the Dallas skyline. Well, our team there at Fox 4 has been covering this high school shooting investigation now that left one student injured there on the scene of Wilmer Hutchins High School. And so Fox 4 Dallas just began their show about 15 minutes ago with special breaking coverage of this. Let's listen.
News leader, Fox 4.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. We do begin tonight with the continuing breaking news. 4 people were hurt today during a shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School in Dallas.
We want to take a live look now from Sky 4. Not nearly as many people at the school now as when the shooting first happened earlier this afternoon, but let's go straight to Fox 4's Stephen Dial. All right, Stephen, DISD, we know held a very brief news conference about an hour ago. Kind of give us an update and what they said.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I call it unfortunate because we were standing here this time last year for a shooting on campus. And so naturally, the media, but more importantly, the parents who have students in this building who come here every day want answers as to how did this happen again, literally almost a year to the date. It actually happened, yesterday, a year ago. And so we're getting more information from Dallas Fire and Rescue than the district itself. Dallas Fire and Rescue just let us know that all of the victims in this incident are between the ages of 15 and 18, and they are all boys. And so that's the latest information that we got. Now, the assistant police chief for Dallas ISD said that 4 people were injured. We know, according to source information and from the Dallas councilman Tennell Atkins, a student was shot in the leg. They did not say that in the press conference, but we know that there was a shooting. They only described it as 4 injured. We don't know the extent of the other injuries, but again, Dallas Fire Rescue giving us that latest information of actually giving an age range for the victims, 15 to 18, saying that they are all males. But I talked to a 9th grader, and she told me, you know, this is her first year here, but she heard about the incident that happened last year. Take a listen at how she described what was going on in the classroom.
My teacher, she was going over our work, and we heard a gunshot. And at first, I was trying to process it because, like, usually, like, they have, like, little, like, they, like, smack you, like, they're around the halls and, like, they play around. So, like, I was processing it until it went off again, and it was faster this time. So that's when me and my classmates, we got up and we went behind the teacher's desk. And I was making sure my classmates were okay. And then we went into the storage room, and we had waited there until we got escorted out.
And so that's just one perspective from a 9th grade student, and her godmother was talking to me about getting the calls from her saying that she heard gunshots at her school, and so she just rushed here like a lot of other parents and guardians to get their students. Now, the latest information from that press conference with 2 questions was that they know who the shooter is. They said they know who the suspect is. They did not describe them as a shooter, but did not give any identifying information about that shooter, did not say if they were a student of this school or in Dallas ISD. The incident that happened this time last year was a breakdown in the entry point of the school between the bag check. Students have clear book bags. Somehow a bag still got in with a gun. They said that's not the case. That is the biggest information that I gleaned from that press conference was they said it was not a bag check thing, but did not say, okay, what is it? Councilman Tennell Atkins told Lori Brown hours earlier saying that a door may have been propped open, so a lot of unanswered questions.
All right, okay, we'll keep asking. Stephen, thank you.
Well, Sky 4 first arrived. We saw a major police presence and some students running. It was a chaotic scene.
Things more calm now as the district says the reunification process has wrapped up. And we do want to go now to Lori Brown. And Lori, as we heard Stephen talk about you, that you had the chance to talk to Tennell Atkins. You also had the chance to talk to parents, first responders, a lot of folks. What do you have for us?
Other things have definitely calmed down out here. Something that I thought was interesting from that news conference is that it took 4 hours for Dallas ISD to reveal that they are still working to locate and arrest the suspect. A lot of times in situations like this, authorities will reveal that the shooter is still on the loose so that people can take precautions. And I want to show you something interesting about this school is that right across from the school here is a very big wooded area. In fact, the school is surrounded by wooded areas. So I am very interested to find out how Dallas ISD knew, or at least why they would say that this campus is safe, as many parents were coming through here to reunify with students, all the while the shooter was still on the loose. We did talk to one of the parents who was able to reunite with her 2 kids who were inside the school as the shots rang out, and here is what she had to say about the situation.
I'm thinking about taking them out and putting them in homeschool. Because it's something I can't keep going through this as a parent. I'm telling you, it's very frightening to ever think about losing your child and your kids. It's very, I mean, this is terrible. But they're over there now. Thank God they're standing. But my heart goes out to the parents that had to deal with this tragedy today.
School is going to be closed for the rest of the week, and counselors are going to be on hand to be able to talk with students. The superintendent is also not yet saying exactly what transpired or what led up to this shooting. Stephen, Heather.
All right. Lori Brown, thank you. We'll continue to follow this story and bring you the latest updates as we get them. You can also find the very latest on our website, fox4news.com, or on the Fox Local app, which is available now to download.
And back on live there to the Dallas area. We're also hearing from the mayor of Dallas there, Eric Johnson, saying, I'm deeply troubled to learn that a shooting has taken place at Wilmer Hutchins High School in Dallas, saying our schools should never be places of violence. I'm grateful to the Dallas PD and Dallas Fire for their swift response to this situation. So Fox 4 sources telling Stephen Dial at least one 17-year-old male student was shot in the lower leg. Now, the other three that it was being reported were injured, suffering non-life-threatening injuries. We don't know the extent, though, of their injuries or whether or not there were gunshot wounds. We just know that at least 4 individuals were hospitalized in this entire story, in this entire scenario here. But remember, this shooting suspect and school officials and police officials believe they are aware of who it is, though that suspect has not been taken into custody as of this hour here. All right, in lieu of replaying the press conference from school officials and law enforcement officials, we want to go out to something live. Let's go back to that event that we were showing you with Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican congresswoman from Georgia. She just wrapped up a town hall with constituents in her district. She's now taking questions from reporters live. Let's listen to a bit of this.
Especially from some of the people who came here to support you and wanted to hear your message.
My reaction is it shouldn't be that way. America overwhelmingly voted in November for President Trump, Republican control of the House and the Senate, and how people should handle their businesses in the voting booth. There's no reason for screaming, yelling, ridiculous, outrageous protesting. That disrupts the entire event for every single person that is there. And, you know, one of the most important things I do is offer constituent services. And that was exactly what I wanted to be able to promote and talk about tonight.
From a safety standpoint, you even mentioned the fact that you had to keep this place secret for a little bit. The idea that there are so many people who got to have this increased police presence, does that leave you deterred at all when you know that there are people who are out there with all these thoughts about what they want to do in one of these rallies?
No, you know, I don't like that. But no, I'm not deterred. My job is a representative of the people that voted, that my district. And I have to represent the entire district. And that means I have a job to do. And that job is extremely important. No, I'm not deterred. But I will tell you guys, and this is a story that I think is extremely important, I have the most death threats in Congress. And at times, I have more death threats than even Speaker Johnson. And it shouldn't be that way. And we just saw Governor Shapiro's mansion attacked with arson. It shouldn't be this way for any elected leader, no matter what political party they represent.
Ma'am, can we get your response to, there's been a lot of coverage on stocks buys that you made in the days before and the day of the announcement that these tariffs were being paused. Was there anything that you knew ahead of time, or can you at least respond to the criticism that's been published?
You know, I think that criticism is laughable. President Trump has been talking about tariffs for decades. President Trump announced April 2nd is when he was putting tariffs in place. I have a fiduciary agreement with my portfolio manager. I don't place my buys and sells. That's something that the portfolio manager does for me, and he did a great job. Guess what he did? He bought the dip, and that's what anybody that has any financial sense does when they know the market's going to be going down. That was obvious to everyone, and President Trump had announced tariffs long before. That wasn't anything, that wasn't a secret. Big public information.
Congresswoman Greene, do you think it was a proportionate response to have police tase somebody who was just booing at you from the crowd? They weren't approaching you, they weren't anywhere near you. Just what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like I said before, this isn't a political rally or a protest. I held a town hall tonight. You know who was out of line? The protesters. There was a place designated outside for the protesters because we support their First Amendment right. So you know who was out of line? The protesters. The police did a great job. I'm very thankful for them.
There was a moment when you answered a question about how Americans are going to have to sort of tighten their belts and kind of work through the issues that are being caused by the tumult in the economy. Is it fair to say that those issues sort of cross party lines and that maybe some of the concern about it is real?
I hope the concern is real, and actually Americans have been tightening their belts for years. And the past 4 years just hit a height that we hadn't seen. Inflation at the highest rates that we had not seen for 40 years. And yes, I think this is something the American people understand better than Washington, D.C. I'm just hoping that all of us can get it right in our job in Congress.
You paused tonight when you read that question from the parent, talked about fentanyl. Reading that, what was your overall reaction? You can tell it touched you, but can you just speak about that when you meet people who have those sort of stories?
Yeah, that question was something else. It was heartbreaking, and it shook me from the inside. I'm a mother. I have 3 children. I mean, all of us that are parents can't imagine being in that woman's position. But it's a story that's been told over and over. And I serve on the Homeland Security Committee. And to me, this isn't a political party issue. It's an American issue. We have a drug crisis in this country. And it's got to be something that all of us care about together. And the drug crisis has come across the border by cartels. And that woman, you know, I was hoping she was sitting there. I don't know if she showed up or not, but I just wanted to hug her because I've heard it too many times. And we just pray it stops. We pray that border security will stop it.
All right, Congresswoman there, Marjorie Taylor Greene, taking questions from reporters. We're going to step away from this. We do have some other top headlines to get to. She was talking about there the economy, also President Trump's tariff policy as well. Well, as you know, we're in Holy Week. Easter Sunday is this weekend, and egg prices increased again just in March. Now, that's according to the Consumer Price Index, and that means those Easter egg rolls and recipes could be a bit pricier this year. Fox News multimedia reporter Oliviana Calmes, she's in St. Louis, Missouri, and she spoke with bakery owners about what they are anticipating this Easter weekend. She joins me from downtown St. Louis. Oliviana, good to see you here. What have they told you, and what did you learn?
Good evening, Andrew. They tell me that they don't want to raise prices, especially ahead of Easter, where a lot of people are wanting to get a special treat for the holiday. But with these egg prices, it's really tough.
Sugary Baking Company is decked out for the holiday.
Easter is one of the higher holidays that we see an increase.
Eggs are involved in almost everything they do.
She's using an egg wash. One of our pies takes 72 eggs. So we use the shelled, we use liquid, we use whole eggs, egg whites. All of those have just kind of quadrupled in price for us.
The average price of a dozen eggs hit $6.23, which is 60% higher than a year ago and a big uptick since 2020, where the price was just $1.53.
They're still just so expensive. In my house, we're going to limit the eggs. I mean, like, really limit them.
We have to do this. We're going to buy the plastic eggs, which doesn't have any yolk or anything inside the egg. Just some candy, which is not really good for the kids.
Before the bird flu outbreak, there were about 315 million hens laying eggs. As of March, only about 285 million.
We've been going to different stores just to try to not only find the best price for eggs, but just to find them in general.
Wholesale egg prices have dropped according to the USDA, but Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins saying that may take a while to see that price drop at the grocery store. Andrew.
All right, Oliviana Calmes there live for us in St. Louis. Oliviana, thanks for bringing us this story, and if we don't see you, happy Easter.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, you heard there about high egg prices. Well, what about the biggest story from last week into this week? And that, of course, was the huge tariff policy announced by President Trump. And then just last week, remember, a 90-day pause was issued on most of those tariffs. Well, our colleague, Fox's Connor Hansen, has a look at where the tariffs stand now. Let's listen.
Economic job they ever had. I stopped at coal.
In another change to the White House tariff policy, President Trump says he's considering a temporary exemption for the auto industry.
I'm looking at something to help some of the car companies where they're switching to parts that were made in Canada, Mexico, and other places, and they need a little bit of time.
In March, the president announced 25% auto tariffs. And adding to the U.S. trade battle with China, tariffs on semiconductors could be coming soon, along with other electronics. Beijing has announced it will restrict the export of its rare earth minerals, critical to manufacturing a wide range of goods, including chips.
Chips are used in lots of different things, from cell phones to cars to appliances to consumer electronics. So that just means higher costs for those businesses, and they'll have to pass that through.
And American businesses are already reacting. The chip-making powerhouse NVIDIA has announced it will be making AI supercomputers in the U.S.
Welcome to Luderman Live for a Tuesday evening. Noticeably cooler out there today. We told you it was coming yesterday afternoon. It was very spring-like. It felt more like May. And then today, it felt much more like March with the clouds, the rain showers. Did any of you see some wet snowflakes and also some sleet at times this morning, a little bit of grapple or ice pellets? I did at my house. It didn't last very long, but certainly it's a much cooler pattern that's going to stick around for tonight and tomorrow. Even Thursday morning looks rather chilly, but then we're going to start to turn the corner Thursday afternoon into Friday. Pretty quiet out there, but, you know, we have these nice days and then it gets chilly again, and it just, it's a shock to the nervous system. Let me show you what we have with our latest low pressure area. Now, I can expand it just a bit and show you. Now, wait a second. I'm having a little bit of a freeze here. Oh, well, let's just zoom in. Let's try this. Wait a minute. Well, let's just carry on. I'm having a little problem with my little... Oh, it's all right. Everything's working fine. So we have that big low pressure spinning north of the Great Lakes, and as a result, we call it cyclonic flow. You know, there's a big pinwheel around low pressure, and so we have lots of clouds for Detroit, for Saginaw, certainly down to Fort Wayne. Even over Lake Michigan, they had some breaks in the clouds, but it looks like they're filling back in. There could be a couple sprinkles out there. You know, the radar looks like there should be sprinkles out there, but this is a composite radar, so we're seeing the radar images from Grand Rapids and Cleveland, so it's catching some of the higher clouds. Perhaps a few sprinkles out there this evening, but certainly the main feature is the cooler air. Now, tomorrow, we were likely going to get some sunshine. It's still going to be breezy, but remember, the April sun is very strong, so when the sun is out, like it was yesterday, it really makes a difference. So tomorrow and Thursday, we're going to get some sunshine both days. So, you know, with the breeze tomorrow, it's still going to feel a little chilly, but Thursday looks nice. Now, our next feature of interest will be the next cold front to come at us, and that'll bring us a warm-up for Friday, but also a chance for Friday evening, perhaps late evening storms into the overnight Friday, and they could pack a punch. There is some evidence that suggests that they are going to be strong storms, perhaps some gusty winds, so we'll be watching that. It's still, you know, down the road. That's late Friday evening. And then Easter Sunday is looking a bit more iffy right now. Well, you'll see that in the 7-day forecast. How about what's on radar right now? Now, that's snow closer to Cadillac and Gaylord, up 75. Grayling, seeing a bit of snow. Now, it is diminishing. There is a winter weather advisory up in that part of the state until 8 o'clock, but that's going to expire in the next 30 minutes or so. But we showed a live camera during our news from Bel Air, Michigan. That's a little northeast of Traverse City, and there was snow in the sky. I mean, it was coming down pretty good. So not uncommon to see some cold temperatures and certainly some snow in mid-April, especially up north. How about some live pictures from the Mackinac Bridge? Boy, let's wait till a couple of cars and or trucks come at us on the bridge, but it is blustery there. You can see it just looks rough, and you can see the shimmy in the camera. So they're getting wind gusts there between 35 and 40 miles per hour. Not a whole lot of traffic on the bridge, but notice the wave action, especially off to the right there. Yeah, it's definitely blustery. There's a car. Oh, there's a truck right there. So there's a truck moving a bit slower on the bridge. You know, there's a seagull for you. So, you know, it takes a while to warm up, especially in that part of the state. Now, from this time yesterday until now, we're down 19 degrees. So yesterday at this time, we had numbers in the upper 60s, and now we have numbers in the mid 40s. So it is noticeably cooler out there. Look at Cleveland. They're 26 degrees colder now than what they were yesterday at this time. So that's a good indicator that this cold air has arrived, and it's going to stick around for another 36 hours or so. Here are the numbers today at Metro Airport. 51 on the high side, and that was just shortly after midnight. 39. Most of the day we were stuck in the low to mid 40s, and with that wind and with the light showers of rain and snow, it was just rather raw today at times. We also had some splashes of sunshine. Look at the averages, 59 and 39. So when you put all the numbers together, it's about 4 degrees below where we should be for mid-April. How about the records? 85 on the high side back in 1976, and then 21 on the low side in 1935. And there's your precipitation total. You know, officially just a trace at the airport. It didn't amount to much today, but, you know, to see those wet flakes and those little ice pellets, grapple is the technical term, you know. There you go. It's April, you know. Let me give a little wet my whistle here. 45 degrees right now with lots of clouds at Metro Airport. The winds have been gusty today, all day, in fact, and they're still gusty out there. These are the sustained winds, westerly at 16, but I'm going to show you the gusts. The pressure is slowly rising as low pressure is moving north-northeast, north of the Great Lakes. Right now, 41 Lapeer, that's pretty chilly. 45 Windsor, 44s for Ann Arbor and Howe, 43 Pontiac, 47 down in Adrian. Not much warmer there. Take a look at the wind gusts. So the sustained winds are between 15 and 20, but these are the higher gusts. And just an hour ago, we had some gusts close to 40 miles per hour up in Flint at the Flint Bishop Airport. It's still gusty out there. You know, there's Adrian at 37 miles per hour, and that's not, you know, that's not a big deal, really. Typically, once we get gusts closer to 50, that's when we start to think about, you know, sporadic power outages. So we're not there, and we're not going to be there. The winds will slowly diminish. The gusts will slowly come down this evening. Now, tomorrow's still going to be breezy, just not as gusty as what we had today. Look at these numbers. 34 on the Mackinac Island. That's awfully cold. 39s for Oscoda and Traverse City. Look at Bad Axe in the tip of the thumb. 39 degrees. And in London, Ontario, 47 Muskegon. Tigers are playing in Milwaukee. That game's on right now. Is it right now, or does it start at 7:30? Oh, I'm looking up there at my monitor. Well, we have Tiger coverage, and but they're playing in Milwaukee, and that's a retractable stadium, so it's a chilly night in Milwaukee, but if there's trouble, they can always retract the roof. Check out what's going on across the lower 48. You know, most of the lower 48 dealing with some pretty warm weather. I mean, look at Billings, Montana, way up there in the northern Rockies, 73. Denver, 70 degrees right now. In Atlanta, 70 degrees. Certainly warmer down in Orlando at 81. But notice that blue blob right over the Great Lakes. That's the cold air that's going to be with us for the next day and a half. 45. Are we the cold spot on the map? Yes, we are. So on this depiction, we are the cold spot. Boston is 52. Washington, D.C. is 61. But Friday, we're going to see a big temperature, you know, change. It'll be chilly tomorrow, better on Thursday, but on Friday, we're going to get into the middle 70s ahead of our next cold front. So you'll see that in the forecast. There's that big area of low pressure north of New York State, north of Ottawa, north of Quebec, well, close to Quebec City, actually. So typically on the backside of low pressure, you get those west and northwest winds, and that's what we have. But watch what happens to that big high pressure over Iowa. So over the next 24, 36 hours, that high is going to come right over southern Michigan and then build to the eastern seaboard. So that last shot right there, that's Thursday at 8 o'clock. So we'll be under the influence of high pressure for tomorrow and for Thursday. And that's why we have pretty nice weather coming up. Now, that next system that we're watching for Friday evening, Friday night, that's taking shape west of us. So this here is Thursday evening. So if you add 24 hours beyond it, you know, we're going to have some showers and storms in our area. But by Thursday evening, there'll be some storms close to Minneapolis, perhaps some showers around Chicago, Milwaukee, even into the UP Thursday evening. Some wet weather is likely. Let's do a little tour of our Midwestern cities quite a bit of sunshine for Toledo tomorrow and Thursday, as will we. We're going to see quite a bit of sunshine tomorrow and again on Thursday. Chilly around Cleveland tomorrow at 45, better for Thursday. There's Fort Wayne, 55 tomorrow, 67 on Thursday. How about Chicago? A little cooler there near Lake Michigan, so 49 for a high and then 65 on Thursday. Midwest, or South Haven, that is, South Haven, Michigan, also chilly tomorrow. How about Grand Rapids? 53 for Wednesday, 68 on Thursday. We're going to be in the 70s come Friday. You'll see that in the full 7-day forecast. Look at Traverse City. Nice quiet weather if you're traveling north. Sun and clouds for Wednesday and for Thursday. 39 tomorrow for a high in Marquette. That's pretty cool. 54 on Thursday. Back to the Bridge. 42 and 53 for Wednesday and Thursday, with a fair amount of sunshine there as well. And then our last stop on the tour is Tawas. Quite a bit of sunshine Wednesday and Thursday. Still on the cool side, though. If your travel plans are taking you north, next couple days, it will be chilly. But, there's a big but the sun will be out. So, we've mentioned it in some of our previous discussions. The April sun is strong. It's getting higher and higher in the sky, the angle. So the afternoon sun is at a higher angle, which means there's more direct rays, and that tends to heat up the lowest part of the atmosphere. Our sunrises are getting a bit earlier. Our sunsets are getting later. And it's a good thing. Most of winter is behind us. Now, that's not to say that we won't have a few more chilly days, here in April or even into early May. We certainly can and will, but we're moving in the right direction. I love to say that. We're moving in the right direction in terms of, spring. Let's go forward and take a look at our... Wait a minute here. Just give me a second here. I have a little... My little device here just froze up just a wee bit on me here. I think we're going to fix it. Oh, there we go. So our forecast for tonight, this is for all of Southeast Michigan, Metro Detroit, mostly cloudy. It's brisk and it's going to be chilly. We're in the 40s now, but overnight tonight, we're going to dip into the 30s. And with that wind, it's going to feel even colder. How about our forecast for tomorrow, Wednesday? A chilly start. We're going to start out, near 32, 33, close to freezing. But we'll see sun and clouds in the morning and then likely more sunshine in the afternoon. So some fair weather clouds in the morning, but brighter skies in the afternoon tomorrow. And as a result, we're going to get back into the middle 50s. Still breezy, though. Still breezy tomorrow. And then here comes the full 7-day forecast. We'll highlight every day for you. Tomorrow, breezy, sun and clouds, 54. The breeze goes away on Thursday, so it's going to feel warmer Thursday as we get close to 60 degrees. So dry weather for Wednesday and Thursday. I think most of Friday is dry. Certainly in the morning. In the afternoon, there's a chance for a shower, but a much better chance for showers and storms Friday will be mid to late evening. And we mentioned it earlier that some of the models are suggesting that some of the storms Friday evening could be on the strong side. Gusty winds, perhaps. It's a possibility. We'll be fine-tuning that forecast. Tomorrow's Wednesday, and then by Thursday, we'll have a much better feel. But keep that in the back of your mind. Friday evening could be a little active around here. And then the weekend, I think, is mostly rain-free, but we can't rule out a few showers. Saturday, 60 degrees. Sunday, Easter Sunday, is not going to be a washout, but there's a chance for some showers at 56. And then even into Monday, we still have chances for showers and 64. And then looking better on Tuesday, at least drier. So, it looks rather pessimistic there, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But I think the best time for some heavier rains would be late Friday evening and Friday night especially, perhaps into early Saturday morning. So that's what's going on. These swings continue, a couple of nice days, a couple of cool days, a couple of rainy days. But, there is a threat for severe weather, a chance for stronger storm, severe weather Friday evening. But that's pretty typical, as we're getting closer to the most active months we have, which is May, June, July for severe weather. We're only a couple of weeks away from May 1st. So, these storm systems that come through the Great Lakes this time of year can have a lot of jet stream energy with them. And as a result, we're watching for the chance for severe storms. So that's what's going on. Bundle up tonight. Tomorrow the sun will come back out. It'll feel better tomorrow, even though we'll get that breeze. And then Thursday could be a pretty nice day. Will be a nice day. We've hit the low to mid 70s a couple times so far this year, and we'll likely get back there on Friday. Low to mid 70s before it cools off a bit for the weekend. So that's it. We got the Tigers game coming up. I see it there. Go Tigers. We're going to do our news after.
cuts are for the rich. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thanks so much. In the meantime, we do have this live vantage point in Seoul, South Korea. Take a look at this. You can see that there as the Seoul exchange market just opened. Global shares advanced for a second straight day today, echoing rallies on Wall Street after President Trump appeared to let up on some of his tariffs there. So this is the Seoul exchange there, South Korea's stock exchange, a live picture. Their markets just opening on an early Wednesday morning there. All right, let's go back to New York City. That's where we're going to listen to the House Minority Leader, the Democrat there from New York, Hakeem Jeffries, speaking on a lot of what Chad Pergram was just reporting on. Let's listen.
All across America, House Democrats and Senate Democrats are holding a Save Social Security Day of Action. Why? Social Security here in New York City and across the country faces an unprecedented assault, the likes of which have not been seen since 2005, when former President George W. Bush tried to privatize it. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans think that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It is an earned benefit. Hard-working New Yorkers pay into Social Security and have done so throughout their entire working life. They've earned their Social Security benefits, worked hard for their Social Security benefits, and deserve their Social Security benefits. It is unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and House Republicans are dismantling and closing Social Security offices, jacking up wait times, and preventing hardworking Americans from securing their benefits. Our Save Social Security Day of Action will take place throughout America to raise awareness of the unprecedented assault against Social Security here in New York City and throughout the country, and to make clear that we are going to do everything possible to protect Social Security and strengthen Social Security so that the American people receive the earned benefit that they deserve. Questions?
Good to see you, Mr. Leader. I spoke to a couple of your Republican colleagues before I left Washington who criticized your position that Democrats are protecting Social Security, quote, as we know it. They say Social Security as we know it has a possibility of not being solvent in a few years, which is why they propose raising the retirement age, all of the other reforms that I'm sure you're well aware of. What's your response to Republicans? What's your response to Americans out there who are looking at some of these reforms and are concerned about the solvency of the program going forward?
Social Security is an incredibly solvent program right now. The Social Security Trust Fund has approximately $2.7 trillion. Social Security is under threat because of Republican attacks against it. Republicans believe that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. It's not a Ponzi scheme. Project 2025 is a Ponzi scheme. And the fact that they are trying to manufacture this notion of widespread waste, fraud, and abuse is the tell as it relates to Republican efforts to dismantle Social Security as we know it.
And one more, if I can. There's reports that when you guys get back to Washington, that the Trump administration is going to send congressional Republicans a rescission package, foreign aid, NPR, public broadcasting. What's your response to those reports, and have Democrats had that discussion internally about how you all will respond to a potential rescissions package from the Trump administration?
We have not seen the rescission package or had the opportunity to have an engaged House Democratic Caucus conversation about it. We will have a House Democratic Caucus meeting virtually at some point within the next week or so, and a discussion on the rescission package will feature prominently in our meeting.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Just to be clear, are you concerned that Social Security is going to be privatized, even though they've said that they won't do that? What is your concern?
There's no reason to trust Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or House Republicans as it relates to Social Security. If they believe that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, then it is at risk of potentially being privatized. At the end of the day, Social Security offices throughout New York State are being closed. Wait times are skyrocketing, and people are being denied access to their hard-earned benefits. The Republican playbook has often been to demonize something in order to downsize something and ultimately try to privatize that very thing. We see that process unfolding before our eyes. Republicans are demonizing Social Security by calling it a Ponzi scheme. They are downsizing the ability of the Social Security Administration to provide earned benefits to New Yorkers and the American people, which leads to the ultimate conclusion that they may be trying to privatize it because that has been on their agenda in the past. Hey, everyone. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so you were listening there to Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic House Minority Leader. I do apologize. There was some what we call off sync there with some of the audio, but you heard there the overall message from Leader Jeffries about what the Democrats' plan of attack, so to speak, is against the GOP budget resolution here. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're in a new hour. We have a lot more top headlines to get to. Let's take our first commercial break. We'll leave you with this gorgeous live picture there on Capitol Hill. We'll see you after this break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Our next set of stories takes us out to Southern California. A live picture over LAX right now. I want to get an update on how wildfire recovery is going. Well, many businesses, they're still without a home 3 months after the devastating California wildfires. Flames damaged or destroyed more than 16,000 structures in January, with no timeline for when they will be rebuilt. Well, we're going to get into this with our colleague, Fox News multimedia reporter, Sunny Sai, joining us from the Pacific Palisades to show us how some businesses are getting by months later. Sunny joins me. Sunny, good to see you. You've been on this story literally for months here. What are business owners telling you?
Hey, Andrew, I was actually here the day after the fire started, and aside from the heavy haze and the smell of smoke, this looks pretty much the same as when I left on January 8th. And it's hard to believe that all this rubble behind me used to be a clothing store. When the fires tore through here earlier this year, they not only burned down homes, but they also altered the livelihoods in this community. But people who work and live here refuse to accept defeat. Instead, they're adapting to their new routines.
We closed up the store never thinking it was going to come into the town, and none of us ever came back after that, so we left with nothing.
Molly Rabishin has been working at Elise Walker for 18 years. The flagship for the clothing store was built in 1999, but on January 7th, the shop burned down.
I think the entrance was maybe here. It was heartbreaking because it's been sort of a staple of the Palisades, and for, over 20 years, we've had repeat clients, and it was like a family.
The store has 2 other branches in Southern California, and the team at Elise Walker is turning January's devastation into new opportunities.
It's making us get creative, so we're doing more pop-ups, also contributing to charity and charity twists. So it's making us sell in a different way.
For others, the workload actually increased.
Getting properties, getting paperwork ready, getting permits, and then coming in, separating different types of debris from one another, loading it all up, hauling it all off, just over and over and over again.
Chuck Hart is a private contractor from the Palisades. He's been on scene since day 0 to rebuild his community.
It's literally been nonstop, before the sun's up till after the sun's down every day.
Hart already has 12 projects signed up and ready to rebuild.
And then we have a long list of people that say that they want to work with us.
He's like many other Palisadians who say they just want their community back the way it was.
Hopefully what's going to happen is everyone's going to come together, and it's not going to look too different than it did before, because I'm not interested in some, high rise here, do this, that. No.
Along with private contractors like Hart, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has more than 100 crews out here removing debris. There is no set timeline on when that process will be complete. Andrew?
Sunny, somewhat of a related question here. There's been some talk, especially online, about the lack of permitting, the lack of permits granted to these homeowners, business owners, to finally begin rebuilding. Have you seen that? Have you heard that too?
When I was speaking with one of the homeowners in one of these neighborhoods actually last week, he was saying that in order to rebuild here, they need to reapply for the permits that they already have. And that's another tens of thousands of dollars, he said. And obviously with these fires, they are upping the codes. They are changing some of the rules of how things need to be built. So yes, permits are a big issue, and I think it's very confusing. And what that homeowner had told me is when he filed for those permits, they said they lost them for over a month. And then when that happens, then what do? You either need to reapply, or you need to really get down to where those papers are when you already filed them. And by that time, over the weeks that he was waiting for that, he said some of the rules and regulations had already changed. So it's a very frustrating and involving process out here.
All right, Sunny Sai there live for us in the Pacific Palisades. Sunny, thanks for bringing us this story. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we're staying in Southern California. Let's go a little bit further south there to the Palm Springs area in Indio. As you know, weekend 1 of the Coachella Music Festival wrapped up. Now we are anticipating weekend 2, the final weekend this weekend. We have another angle on some of the business impacts Coachella is bringing to Palm Springs, or should I say not really bringing to Palm Springs. Let's watch.
It's very peaceful. It's very scenic as well.
Festival goers from around the world head to downtown Palm Springs after week one of Coachella, an experience they look forward to.
It's just a nice area to chill and feel at peace.
While there is some increased foot traffic from Coachella goers, businesses say their expectations remain the same as they haven't seen increased sales or visitors. Do you see those people come in or not really?
I'm sure your viewers can see the empty tables behind us, so the answer to that question is no. And oftentimes we do get some business. People don't want to travel on the Monday, so we looked for that this weekend also, and unfortunately that isn't really happening this year.
Foot traffic was kind of heavy Thursday and then Friday morning, and then Saturday and Sunday it would seem to be more just regular folks that were here visiting and not so much the Coachella group.
And local businesses are left without answers as to why foot traffic doesn't increase after the festival weekend.
I don't know if the attendee numbers are down or if people maybe left yesterday. Perhaps people are deciding to go home earlier, or they just are spending less money out. There's definitely some changes going on.
For local restaurant 849, owner Willie Ryan can only think of one solution.
If I had a wish, or my dream would be for them to move Coachella into a different month. April is still the height of season for local restaurants. It would be wonderful if they thought about doing Coachella in June.
How much would that impact your business?
It would increase our business because we're prepared to be slower during the summer months anyway, but bringing that influx of Coachella attendees, that might actually help us in those months. It wouldn't hurt us. It would possibly help us.
All right, we wanted to get that story in. We've been following Coachella a little bit. Remember, over the weekend, Senator Bernie Sanders made a surprise appearance as he embarks on this fighting oligarchy tour there with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Earlier this afternoon, they were in Bakersfield. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. More top headlines where that came from in 2 minutes. Well, as you know, and as we've been reporting here all day, Democratic lawmakers are calling this Social Security Day of Action to save the entitlement from what they describe as threats and concerns by Republicans who could potentially cut that benefit for Americans. And it's not only Democratic lawmakers getting in on this Save Social Security Day of Action, it's also former President Joe Biden speaking in Chicago today. Well, he was introduced by his Social Security administrator in his administration, former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley. This was the first formal remarks that we have heard from and seen from and gotten from former President Biden since he left office in January. What we want to do is play just a little bit of these remarks. This is how President Biden is doing. Let's watch.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So good to be here. Shotgun shack to the Superdome. Who deserve help and paid for most of it. You know, my great friend, he is a great friend, Governor O'Malley. He, my dad, the Biden family started off in Baltimore. They don't say Baltimore, it's Baltimore. In Baltimore. And, but we've been friends for a long time. And I just want to say at the outset, if you ever want anybody on your team, whether it's an athletic team, whether you're in a battle, whether it's a political team, whether it's a team just trying to help, you want O'Malley. The guy has guts. No, I mean this sincerely. He not only has, political courage, has physical courage. He's across the board. If ever want anybody standing next to me, I want O'Malley there with me. And I mean that sincerely. It really matters. You know, I always kid Maryland because Delaware, the second smallest state, we share the eastern shore of Maryland with Maryland. But we're close friends. And folks, it's no surprise that he did a hell of a job when I asked him to be commissioner of the Social Security. And the reason I did that is not an ordinary transition for a governor. But I knew, I mean this is from the bottom of my heart, I knew we needed someone with some guts, some toughness, who'd fight for every single penny that it needed, that would try to restore the integrity of the system. And to everyone here today, I want to thank you, all of you, very much for this award. It means a great deal to me coming from you. And I mean that sincerely. It means a great deal. You're in the front lines every single day. You're helping, you're advocating for your fellow Americans, Americans with disability. It's a big deal. We talk about what happened in the physical side of it if we didn't have Social Security. Think of what the psychic calm it gives so many people who just don't know where to go, don't know how to traverse what needs to be done, or alone. Last fall, on the White House lawn, we celebrated the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. As a United States Senator 400 years ago, I was looking back on it. God almighty, I've been doing this 50 years. It's hell turning 40 years old, anyway. But back in the year 1990, I was the co-sponsor of the Americans with Disabilities Act as a United States Senator. In my view, and I suspect many of you, it was one of the most consequential civil rights laws in American history. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place. Delaware, like Maryland, was one of those states, was a slave state. We had all the vestiges of what was going on back in the day. We were one of those states that still, I remember moving from Scranton, Pennsylvania down to Wilmington, Delaware, and Cole died. My dad moved back to where we could get a job. And I remember I pulled into, my mom would drive us on the Philadelphia Pike connecting Wilmington and Philadelphia. And we lived in an apartment complex. And she'd drive us it was only about a half a mile to Holy Rosary School in Claremont. But it was so dangerous, she wouldn't let us walk up because of access road. And I remember pulling into the parking lot. And I'd never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time and I was only going in 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids going by at the time called colored kids on a bus going by. They never turned right to go to Claremont High School. I wondered why. Asked my mom, why? So in Delaware, they're not allowed to go to school, in public school, with white kids, honey. That sparked my sense of outrage as a kid, just like it does. I mean, and these young kids right here can tell you things affect them when they learn about something that's really just unfair and unjust. You know, my dad was an honorable man. And my dad used to have an expression. He said, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, that's what you're all about. That's what the legislation's about. It's about dignity. Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity, regardless of their standing, regardless of their economic situation, regardless of who they are. Making sure that more than 60 million Americans who are living with disabilities are treated with dignity is who we are as Americans. That's what it's about. I mean it. Dignity at work, at school, in their communities, in every corner of American life. Laws like the ADA need advocates like you. You're the ones that keep it going, God love you. You fight like hell every single day to make sure the law is respected and your clients' rights are protected. So from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. I give you my word as a Biden. From the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for your commitment to the dignity of all Americans, because that's what ultimately this is about. Folks, today I want to talk to you about an issue that's front and center right now for millions of Americans, Social Security. You know, some of you may know the Democrats have declared today the Save Social Security National Action Day, National Day of Action, I should say. We know just how much Social Security matters to people's lives. Everyone in this room fights for people with disabilities who rely on Social Security to survive, to survive. Not just the physical side, it's the mental side. It's the mental side. You make sure folks get the benefits they earn after a lifetime of hard work. The work they do is more than just a profession, what you do. It's a calling. It's not just a profession. And Social Security is more than a government program. It's a sacred promise. We made it a sacred promise. 73 million Americans receive Social Security. From their first paycheck through their entire life, they pay into Social Security. And in return, they count on Social Security to be for them when they're going to need it. Folks, must never, ever betray that trust or turn our backs on that obligation. That's why during my presidency, we protected Social Security and made it stronger. Martin, the governor, can tell you. We came into office, Social Security Administration had its lowest staffing, she referenced it, lowest staffing levels in 50 years. And demand was going through the roof because of my generation and the baby boom generation, reaching the retirement age. So the demands on Social Security increased significantly. Our administration secured nearly $2 billion to reduce the backlogs and improve customer service. We slashed wait times for folks in need who are calling the 1-800 number. We got it down to under 13 minutes. It used to be 3 times that long when we took office. We made it easier for people to get help with their claims online. We reduced how long it takes to review a case. We fixed the appeal system to make it uniform in all 50 states, which made a difference. We strengthened the anti-fraud measures to protect people's identities and to make sure benefits are going to people who actually they belong to. By the way, those 300-year-old folk getting that Social Security, I want to meet them because I like to figure out how they live out. Hell of a thing, man. I'm looking for longevity because it's hell when you turn 40 years old. But as a result, by the time we left office, we had improved every single line of customer service, from applying for disability to filing an appeal to reporting fraud. It all became more efficient and more effective. And I'll bet it made your jobs easier, too, in the process. Now, these achievements may not sound so glamorous to most people, but you know, they're absolutely essential. In my view, one of the most important jobs of any elected official is to make sure the government works for the people, works for all people. It's understandable. They can understand what it is. And then we keep our promises to the people, to all the people. That's exactly what we did, thanks to all of you. I also signed into law the Social Security Fairness Act. That act eliminated 2 unfair rules so public employees wouldn't get shortchanged. The government pension offset and the windfall elimination provision can never come in ever again. But as a result, more than 2 million people are now finally receiving the full benefits they earned. And remember, we also faced a constant threat by some members, Republican members of the Congress, to cut and gut Social Security, period. Cut and gut it, period. They wanted to let Social Security expire every 5 years. That was the proposal. Let it expire every 5 years unless reauthorized by the Congress. Who in the hell do they think they are? Every 5 years, and then wait around and be, well. I will not go further or get in trouble, but look, folks. You can imagine the chaos it would have charged. Every 5 years, Congress is going to step up. You imagine this Congress stepping up? They threatened to raise the retirement age as well. Now, that might not be a hardship for someone working in a comfortable job. But if you're on your feet all day, you're doing manual labor all day, you're working with a disability, it's a very different matter. And then they even tried to force cuts on Social Security during the negotiation of the debt ceiling. These are wonderful guys. Last time this guy had the job, he raised the debt ceiling because of an enormous and profligate tax cut to the super wealthy. And then he said, look, then they started talking to us, his colleagues. Well, maybe we can do something about Social Security, but we got to do something about the debt ceiling. How are we going to, we can find the money in Social Security. Unless we do what they wanted to cut Social Security. Not on my watch. We refuse to go along with any of that. Look, Americans have always been able to count on these benefits. And let me pause a second here and say this. We talk about the physical needs that Social Security provides for people, particularly hardworking people, people retired, people on the edge. But the psychological impact is profound. Profound. You're a man or a woman, you're 70s, 80 years old, you're not in good shape, you have a disability, and you hear the check may not come. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night? We lived up in Wilmington in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a new development, 40 homes, with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And I remember our bedroom headboard was near my dad's and mom's room. And you could tell when Dad was restless. I remember asking one night my mom, what's the matter with Dad? The next morning, she just found out that we're not gonna provide insurance anymore where he works. Well, imagine if you're somebody who's been struggling your whole life. You're literally counting on Social Security to buy your food, just to get by. And you hear the threats, what may happen. Many of these beneficiaries, that's their only income. If they were cut or taken away, it'd be devastating, devastating for millions of people. And the psychological pressure we put people under by having this debate. It's absolutely devastating. That's why we work so damn hard to make Social Security Administration stronger than it's been in years. And that's why I asked the governor to take over, by the way. But look what's happened now.
Okay, so wanted to let you listen to this, watch this, the first public address, formal remarks, former President Biden delivering there in Chicago that we have seen and or heard from him since he left office there on January the 20th. A key focal point of these remarks about preserving and protecting Social Security. So much so he was introduced there in Chicago by his former Social Security administrator, former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley. So wanted to get that in. But in the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be diving into the battle brewing between the Ivy League and the Trump administration. Harvard fighting back. What does this all entail? We'll tell you after the break. And welcome back here. Sue Live now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. What we want to do right now is take up some time to kind of dive into in detail for you this brewing battle between the Ivy League campuses like Harvard and Columbia and the Trump administration. Our colleague Fox's Rebecca Castor has a look at this battle. Let's watch.
The Trump administration is not soon forgetting the widespread pro-Palestine protests that swept across university campuses last year. Some of the international student leaders are facing deportation, and now federal funding is on the line.
We have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some canceled and some we've put on hold.
Harvard is the latest school to have billions in federal grants and contracts put on hold after university leaders refused government demands, including to eliminate DEI programs, report foreign students here on visas who violate codes of conduct, and return to merit-based hiring and admissions.
These higher ed institutions that have fundamentally lost their way, U.S. taxpayer dollars should never be propping up anti-Semitism.
Harvard is the 7th school targeted by the Trump administration, but it's the first to push back, with the university's president saying in part, quote, "No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue."
Harvard University today said, go to hell.
Harvard's move also drawing praise from alum and former President Barack Obama, who says other institutions should follow suit. Harvard says it has already taken action against anti-Semitism on campus and argues many of Trump's demands are not related. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. Let's read in full former President Barack Obama's statement there just last night on X. He says this: Harvard has set an example for other higher ed institutions, rejecting an unlawful and ham-handed attempt to stifle academic freedom while taking concrete steps to make sure all students at Harvard can benefit from an environment of intellectual inquiry, rigorous debate, and mutual respect. He says, let's hope other institutions follow suit. This was a focal point of the questioning to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt today as well. Here's a brief moment. Let's watch.
Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. To follow up on something that you just said, why do Ivy League schools get so much federal funding?
It's a very good question, and it's a question the president has obviously raised in his discussions and negotiations with not just Harvard, but also Columbia and many other Ivy League institutions. We have the Anti-Semitism Task Force, which the president promised and delivered on. The Anti-Semitism Task Forces across the government, representatives from various federal agencies who meet on a weekly basis to discuss the question that you just raised. And I think a lot of Americans are wondering why their tax dollars are going to these universities when they are not only indoctrinating our nation's students, but also allowing such egregious illegal behavior to occur. The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers subsidizing a university that has billions of dollars in the bank already? And we certainly should not be funding a place where such grave anti-Semitism exists.
All right, that was Caroline Leavitt just today at the press conference, the press briefing rather. Let's bring into the conversation Politico reporter Irie Sentner. He joins me. Irie, thanks for being with us here. I know you've been following this extremely closely. Does Caroline Leavitt have a point? If $2.2 billion in federal funding is frozen, Harvard can't use it, they can't get their hands on it. Isn't that just a drop in the bucket for Harvard?
So, yes and no. Harvard has the largest endowment of any university in this country. It's over $50 billion. That said, this is going to affect Harvard's capacity to conduct research, cutting-edge research, essentially immediately. I should also mention that the reason that the Harvard president said no to the Trump administration is likely because its endowment is so large, and other schools, even other Ivy League schools, simply can't afford to do the same.
So we're just looking at some file footage here. So the assertion that maybe Harvard can absorb this, is that accurate to make?
I would say that the Harvard president likely made the decision to deny the Trump administration's demands because they thought that they could absorb it in the short term.
Okay. You know, Irie, can you kind of compare and contrast how Columbia University responded to, very similar demands from the Trump administration and how Harvard is going about it here?
Right. So last month, Columbia was given a very similar letter to the letter that the administration sent Harvard, and Columbia announced that it would capitulate to every single one of those demands. And the reason it did so, based on my conversations with people at the university, is because there was this understanding that the university could not function as usual, and that so much research would stop if the university could not unfreeze the $400 million in funds that the Trump administration had frozen to Columbia.
So we're taking a look at Columbia University's campus. This is from last spring. I was on the desk. I was covering these protests almost each and every day here. In the wake of that kind of battle with Trump and Columbia, the acting president stepped down and resigned, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, so you're seeing some of the kind of impacts there as well. We also heard from President Trump on Truth Social today, Irie, threatening to revoke Harvard's tax-exempt status. What's the likelihood that the administration would ever strongly consider that or actually carry that out? Do you think that's going to happen? Is that on the table? Seriously?
Listen, we have seen the Trump administration go incredibly hard toward these schools. I should say that even after Columbia capitulated to those 9 demands, the Trump administration still has not unfrozen the funding. And so the stop work orders continue to go out. That research continues to not happen. We saw hours after the Harvard president announced that he would not comply with the demands, they almost immediately pulled over $2 billion in funding. And so, you know, I think the Trump administration has demonstrated that it's willing to go incredibly far. I will say, based on the conversations that I'm having with officials in the Trump administration, they're not concerned that Harvard and Columbia and other top universities in this country aren't going to be able to conduct the research that they've been conducting. They say that those schools have already lost their credibility, and they think it's more important that the universities take further action to address what they say is anti-Semitic behavior on their campuses.
So, Irie, you know, President Gerber at Harvard came out and essentially said, we're going to deal with this internally, though. But can, you know, Harvard administrators, can they be trusted? Can they convince, you know, their faculty, their students, their alumni that they're going to, you know, take what the Trump administration is saying seriously to kind of clean their house inside? Are they going to take up those efforts? Gerber said he is, but can we trust that?
I mean, that's a question that you might ask the president of Harvard. Okay. I will say that schools across the board have taken action to reduce the anti-Semitism that we did see over the past few years. And the Harvard president claims that he will do that, but that remains to be seen.
So my colleague Peter Ducey today in the briefing asked, why do private universities, Ivy League universities, get any federal funding? Is that the right question to ask?
Well, Peter is sitting there in the front row. Yeah. It's a good question. I think it's important to understand that when you look at a giant university like Harvard with the giant endowment, much of those funds are restricted. So they're earmarked based, from donors for very specific things. And sometimes that doesn't align with the research that needs to happen, that receives federal funding from the federal government because the federal government believes that it is in the public's interest to conduct that research.
So just lastly for you, I mean, where does this go from here? Do other Ivy League institutions kind of need to be, girding themselves for this similar fight? Where does your reporting take you next?
I mean, we have seen the Trump administration launch investigations into dozens of colleges, threaten to freeze funding, or in fact, freeze funding for several of the top universities in this country. And so far, they have capitulated. We've seen many colleges make moves to comply with the Trump administration's demands. We've seen moves to get closer to the administration. For example, Dartmouth College recently hired as its top lawyer the former top lawyer at the RNC. That certainly doesn't hurt. But I think that we will see the Trump administration continue to pummel these universities, particularly those that don't go along with its demands.
No, and I think for this story, it's worth kind of highlighting, or at least enumerating. You say capitulated some of the demands that the Trump administration, is making of these universities. Here were some they were making of Harvard here. You see there to eliminate DEI programs, report foreign students on visas who violate codes of conduct, and return to merit-based hiring and admissions. Are those similar demands kind of across the board or particular to Harvard?
Those demands are similar across the board. I think it's on a case-by-case basis, but really the Trump administration and Republicans in general, they see universities specifically universities in the Ivy League, as places where liberalism and progressivism thrive and where people go to learn how to be Democrats, essentially. And so, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of the culture war issues that the administration is broadly fighting, they believe that those start at these universities, and we see that in those demands for change.
All right, Irie Sentner there with Politico. Irie, thanks so much for coming on tonight. We'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me.
All right, in the meantime here, I wanted to make sure we kind of dove a little deeper into that story, into that subject for all of you. I know a lot of you are following extremely closely here. It does look like we have another kind of installment of the Fighting Oligarchy tour there, hosted by Senator Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I have this slate up here as we are anticipating this. Earlier today, they were in Bakersfield, California. It looks like later tonight they will be in Folsom, California there. So wanted to make sure you knew that that's on our radar for live coverage a little bit later tonight, and you'll hear from the senator and the congresswoman. In the meantime here, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, as we approach the top of this hour, we want to dive into some of these key international headlines, including and especially there in the Middle East. A live picture there in our vantage point in southern Israel, looking into the Gaza Strip. Also, we have a live picture there in Jerusalem as well. And I believe yet another one there over the skyline of Tel Aviv. Take a look at that. Well, in the meantime, our colleague, Fox's Trey Yingst, has a look at the pressure being put on Iran. This coming after yet another weekend of talks will be taking place between the United States and Iran. This time this weekend, they will be taking place in Rome. In the meantime, here's Trey's report. Let's listen.
The USS Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group is now operating in the Red Sea as the U.S. confronts Iran. It's the second American aircraft carrier deployed in the region, a show of force as talks between Washington and Tehran continue. Iran's supreme leader says he's taking a wait-and-see approach to the diplomatic effort.
We're neither overly optimistic nor overly pessimistic. Of course, we are very pessimistic about the other side. We know who we're dealing with. We don't trust them.
Those comments came just a day after President Trump issued a new threat telling Iran to give up its nuclear program or face a possible military response.
They can't have a nuclear weapon, and they're not going to have one. And if we have to do something very harsh, we'll do it.
But making a deal won't be easy because of the tangled web of alliances between Iran and militant groups throughout the region, including Hamas, which said Tuesday that as the fighting escalates, they've lost contact with the group holding Idan Alexander, the last remaining American hostage.
Currently, about 70% of the Gaza Strip is under displacement orders or in no-go zones.
Ceasefire talks have now reached an impasse. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says continued pressure from the IDF will produce a breakthrough. But in the meantime, Palestinian civilians are caught in the crossfire.
We are in the streets. We are tired. How long will we remain like this? Find us a solution.
The next round of talks between the U.S. and Iran will take place on Saturday in Oman. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thanks so much. We also want to check in with our colleague there at the Pentagon, Fox's Jennifer Griffin, with a look at how the Trump administration is fighting the Houthis. Let's watch.
For the past 32 straight days, the Trump administration has carried out nonstop airstrikes on Houthi targets in Yemen, an effort to stop the Iranian-backed proxy from firing ballistic missiles and drones at commercial ships and U.S. Navy vessels in the Red Sea.
The operation continues, and it will continue in the coming days until we achieve the president's objectives.
March 17th was the last time the Pentagon briefed the press and the American people, 2 days after the president's ongoing military operation against the Houthis began.
The initial wave of strikes hit over 30 targets at multiple locations, degrading a variety of Houthi capabilities.
But the Houthis keep firing missiles, shooting down at least 4 American MQ-9 Reaper drones, which cost more than $30 million each. U.S. officials confirm a 5th U.S. Reaper drone crashed on Sunday. The Houthis claimed responsibility.
The drone was downed using a locally made surface-to-air missile.
The USS Carl Vinson, a second aircraft carrier strike group, arrived in the Middle East Thursday, deployed from the Indo-Pacific Command. 6 B-2 stealth bombers capable of dropping America's largest non-nuclear bomb were deployed to a base in Diego Garcia and have been striking Yemen, dropping 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs since the beginning of April.
It sends a clear signal to Iran as well. You're not going to mess with the United States. Iran, come to the table, negotiate full dismantlement of your nuclear capabilities, and then that doesn't have to be your future.
The U.S. has carried out more than 500 airstrikes in Yemen since March 15th. The Saudis carried out 25,000 airstrikes against the Houthis from 2015 to 2019, but failed to stop this Iranian proxy. International ships are still traveling around the tip of Africa to avoid the Red Sea. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thanks so much. So, as you can see, we thank Trey and Jennifer. There's a lot to get to. We're going to get to it with our colleague and friend there, a national security analyst and expert and retired Marine intelligence officer, Hal Kemper. He joins me. Hal, good to see you here. Like I said, we have a lot of subjects to cover. Let's get right to it. Let's first, though, begin with the second round of talks between the United States and Iran, set to begin this weekend in Rome. I want to put this up from the Office of the Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. He says this: a deal with Iran will only be completed if it is a Trump deal. Any final arrangement must set a framework for peace, stability, and prosperity in the Middle East, meaning Iran must stop and eliminate its nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. It's imperative for the world we create a tough, fair deal that will endure. And that is what President Trump has asked me to do. Now, Hal, there is some kind of back and forth discrepancies here by Witkoff himself about what he is willing to allow with regard to how much uranium can be enriched, the percentage there of the grade. Yesterday he was on Fox saying something a little different than that statement there. So will we, as the United States, accept some percentage of uranium enrichment or nothing at all? What say you?
Well, Andrew, I'm actually tracking this by the hour because the story changed a lot. 12 hours ago, he was on record saying that they were going to allow, I think, 3.6% or something enrichment of uranium, which is, it's like 3.66%. Anyway, it is the same amount that we allowed under the JCPOA, that Obama era agreement that President Trump in his first term basically, said, hey, we're pulling out of this. It's inadequate. It's not satisfactory. All it does is addresses, the nuclear weapons and addresses, this, and allows them to enrich uranium. They get all the sanctions relief. And as of 12 hours ago, basically Steve Witkoff was saying something that sounded to a lot of hawks, bipartisan, by the way, across the aisle. In fact, a lot of Republicans were very vocal about this, saying, hey, you're kind of saying Obama too. You're kind of basically putting down the same stipulations or requirements that were in the JCPOA that we pulled out of because of its inadequacy, and now you're kind of saying the same thing. Well, this had a certain effect in Washington, D.C. this day, and by this afternoon, Steve Witkoff was basically saying no enrichment at all. That is completely off the table.
Okay.
And so as of right now, the latest I've seen is he's talking no enrichment at all. Okay. So, now, I can't tell you where that'll be tomorrow morning, but I am telling you right now, he said no enrichment. And there did seem to be a shift. Now, in all fairness, let me just say this. One could make an argument that the partial enrichment, the lower level JCPOA standard, was an interim goal, and then the long-term goal was to get rid of enrichment altogether. So that there is some logic there. I haven't heard that articulated from the administration, but I have heard others say that could be one way of interpreting it.
Does the mixed messaging complicate anything going into Rome this weekend?
A little bit. Certainly the Iranians are going to want clarification on exactly what is being agreed to here. And from the Iranian standpoint, they do not want to stop their enrichment program altogether. They do not want to stop their nuclear program altogether. They want to keep the civilian nuclear program. And certainly in the back of mind of, Revolutionary Guard Corps leadership, and certainly Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, they're all sitting there thinking, well, someday in the future, we may want to get to a nuclear weapon. I don't think they've ever taken that off the table as one of their aspirational goals. So they'd like to have some sort of capability. That was always the criticism of the JCPOA, was that once it was lifted, that Iran could go right back into developing nuclear weapons. And of course, the gap was that Iran was developing these very capable ballistic missiles. And the thought was they develop a nuclear warhead, that boom, they put it on a ballistic missile ready to go. Next thing you know, they have an ICBM capability, certainly a nuclear capability capable of hitting Israel. Okay. And that was the big criticism of the old program, and that's one of the stated reasons we pulled out.
Okay, Hal, let's move on to the Israel-Hamas conflict that continues apace here. And really, there are no signs of any ceasefire talks right now on the table. We just have to set that scene here as we get into this conversation. We have a live picture there looking into Gaza from southern Israel. Hal, you sent over to me just before we're speaking now a piece in the Wall Street Journal titled, "Israel has taken over about a third of the Gaza Strip." The lead paragraph goes as follows: Israeli troops have taken over about a third of the Gaza Strip in renewed military action, declaring security zones and swaths of the north and south while pushing out their populations as part of a new strategy to ratchet up pressure on Hamas. So is this a temporary presence just for war-fighting efforts right now, do you think?
As of right now, you would say temporary simply by virtue of the fact that it's not permanent. What they're doing is they're bifurcating the Gaza Strip. They're putting them into essentially controlled zones, if you will, zones of action. They're separating these different zones, and they're moving a lot of people within these zones to different areas. And they're kind of crunching the population into a smaller area. At the same time, they're building out this buffer zone around the Gaza Strip. So is that the end state? Well, if you were to talk to the IDF, they would say, hey, look, we've got to keep pressure on Hamas. We cannot get them to sit down and disarm. We cannot get them to, come to some sort of peaceful resolution. We cannot get them to basically not want to be in charge and governing the Gaza Strip when it's over with. Yeah. So they're doing this in a very sort of kinetic way. They're moving everything around and creating these controlled zones. And by the way, there's also a report out that about 70% of those tunnels, that vast tunnel system throughout the Gaza Strip, 70%, almost 3/4 of it, is still operational.
Wow.
That is an incredible amount of subsurface terrain that Israel's going to have to go in and clear. And it's going to take a long time for them to clear that.
Okay.
And that would make you say, okay, you need to bifurcate the area strictly from a tactical standpoint in order to pull that off.
Hal, moving on now, of course, to the scores of hostages that remain in Hamas captivity, both alive and dead here. The American citizen, Eden Alexander, Hal, we learned today this, Hamas announcing a loss of contact with their group holding Alexander after an Israeli airstrike allegedly targeted the location. Now, the incident occurred today. Hamas is attempting to reestablish communication with the unit involved. Past incidents have shown Hamas has sometimes provided misleading information regarding the hostages, while the IDF has claimed to take measures to minimize civilian casualties here. And I think that is somewhat surprising that Hamas is even in touch with the quote-unquote unit. I don't even know what word you want to use, supervising, controlling, holding captive. Eden Alexander, they lost contact with that unit. Are you surprised they had contact with it in the first place?
Well, I rarely take anything that Hamas says at face value, all right? What I do take from this is they have a problem with getting Eden Alexander back. Now, whether that is as a state that the unit was hit with an IDF strike and that they lost contact with the unit, that tactical unit that controls Eden Alexander, that's not impossible. Although I would not rule out a number of other scenarios. He could have tried to escape and they could have killed him. There could have been some other circumstance and they could have done something where and believe me, when I say this, it's painful to even think about these scenarios, and it's got to be incredibly painful for his family and friends to realize this could have happened. But it's, there's obviously some reason that they're saying they can't get hold of Eden Alexander, and I have to tell you that none of those scenarios plays out hopefully in my mind. Something went wrong. Whether or not, now blaming the IDF for his death, that's just standard. That's SOP for Hamas, is to say, they were killed in a strike. And I can point to many other hostages that when we got the remains back, it was very clear they were executed and killed by Hamas and those, or whatever Hamas affiliated group was holding them. And it was very clear it was execution style stuff. It was not an Israeli strike. So I don't know, but I just, when I saw that, I just felt dread that Eden Alexander, who'd just been, by the way, they just showed him alive,
right?
I believe Saturday.
Yeah,
was that this does not bode well. It tells me they've got a serious problem, and they're kind of unrolling a story or giving an explanation. But I would say it's more likely unrolling a story to when they get to what the ultimate end state is, which may be that they can't get Eden Alexander back alive.
So, Hal, I want to show our viewers just a flurry here, a couple of tweets by reporter Trey Yingst for Fox in the region. And if you could, help the viewers, help me understand, because throughout the course of this war, Israel has targeted some hospital complexes there in Gaza with the rationale and the understanding that some of those complexes, at least underneath them, are being used as Hamas command and control centers. You and I have discussed that so many times here, and this part of the war conversation is rearing its head yet again here. I want to put this up. Trey says this: Israeli forces struck Al-Ali Hospital in Gaza. The IDF says the building targeted was being used by Hamas as a quote-unquote command and control center. No additional evidence was provided to support that claim. They say, or he says rather, part of the hospital and a nearby church were damaged in the blast. He goes on to say the IDF ordered the evacuation of the civilians before the strike, and no casualties were reported from the explosion, though a Palestinian boy who was receiving care at the hospital died during the evacuation. Now, Hal, if you're the IDF, if we could go back to that previous tweet here, Hal, if you're the IDF and you say this, no additional evidence was provided to support the claim. Rather, that's Trey's words, I should say. Isn't the burden on them to provide the evidence to support the claim that Hamas was using the hospital as some type of war mechanism? Isn't the burden on them, the IDF? It shouldn't be. It should be on Hamas, but if they're going to strike the hospital, shouldn't it be on them?
Andrew, at some point, yes, they will have to show what it is. But the reality is, if they had time-sensitive intelligence that hospital was being used as a command and control center by Hamas, it was being used for military purposes. That's intelligence that is by its very nature closely held, classified sources. It could have been something they picked up by signals intelligence. It could have been something they picked up by human intelligence source on the ground. It could have been a number of things, a number of ways they could have gotten that intelligence that says, oh, yes, they're here and this is what they're doing. At that point, unlike a court of law, and even in courts of law, they will sometimes stand back and say, okay, we can't put this out there right now, or we have to hold back on this or make special circumstances simply because we're putting someone's life in jeopardy or something like that. In this case, it's war. It's not a courtroom drama. And they have to protect the sources and methods whereby that intelligence was gathered. And those sources and methods that gave them this target are sources and methods that will probably get them more targets as they go along. So at some point in the future, if there is an international body, UN body or something that ever does an objective look, and I'm somewhat skeptical if that will ever happen, but
okay.
But at some point in the future, they would have to justify how did they get that.
Okay.
But they will also have to look at the security side of protecting sources and methods by which they gather that kind of intelligence.
Hal, while we have you, we're going to leave the Middle East, though, for now. One more top headline today that is not getting as much attention. It's kind of flying under the radar, but we want to get you to comment on it here. Fox's Jennifer Griffin did confirm this. This was first reported by Reuters, that top Pete Hegseth advisor Dan Caldwell was escorted from the building and is being investigated for, quote-unquote, unauthorized disclosure of classified information. So Fox can confirm the Reuters reporting is accurate, but the statement from the Pentagon to Fox says we do not comment on ongoing investigations. So the Associated Press has it as well. How Dan Caldwell, he's a senior advisor to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, has been placed on administrative leave and was escorted out of the Pentagon by security just today. So the officials said Caldwell's sudden downfall was tied to an investigation into unauthorized disclosure of department information. Caldwell served in the Marine Corps. He was one of several senior advisors who worked closely with Hegseth. Hal, and this is the key node in this story. He was the staff member designated as Hegseth's point person in the signal messaging chat that top Trump administration national security officials, including Hegseth, used to convey plans for a military strike against Houthi militants in Yemen. We know inadvertently that the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic magazine, Jeffrey Goldberg, was also in that chat. We've covered that story extensively here. So I had asked you at the time, were we going to see any scalps taken for this, anyone to take the fall for this? And remember, the Inspector General there at the Department of Defense at the Pentagon was conducting their own investigation into how this happened. And now you're hearing that Dan Caldwell, a chief advisor to Defense Secretary Hegseth, placed on administrative leave, Hal, and was escorted from the building today. National security, classified intelligence, that is your realm here. What do you make of some of these reports?
Well, I make the report. When you see somebody like that escorted from their office, and I've seen that before, where they literally come in and they take them, sometimes in handcuffs, but not in this case, but they will escort them out of the building like that. And they want to freeze their office, freeze everything, because there's an investigation. And that's the only thing you can conclude from this. I mean, they've already said, you know, they're looking into this, but there is an investigation. It might be, I'm not saying it is, but it could be a criminal investigation as far as whatever he was doing. It's not clear. Obviously, around the Pentagon, certainly around D.C., the speculation is that this has to do with the signal chat, you know, signal gate, if you will, the signal chat thing. And it could have been, and you saw he was, Secretary Hegseth named Caldwell as his point man on this for DOD, that it could have been he provided that intelligence to the secretary. It could have been.
Okay.
And maybe that's why they're looking at him. Although I will say this, when you start peeling back the onion, if you will, as we like to say, and you start looking deeper and deeper into things, sometimes you will uncover something else where you were looking at Signalgate and then you discover, oh my, look what they did over here. And they may have sent an email or talked to somebody or shared something. It could be completely something unrelated to Signalgate, could be something completely unrelated to the Houthis.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. Of course, it's always discouraging when you see it's a Marine.
Yeah.
But I would point out, all right, the reason we say that is because it is so rarely that you see Marines do something wrong. That's why it's such an exceptional news piece. I just want to point that out.
No, of course, and we allow for that here. But Hal, I think it's worth reiterating, and maybe I didn't reiterate the point enough here at the top. We don't know if this is related to Signalgate, to that controversy and saga that is still playing out here. What I wanted to say, and the Associated Press is reporting, is that Dan Caldwell, as a chief advisor to Hegseth, facilitated essentially getting the information to Hegseth, getting Hegseth on this Signal group chat. We have a live picture there at the White House. So I wanted to reiterate that point because the officials to the Associated Press did not disclose what leaks are being investigated. But of course, you know, and you were alluding to this, there's been a crackdown across the Pentagon and the Trump administration on the disclosure of sensitive or classified information, to your point, starting even before Signalgate, right, Hal?
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, I should probably clarify, he's not an active duty, currently serving active duty Marine. He was in the Marine Corps. We always like to say once a Marine, always a Marine, but he's not an active duty Marine. He's a senior aide to Hegseth, very close to the secretary, and someone with tremendous access and someone you place tremendous trust and confidence in because of what they're doing. And that's why it's turning heads, which is what exactly is going on here. And it could be tied to the Houthis, could be tied to Signalgate. It could be something completely unrelated. But I will say with investigations, you can start going one direction and all of a sudden something will pop up and you go, what is that?
Okay.
And you start looking at that closely and you realize, now they're not going to say anything right now. And I have to tell you one thing, the fact that they're not saying anything tells me that they're trying to preserve the integrity of this investigation, which means it's a very serious investigation.
All right. Hal Kemper, we're going to leave it at that. Thanks for going along with us. As always, Hal, we'll talk soon.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be letting you listen in a little bit to the State Department briefing today. And as you know, Tammy Bruce, the chief spokesperson there, took questions on a whole host of topics. We also have this live event going on there. This in Folsom, California. The Fighting Oligarchy Tour continues for Bernie Sanders and AOC. This has been somewhat of a key feature of our coverage throughout the last few weeks. They were in Bakersfield earlier today, and they will be in Folsom later tonight. And we'll show you a little bit of that live. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you found that conversation with Hal Kemper informative. We always dive into the key international headlines with him. And that's, of course, how the State Department briefing goes each and every day when it is held there. So we want to let you listen to just a little bit of this. Let's watch.
All right, welcome aboard, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. As this is my first briefing this week, I'd like to wish Christians a blessed Holy Week and Jewish people all around the world a happy Passover. And now, today, as anti-Semitism surges around the world, our message to Jewish communities remains unchanged. The United States stands with you. We will fight anti-Semitism with unwavering determination. We will advocate for the safety and security of Jews everywhere. And on to something else as well. On the tariffs, the coverage of President Trump's indefatigable effort to make this country great again involves the Herculean effort to change the trading trajectory of this country, which has been placed under a crushing burden of a web of unfair trade arrangements resulting in American taxpayers being ripped off every single day. Only President Trump has the vision and the courage to say enough is enough. The United States of America has the great benefit of having the world's best deal maker as president. His actions on tariffs have illustrated to our enemies and allies alike that the United States is a nation that should not be taken for granted and whose fortunes are directly connected to the success of every other nation on this planet. Through this process, Americans and people of the world over have been reminded about how America has been taken advantage of, and that, courtesy of President Trump, we have a way to fix the damage done to this nation and the world by the global left. Now, with over 130 countries coming to renegotiate their trade relationship with the United States, President Trump has reset not just the trade environment, but has also reminded the world that respect matters and will be expected by President Trump and the people of this nation. In announcements for today as well, the State Department has canceled another 139 grants worth $214 million under Secretary Rubio's direction. As the Secretary said, quote, "The American taxpayers should not be funding misguided programs. We are cleaning up the mess the previous administration left and rebuilding an agency that's focused on putting America first." Now, let's look back to last weekend. Ambassador Stephen Witkoff conducted talks with the Iranian foreign minister, which were hosted by the Omani foreign minister. As the White House statement described, quote, "The discussions were very positive and constructive, and the sides agreed to meet again next Saturday. Our goal remains clear. In the words of Ambassador Witkoff, quote, "A deal with Iran will only be completed if it is a Trump deal. Any final arrangement must set a framework for peace, stability, and prosperity in the Middle East, meaning that Iran must stop and eliminate its nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. It is imperative for the world that we create a tough yet fair deal that will endure, and that is what President Trump has asked me to do." Also last weekend, Expo 2025 Osaka officially opened on Sunday in Osaka, Japan. The 31,000 square foot USA pavilion showcases American excellence, innovation, and leadership, and reinforces our commitment to engagement in the Indo-Pacific and the U.S.-Japan bilateral relationship. Over the coming 6 months, the Expo looks forward to welcoming millions of visitors. Back here at home, Secretary Rubio joined President Trump in welcoming President Bukele to the United States yesterday. Since Secretary Rubio's visit to El Salvador, the United States has deported dangerous MS-13 and TDA gang members to El Salvador's prison. Because of this, our nation is safer and more secure. As Secretary Rubio said of President Trump and President Bukele, our hemisphere is lucky to have two leaders who are totally aligned in their commitment to law and order. Last, in non-foreign policy news, I want to applaud the Trump administration's FDA on their plan to phase out various animal testing requirements. As the FDA said in their announcement, quote, "The new approach is designed to improve drug safety and accelerate the evaluation process while reducing animal experimentation, lowering research and developmental costs, and ultimately lowering drug prices." Bravo. That's my topper. All right, now to your questions. Sir, Mr. Matt Lee, the AP.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes.
I just wanted just a point of clarification. You said that only President Trump can undo the damage done to the world, the nation and the world by the global left.
I know, surprising that it comes from me, isn't it? Surprising that comes from me.
This has to do with, you're talking about tariffs, right? The whole world free trade, international trade regulations began after the Second World War.
Well,
I'm looking at 1 Eisenhower, 2 Nixon, Reagan, Bush,
Matt, may I answer
1,
you? I know.
Bush 2,
yes.
and I'm.
Yes.
Well,
you know, there's something. Let me answer you, sir. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Everything that starts like world trade, there's always a good idea, right? You always have a really great plan, and things move along, and it's very good and it's very nice. And then time changes, and the left gets control of certain aspects, certain countries, certain Congresses, and things begin to change, and spending begins to increase, and arrangements begin to change, and are not necessarily as good for the United States. The fact of the matter is, at this point in time, we are on an unsustainable path, a burden that is crushing. You see it in the actions that this administration has to take regarding the budget of this entire entity. This becomes an addiction. It's an addiction to other people's money. And as Margaret Thatcher noted, of course, is that the main problem with socialism, sir, the main problem with socialism is that is when you run out of other people's money. Because that eventually happens. I know that's not perhaps satisfactory for the Associated Press. No, but I love you anyway, Matt. I love you anyway. But your question is, at least my answer to what your statement was, is that at this point in time, President Trump is the only person that can undo the Leviathan that this trade framework became around the world, and he's doing it. And I've been watching this coverage, the pearl clutching. It's been remarkable. This is going to be one of the greatest resets of many resets that the Trump administration has implemented, and it's going to make a difference not just for the American people, but for all those countries that realize that this has to change. So it'll be better for the world over.
My point was merely that, are you trying to say that all those presidents and who you just mentioned, Margaret Thatcher, are part of the global left?
I've just talked way too much already. Right. I think I've answered that. Yes, sir. I think I've answered that.
All right. So on the grants that you just said were canceled, I want to seg from this. Can you be more specific about what those were? The two, what was it, 139?
Well, we'll get those details. What we do know is that the secretary himself felt passionate enough about this to tweet it himself.
Oh, he did?
And that what I stated to you about his commentary was from his account, the secretary's tweet, at 12:35 p.m. this afternoon. And I'll read it again because there's a couple more details here in the tweet. Under my direction, the State Department has canceled another 139 grants worth $214 million. The American taxpayers should not be funding misguided programs like building the migrant domestic worker-led movement in Lebanon or get the trolls out in the United Kingdom. We are cleaning up the mess the previous administration left and rebuilding an agency that's focused on putting America first. So those are two examples that the secretary shared. There are, because I'm a mathematician, 137 more. And I'm sure at some point we will, I believe that, I'll tell you what, let's see if we can find the full list. And we'll move ahead accordingly.
So, and that just segs into the broader budget question. You saw the reports yesterday, and they report about the OMB plans for a drastic reduction in the State Department, or the Function 150 budget, which includes state and USAID. What can you tell us about that?
I can tell you that throughout the history of the United States, everyone has a budget plan. And everyone has ideas for budgets. And every president has a budget plan and sends it to Congress. And then Congress either accepts it or they have their own ideas, which happens more often than not. I can tell you that whatever you've seen in public, was not released from this entity. It was not released from this department. It was not released by the secretary. That there is no final plan, final budget, final dynamic. That is up to the White House and the president.
All right, there you were listening to Tammy Bruce, the chief spokesperson at the State Department. We're going to step away from that right now and want to just, before we go to break, a few top headlines on kind of the Russia-Ukraine war in Europe in particular here. I want to put up this tweet yet again, another one by Trey Yingst. He's reporting 4 Russian journalists were sentenced to spend 5.5 years each in a penal colony today. They're accused of working for the banned anti-corruption outlet of the late opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Trey says journalism is not a crime. Reuters reporting this. These 4 Russian journalists sentenced by a Moscow court today to 5.5 years each in prison after being found guilty of working for the banned organization of the late opposition leader Alexei Navalny. They are Antonina Faberskaya, Sergei Karelin, Konstantin Gabov, and Artem Krieger. They've been on trial behind closed doors since October on charges which they deny of belonging to an extremist group. Prosecutors said they created materials for the YouTube channel of Navalny's Anti-Corruption Foundation, which is banned in Russia as a quote-unquote foreign agent and an extremist organization. So wanted to make sure we got that in there as well. Headlines emanating out of Russia, but also out of Ukraine as well. A major leader there visiting Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv today, and that is one Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, visiting Ukraine, talking about European priorities, European commitments there as Ukraine still fighting Russian aggression here. Rutte saying this Zelensky saying this. Together with Mark Rutte, we visited a hospital where Ukrainian defenders are recovering from their wounds. We spoke with our warriors. I presented state awards to our defenders. I'm grateful to our guys for their strength, resilience, and for protecting our people there. So a photo of Zelensky and Rutte in Ukraine just today. All right, in the meantime, wanted to make sure we got those headlines in. Let's take yet another quick commercial break. We're just a little past the bottom of the hour. When we come back, though, we'll be diving into the case of this man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, as his court case keeps playing out. This is the undocumented man who is still, as we speak, sitting in a Salvadoran prison. There's a lot to get to on his case. We're going to hear from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, from Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, from Trump himself about this, and from Abrego Garcia's wife outside the courthouse there in Maryland today. All of that and more in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here. Let's get into some more of these top immigration headlines as well. Fox News' Rebecca Castor has a look at the case of this undocumented man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, many advocating on his behalf, pleading for his release from this Salvadoran detention center. His case is mired in the courts right now, and many are following this. Let's watch.
This is the maximum security prison in El Salvador, where officials say Kilmar Abrego Garcia is being held. He's from El Salvador, but was living in Maryland before he was mistakenly deported in March. Last week, the Supreme Court ordered the White House facilitate his return to the U.S., but neither president is eager to comply.
How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
The White House insists Abrego Garcia has ties to MS-13, but his attorneys say the government has shown no evidence of his gang affiliations.
He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result.
The case is added to the national debate over due process, and with President Trump now considering options to send American criminals to El Salvador's prisons, the legal challenges are likely just beginning.
If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem.
He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime.
In another legal blow, a federal judge has blocked the White House from revoking the legal status of more than 500,000 migrants in the U.S. under the Biden administration's controversial mass parole program. The White House will appeal. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. Let's get back to Abrego Garcia's case and his predicament that he finds himself in here, because many Democratic lawmakers are also speaking out about this, including the Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen. He put this statement out just tonight saying this: Mr. Abrego Garcia was illegally abducted by the Trump administration and, by their own admission, wrongly deported to El Salvador. He shouldn't have to spend another second away from his family. Van Hollen says, I'm flying to El Salvador tomorrow morning to check on his condition and discuss his return. Also, Stephen Newcomb there at Axios reporting this, that Cory Booker is in the process of planning a trip to El Salvador with other Democrats. Newcomb reports a bunch of Democrats are eyeing a trip to the country where a Maryland man was unjustly deported, and House Dems have asked the GOP to authorize a CODEL to El Salvador. A CODEL is a congressional delegation. More on Abrego Garcia. It was a key focal point today in the White House press briefing. Caroline Leavitt, press secretary there, responding to questions about him. Let's listen.
Still going off the El Salvador questions. Yesterday in the Oval Office, administration officials made it very clear that El Salvador is responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia, yet El Salvador's president said we're not going to do anything with him. So my question is, who is responsible for this man and where he's going to end up?
Well, no. First of all, President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of America, as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland, because he is a foreign terrorist and a MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country, where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement in human trafficking. I'm not sure what is so difficult about this for everyone in the media to understand, and it's appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member. It's truly striking to me.
All right, that was Caroline Leavitt there at the White House briefing today. I know you have a lot of questions about this, so do I, and so does our friend there at the Washington Examiner, reporter Anna Giratelli, the gold standard on all things immigration and the border. She joins us. Anna, good to see you here. So I guess I'll just start here and fire away. Is Abrego Garcia a member of MS-13? We know he's not a U.S. citizen, but you heard there quite declaratively from Caroline Leavitt that he is. Is he?
From what the White House is saying, yes. What immigration lawyers are saying, immigration lawyers such as those at American Immigration Council, Aaron Reichland Melnick, has been talking about how he was accused of being an MS-13 gang member in 2019 by a police informant that was never confirmed, and it was still on his record. And so when he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, got arrested by ICE earlier this year, when they took him into custody and they saw this affiliation, and the Trump administration is also pushing ICE to remove Tren de Aragua gang members, which are from Venezuela, to this prison in El Salvador. All of this was sort of jumbled up, and through the administration's own admission, an administrative error, he was deported.
So, Anna, this is how this is going after Bukele's visit yesterday to the Oval, the Salvadoran leader. So Trump said he has no power to seek Garcia's return. He says only Bukele can do that. Then Bukele says he has no power to send Garcia to the United States. Attorney General Pam Bondi then said the U.S. can send a plane to pick up Abrego Garcia with Bukele's authorization and okay. Is this guy getting out of this prison anytime soon, do you think?
You know, he was supposed to come back to the U.S. this past weekend, and that didn't happen. I think with the senator's visit tomorrow to El Salvador to meet with him, I think that's a significant move that's going to, first of all, keep the story in the news. But I think, you know, his future really lies on, you know, the White House won't talk about the administrative error that the Department of Justice made in choosing to remove him. People who were removed to this El Salvador prison under the Alien Enemies Act, they're not normal illegal immigrants who are arrested, they go before a judge, and the judge orders them removed. Under the Alien Enemies Act, the people who were arrested and taken to El Salvador did not go before judges. They were taken into custody and then removed from the country. And so there is a mistake here. And I think until it's remedied, or at least until the White House can really address what this error is, and explain things better, you know, the American public has a reason, just as journalists are as confused as I shared before we went on, you know, we're still trying to get to the bottom of this and figure not necessarily who's at fault, but like what really needs to happen here. And maybe he does get deported once he comes back, but through a different process.
To that point, Axios is reporting, because the parties were in court today in Maryland, Axios is reporting if Garcia was erroneously reported to El Salvador, if he manages to return to the United States, he will be detained and removed from the country. Now, the DOJ said that in a court filing today here. He will either be removed to a country that's not El Salvador, or the government will seek to, quote unquote, terminate his, quote, withholding of removal status and send him back to El Salvador. What does that mean?
So withholding of removal means that you're being protected from being removed from the country. And so really his future, I was talking to Customs and Border Protection about it today, and someone was sharing with me there, you know, if he was released right outside CCOT, this terrorism confinement center in this prison in El Salvador, he could make his way all the way up to the U.S. border and make an asylum claim, say he's fearing persecution from this prison where he was released. The more likely case, I think, is that he is going to end up getting flown back to the United States, possibly ultimately removed. But this is kind of reminding me of the case 20, 25, maybe 30 years ago when we had the child from Cuba who was taken away from his parents in Florida, and it really grabbed the whole nation's attention over such a small thing. Where in the big picture, you know, President Trump is talking about removing or deporting even Americans with the worst criminal histories to this terrorism center. You know, that might be the bigger story here, that the public seems to, you know, until it happens to someone they know, it's not as concerning.
Yeah, the Elian Gonzalez case, I remember that well. Let's get to that. Because the White House was not essentially, you know, outright denying this idea proffered by President Trump yesterday in his meeting with Bukele. Caroline Levitt says the president is, quote unquote, looking into deporting American citizens who committed violent crimes to El Salvador. I'm not a lawyer. I know you're not a lawyer. How would he do that, though?
So for this case, or in this potential situation, there is no Alien Enemies Act. So this is not something where, let's say I'm in prison convicted of a very serious string of crimes, where they could just I guess they could actually up and pick you up and just send you there. You've already gone through the court process. What's not clear is how they would determine what is a serious criminal. You've seen DOJ make a mistake with people going through the immigration process. So certainly I don't think DOJ has maybe the public trust behind it to support, how do you identify the worst criminals? When do they come back? And what is it when their sentence ends? Are they able to contact people? It seems like silly questions, but we're kind of getting deep into this now. And then where does it go from here? I think that's what people are wanting to know.
Yeah, and in court today with respect to Abrego Garcia, the judge says she's gotten, quote, no real response to her questions about the government's efforts to facilitate his return. The judge has now ordered top ICE and DHS officials to submit to depositions about this here. So we'll just have to wait and see whether or not this can be remedied there in the lower courts. We already know what the Supreme Court said last Friday, unanimously 9-0, that the White House, the DOJ, needs to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia. And I think the word facilitate has been open to interpretation by all parties here involved because this has become so political. And lastly, though, I want to ask this. The question is being posed and proffered by many in the Trump orbit. Why would the U.S. want this guy back? Is that the right question to ask with regard to this story?
I think that's a good point. I think what I've heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt, Stephen Miller in the White House, even President Trump, who, when he was asked about it, attacked CNN reporter Caitlin Collins. I think journalists and the public are just trying to understand, which is why we're all following this still, what went wrong here. Because if something went wrong with, yes, he's a Maryland man, but he is in the country. He entered the country illegally. He's technically in the process of going before the courts. It's a years-long process. So he did have legal status to be remaining in the country through that. He may have an MS-13 affiliation. We don't know for sure. I think the public wants to know, and journalists, what has happened, and how can it not happen again? What about the other? We don't talk about the other number of illegal immigrants who are sitting in ICE detention right now. People who got swept up at the same time, weren't deported, but are also from El Salvador, have possible MS-13 associations, but weren't deported like this other man was. So I think the public needs some reassurance from the White House, and the White House isn't necessarily understanding the question that needs to be answered.
But I don't understand because, and you reported about this, countries like El Salvador repatriate detainees back to the United States, and they have very recently, haven't they?
Yes. Like you said, it's all about facilitating, and it's about how the Trump administration and the Bukele administration in El Salvador want to interpret the judge's order to facilitate. I think at this point, the judge is getting this is a federal judge, is getting very frustrated with the delay. Now they're going to depose the DOJ about what's actually in DHS about what's actually going on. This judge is not getting answers. And so it's about to get a little more exciting here.
All right. Anna Giratelli with the Washington Examiner. Anna, can't thank you enough. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, still staying, though, with this story, earlier today outside of the courthouse in Maryland, we heard from Abrego Garcia's wife. This was her plea. Let's watch.
My name is Jennifer. I am Kilmer's wife. He is a father, a son, a brother, and a proud member of CASA and Smart Union member who has dedicated himself to make our family's American dream reality. That dream was shattered on March 12th when he was abducted and disappeared by the United States government in front of our 5-year-old child. Today is 34 days after his disappearance, and I stand before you filled with spirit that refuses to bring down. I will not stop fighting until I see my husband alive. Kilmer, if you can hear me, stay strong. God hasn't forgotten about you. Our children are asking, when would you come home? And I pray for the day I tell them the time and date that you'll return. As we continue through Holy Week, my heart aches for my husband, who should have been here leading our Easter prayers. Instead, I find myself pleading with the Trump administration and the Bukele administration to stop playing political games with the life of Kilmer. Our family is torn apart during this scary time, and our children miss their dad so much. Despite the challenges we continue to face with the U.S. and the Salvadorian government, I hope that the strength of faith and the resilience within us will keep us standing after all the punches we continue to receive. Our ability to fight back against these governments are testimonies to the spirit of fight and restraint that God has given us. We will continue standing strong, and we will never give up on you, Kilmer. Even though my heart is heavy, I find hope and strength in those around me. I felt an overwhelming support from our communities, our brothers and sisters from CASA, leaders and members from SMART, our faith and ally communities who continue to stand with us. And I pray that the same community strength that has lifted me flows through those judges supporting her to bend the power towards justice. Kilmer needs to come home, and it's time we see how exact this will be fulfilled. Enough is enough. My family can't be robbed from another day without seeing Kilmer. This administration has already taken so much from my children's, from Kilmer's mother, brother, sisters, and me. So, thank you.
All right, that's going to do it there. Hearing from Abrego Garcia's wife outside the courthouse with a throng of supporters and advocates pleading on her husband's behalf. In the meantime here, let's take our final commercial break of this hour. A few more top headlines to squeeze in when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Want to squeeze this in as we are in Holy Week, Easter Sunday, just this weekend. Live picture there in Vatican City at St. Peter's Basilica. I want to put up this tweet here from Rich Rejo. He's a theology professor and Vatican insider. He says this, that the Vatican says the Pope continues to improve and can remain without oxygen for longer periods of time. The Pope has delegated cardinals to preside at the Chrism Mass, Good Friday, and the Via Crucis. And with regard to the Easter Vigil and the Easter Sunday Mass, followed by the Urbi et Orbi speech, guidance is forthcoming. So for those of our Christian and Catholic watchers and viewers out there, I thought you might be interested to see what the Pope's role is going to be during Holy Week because of his pretty major health setback just in the last couple of months, suffering from bilateral pneumonia, weeks in the hospital. Back out live there to the Vatican. And here on Live Now from Fox, you can join us on Sunday. Our coverage will begin starting at 6 a.m. Eastern for all of these Easter services around the world, but especially there at the Vatican in Rome. So we do hope you please join us. Our coverage, like I said, begins at 6 a.m. Eastern. All right, well, that's going to do it for my live time up here on the Live Now desk on this very busy Tuesday. Don't you worry, though. My colleague Christina Evans has you covered for the next few hours here. We also have a live event going on right now. Yet again, the next installment in Bernie and AOC's Fighting Oligarchy Tour, this time in Folsom, California. This is live. Let's watch.
You know, Alexandria and I a few days ago were in L.A. L.A. is a city of some 4 million people, and we had some 36,000 people out, a great turnout. Folsom is a city of 85,000, and we have almost as many people here as we had in L.A. I'm told we have close to 30,000 people here. Unbelievable. Let me thank Folsom Lake College, Aisha Shaw, Dog Patch, the Philharmonic, Jane Kim, Lorena Gonzalez, and Everett Kelly. And let me thank Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for not only being a great member of Congress, but for being an inspiration to millions of young people throughout this country. We are here this evening to say very loudly and clearly to Mr. Trump and people all over this country, we as Americans will not accept oligarchy. We will not accept authoritarianism. And we will not accept a rigged economy where working people struggle while billionaires become richer. We will not accept a situation where, if you can believe it, one man, Elon Musk, you've heard of Elon. Elon owns more wealth than the bottom 50% of households in America. brothers and sisters, is insane. We have got to, together, create an economy that works for working people, not just Mr. Musk and the billionaire class. And to make a bad situation even worse, at a time of unprecedented income and wealth inequality, never had more inequality ever in America than we have today, Mr. Musk and the Republicans in Congress are working on a reconciliation bill. And this is legislation that would give $1.1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. And they pay for that by cutting Medicaid by $880 billion. Cutting nutrition programs for hungry kids, and cutting affordable housing. Now, you've got a congressman here whose name is Kevin Kiley. So I don't know if Mr. Kiley is watching the live stream or not. But, Mr. Kiley, I think some of your constituents have a message for you. Don't vote to give tax breaks to billionaires and cut programs that the working class of this country desperately needs. And by the way, Mr. Kiley, I have a feeling that some of your constituents would love to sit down and chat with you on that issue. Now, Alexandria comes from New York City. I come from Vermont. We've come a long way here. The least you could do is sit down with your constituents right here. You know, as I observe what's going on in D.C., I think a little bit about American history. And I think about Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg in 1863. And I think you all know this. Lincoln was there a few days after that horrific battle where 20,000 Union soldiers were killed or wounded in the fight to end the nightmare of slavery. And Lincoln looked out on the field just a few days after that carnage. And he said, you know what? Our vision of America is a government of the people, by the people, for the people. And that's why Alexandria and I are here this evening. We believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, not a government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. And when we talk about oligarchy, it's not just the incredible economic power that the billionaires have, which is unprecedented. And it's not just about the massive income and wealth inequality, which is also unprecedented. Today in America, as a result of that disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, billionaires like Musk can put unlimited amounts of money into both political parties. So Mr. Musk himself put $270 million to elect Donald Trump as president. And that for Musk was a pretty good investment. Not a lot of money when you're worth $300-400 billion. So it's a modest investment. And his reward was to become the most powerful person in the United States government. But I must tell you, it is not only Musk and the Republicans who are putting huge amounts of money to make sure they elect the candidates of their choice. It is Democrats as well. And there is a reason why Democrats for so many of years have not had the courage to stand up to the ruling class and represent working people, and that is because that party is dominated by corporate interests. So today we say loudly and clearly, and I think in saying this I speak for conservatives and progressives and moderates. The time is now to get rid of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. And move to public funding of elections. But brothers and sisters, it is not just oligarchy that we are fighting. We are fighting a president who undermines our Constitution every single day and threatens our freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. We are fighting a president whose agents are rounding up innocent people off the streets, throwing them into unmarked vans, and sending them to detention centers here in the United States, in El Salvador and elsewhere. That is not what happens in a democracy. That's what happens in a dictatorship. And together, we are not going to allow Donald Trump to create an authoritarian society. You know, the founding fathers of our country were not dummies. They had just fought a war against the British Empire and defeated the most powerful person on earth at that time, the King of England. And they sat around and they said, you know what? As we develop our new country, this is in the 1790s, what they were saying is we do not want to give one person unlimited power. And they developed a separation of powers. We got an executive, a legislative branch, and a judiciary to keep check on each other. And every single day, you got a president who wants more and more power for himself. He is usurping the power of the Congress. He is now challenging in an unprecedented way the role of the judiciary in America. Supreme Court recently ruled in a 9-0 decision that a man who was illegally picked off the street and sent to El Salvador has got to be returned.
All right, as you see there, we were just listening into Senator Bernie Sanders. And just moments ago, we heard from AOC as they're on their Fighting Oligarchy tour that's been going around the United States for the last couple of months. This one happening right now in Folsom, California. It's not actually the first time we've seen the two today as well. Earlier today, they were in Bakersfield, California, making sure their voices are heard as well. We did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are in a new hour. My thanks to my my colleague Andrew Krabs, who is with you for the last couple of hours, guiding you through today's top stories, and we're going to be doing the same. Stay right here with us. We're going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, but on the other side, we're going to be talking about potential cuts to the National Weather Service. Of course, we're talking about the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. There have been proposed cuts underneath the Trump administration. We'll be diving into what this could potentially mean in 2 minutes. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we're going to be keeping up with today's top stories. In the next one, we're going to be heading to Tampa, Florida. I want to show you this live look that we have there over the city as it is on the East Coast just after the 10 o'clock hour. A beautiful shot that we have there in Tampa at this hour. But we're heading down to Florida to talk about the Trump administration as they're considering major funding cuts to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, also known as NOAA. This is now raising concerns among scientists and environmental advocates as well as former forecasters too, as hurricane season now approaches. To talk a bit more about this and to tell us what she's learned today, I want to bring into the conversation Fox 13 Tampa's Evan Moon. Evan, thanks so much for being with us. What more do you know about this story?
Well, I want to start off with the White House has not made any decisions yet, but they are considering dismantling the research arm of NOAA, which, as Floridians here know, is crucial to looking at extreme weather patterns, especially hurricanes, obviously. But I spoke with experts today who say it'll go beyond just predicting the weather. It has to do with the health of our oceans, as well as affecting entire industries like the agriculture industry. We spoke with some experts on all of this today. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, could be up next for major DOGE funding cuts. A budget proposal is considering slashing NOAA funding by $1.6 billion, or 27%.
The important work of NOAA has been under attack since Inauguration Day. This challenges and undermines the decades of work that these individuals have committed their lives to. The people that are experts in sea turtles and habitat conservation, fisheries management, climate science.
The National Weather Service also falls under NOAA, crucial for tracking extreme weather in Florida.
The National Weather Service is staffed for fair weather, which means we already had a limited staff. And when we had hazardous weather like hurricanes coming toward us, we would all have to work overtime. So if we reduce the staff any further, it makes me a little nervous for this year's hurricane season.
Brogan agrees.
The lack of information and the lack of research that's coming out of this important program at NOAA will undoubtedly undermine the ability of weather forecasters to predict the coming storms or overall patterns that are affecting our weather.
Agriculture industries nationwide would also feel the impact, with farmers relying heavily on NOAA for seasonal weather patterns. The White House maintains DOGE layoffs nationwide are crucial.
DOGE is able to take out the waste, fraud, and abuse, which appears to be rampant based on what we're seeing.
The Florida governor also saying last week he's a big supporter of the DOGE efforts behind potential NOAA cuts and believes NWS will be fine.
There's certain legal authorities, whether you're probationary or not, and I think that they kind of started broad, but I think you're going to see it be okay with the National Hurricane Center. I really do.
Now, again, the White House hasn't made any final decisions on this funding to NOAA, but with 47 days till hurricane season, it is indeed a big decision that we'll have to watch here. Back to you.
And Evan, as a former resident of Florida, I know just how intense it is as folks get ready to gear up for hurricane season. And some pretty big hurricanes came through Florida last year as well. We relied on your reporting there at Fox 13 as well as our other partners at Fox 35 in Orlando. Have you heard anything else from other folks around as they're hearing about these potential cuts? What's their reaction?
Absolutely. Well, we did speak to that retired meteorologist with NWS who said, you know, on a good day, they are fully staffed for good weather. And when a hurricane comes through, they are working overtime. So he's worried that if there are major cuts, they aren't going to be able to provide that information during a hurricane. And again, being a native Floridian myself, living here all my life, I know it's something people really rely on to get that information. But again, we'll just have to wait and see. You heard Governor DeSantis there saying that he hopes the National Weather Service will be fine.
Again, that's something we'll continue to track here on Live Now from Fox. Our thanks to Evan Moon there with Fox 13 in Tampa. We appreciate you for joining us.
Thanks.
All right, we did want to get that story in, as that's one of the major things that we're still following here within our newsroom as we talk about the Trump administration and some of the changes that are potentially to come in the future. All right, we are going to step away now for a 2-minute break, but on the other side, we're going to be switching gears and heading down to Atlanta, Georgia. I want to show you this live look that we have there in the city. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, after that 2-minute break, we are now turning our attention to the Atlanta, Georgia area, showing you this live look that we have there in the city. But we're going to be focusing on something that happened just north in Cobb County. Georgia's Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene hosted a town hall meeting Tuesday evening, and things got off to quite the start as chaos ensued shortly after the event began. So I want to bring into the conversation now Denise Dillon there with Fox 5 in Atlanta. Denise, we saw those fireworks exploding almost from the moment that Marjorie Taylor Greene stepped up to the microphone. What can you tell us about what happened with the rest of the event?
Yeah, it was quite a chaotic evening, no doubt. You may have heard that some members of Congress were recently advised not to hold town halls for safety reasons, but Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said, you know, this one has been planned for months, and she really likes doing town halls. She has done them for a couple of years now, so she wanted to go ahead with this one. Event organizers did say that any kind of disorderly conduct will not be tolerated, but that did not keep any of these protesters away.
Hey, hey, ho, ho, MTG has got to go.
Before Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene's town hall started, protesters lined the streets.
She is for chaos. She is not for us.
We need someone who is in touch with reality and in touch with a moral center. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is neither.
Welcome, everyone. Moments after the Congresswoman took the stage, several protesters were thrown out of the town hall. Ackworth police used tasers on 2 of them.
If you want to shout and chant, we will have you removed just like that man.
Once the town hall finally got underway, Representative Greene told those in attendance, our country is stronger in just the 3 months since President Donald Trump took office. She pointed to the economy, cutting of government waste, and securing the border, even mentioning Lake and Riley.
She lost her life to a criminal, an animal, a murderer that should have never been in our country.
Representative Greene spoke for about 30 minutes, then answered questions that had been submitted, including one about President Trump's executive orders.
I have several bills that actually are President Trump's executive orders. One of them is the Gulf of America Act.
And as the town hall came to an end, more protesters shouted from their seats and were countered with chants from supporters.
We also have to recognize that the majority in the room were standing and cheering when those people were thrown out. And again, it was the protesters who were out of line.
And 6 to 10 people were escorted out of this town hall meeting. 3 people were arrested. Christina?
And I have to ask you, Denise, we even saw there in your story, it seemed like there were tasers out. Was anyone struck by those tasers? And if they were, how are they doing at this point? Have we gotten an update on their condition?
No update on their condition, but at least 2 people were tasered by police. And they actually just released the names of these folks, but the 2 who were tased, they are charged with simple battery on a law enforcement officer and obstruction of a law enforcement officer.
And it certainly seemed like it was a fiery meeting, and we appreciate you all there at Fox 5 in Atlanta for being able to cover this story. Thanks so much for your time, Denise.
Certainly.
All right, we did want to get that story in for you. And as we just heard from Denise Dillon there outside of that town hall where things happened, I want to replay some of those very fiery moments here on Live Now from Fox. We do have the video. Let's go ahead and go to it so you can see exactly what happened at the beginning of this meeting that led to some of that chaos.
Wired, okay. Well, welcome everyone. Are you really doing this? you. Thank you to our great police officers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my town hall. This is a town hall. This is not a political rally. This is not a protest. If you stand up and want to protest, if you want to shout and chant, we will have you removed just like that man was thrown out. We will not tolerate it. This is, let me tell you, this is funded. The Democrats have been rioting. They are the party of violence. They are the party that... Go. 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 If you want to sit and listen, you're welcome to listen. Everyone across the aisle. Democrats, Independents, Republicans. This is a good place. You have a lot to learn. And with that, I'll start with our first video. Kayla? My mic needs to be turned on? Okay.
Everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions.
Let's pause that for a second. Kayla. Thank you. Rewind that. This is a peaceful town hall. Now, this is a peaceful town hall, ladies and gentlemen. This should not have to happen. This is a town hall. So I'd like to start with our first video because I think these are some very wise words from the most popular Democrat president in history. Kayla?
Everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions. And that includes cutting back on billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about. But what should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody. Waste we should be getting rid of, even if we didn't have a deficit. Sure, some of these cuts aren't that big, but no amount of waste is acceptable. Not when it's your money. Not at a time when so many Americans are already cutting back. Just as families are living within their means, government should too. Did you know that the federal government pays for a website devoted to a folk music ensemble made up of forest rangers? They're called the Fiddlin' Foresters.
I think we're having a Wi-Fi issue. That's okay. We can stop there. So it was a key part of President Barack Obama's presidency was cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. And I think what you heard just there from President Obama is exactly what you're hearing today from President Trump and Elon Musk. And this is something that all of us as Americans can embrace, and that's cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from our government. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us together, no matter where we stand on the political spectrum, together we're in debt at $36 trillion. $36 trillion is no laughing matter. This is something that should pull all of us together as Americans because Americans have been defrauded for decades. And that's a crime against you, the American people, that has been committed against you by our government. And this is not anything to protest against. This isn't anything to be angry about. but stopping your money from being stolen by criminals all around the world, think about this, dead people's social security numbers being used to get your money. This is something that we should all fight against, and I think it's extremely important, and I'm proud to say that as chair of the DOJ committee. Now, let's talk about how this has affected our economy. Kayla, you can pull the next slide. So, just recently, you were told that President Trump is crashing the market with tariffs. That is absolutely not true. The media and the Democrat Party will try to fool you and think that President Trump is hurting America. He's actually defending America. And for the first time, we have a president that is saying he's going to level the playing field for the American people and American companies and the American worker. Because yes, thank you. And as you can see, while you were told to panic as the stock market went down for a few days, no one told you to panic during Joe Biden's presidency when the stock market went down. As a matter of fact, they ignored all of that. So it's extremely important for you to understand President Trump is using courage and bravery, standing up to every single country across the world with tariffs. And that's going to level the playing field for America. And that is going to put us in the right place and on the right track again. And I am so thankful I stand with him in that effort. And I want you to know that we will be a stronger country because of this. Now, what's actually happening with the economy? President Trump has been in office now for less than 3 months. He took office on January 20th. We aren't even 3 full months into President Trump's presidency, into his administration. We aren't even 3 full months into Republicans controlling the House and the Senate. And the economy is already improving. This is the real economy. When you're seeing inflation going down by 2.4%, you're seeing energy going down by 20%. Eggs are down by 59%, and chickens are not being killed all over the country. You're seeing gas down at 59%. Airfare is down at 9%, and jobs are up by 228,000. This is the real economy, ladies and gentlemen, that affects you every single day in your life, and it's only been less than 3 months. We look forward to seeing more of this. Now, this is one of the things that I think is absolutely shocking and shameful. DOJ has marked now 9.9 million dead people. They are now marked deceased. 9.9 million people of the age 120 and older had Social Security numbers. This should anger you. This should upset you. As we talk about Social Security, we are protecting Social Security. We are not cutting Social Security. But what we're doing is we're getting rid of the criminals and the fraudsters that are using these Social Security numbers to steal your money. And I think this is one of the best things that we are seeing happen. I don't know about you. Yes. I don't know about you guys. I don't know anyone 120 years old. We'll go to the next one. Thank you, Kayla. Kayla, you're doing a great job over there.
First of all, I got to salute President Trump. He's been in office less than a month. I said from day one on your show, Sean, he's a game changer. He proves to the American people every day why I consider him the greatest president in my lifetime. No one's had success like this. But I've said it. I'm happy the numbers are up. I'm happy with the results so far. I am not satisfied. I will not be satisfied till every gang member, every illegal alien gang member, every illegal alien public safety threat and national security threat is eradicated from this country. So we're expanding the amount of teams now. We got Pam Bondi suing the sanctuary cities. We got Christy Noam now. She's been out. The Border Patrol, she's been out to ICE. She's done more enforcement operations in a week than Mayorkas has done in 4 years. Our team's coming together. You got the architect, Steve Miller. We're all working together to increase those numbers until we can eradicate once and for all every illegal alien gang member and public safety threat and national security threat in this country. It's all on. Our foot's on the gas, and God bless President Trump for giving us the authorities, the resources to do this job. It's his vision that's making this all possible.
And because of the great work of Tom Homan and Kristi Noem, look at these border statistics here. This is all because of President Trump, his agenda, and what he has put his team to work to do. The great men and women of ICE, the great men and women of Border Patrol, they are making America safe. These statistics are undeniable. Look at that, March of 2024. I serve on the Homeland Security Committee, and what we have seen over the past 4 years is astounding. March of 2024, 137,473 crossings in 1 month. Here we are, 1 year later in March of 2025, we've got 7,181, a decrease of 95%. That's the difference in an election. You know, Democrats under the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas would tell us they needed more money and they needed more resources. And that was always a lie. What they needed to do was actually care about this country and secure the border because they had the means to do it then. And I praise President Trump and thank Tom Homan and Kristi Noem for doing this important work, because I want to tell you something. I have talked to too many parents who have lost their children to illegal alien crime, murder, and fentanyl and other drugs coming across our border. This should never happen to any American, and they are doing a great job of securing our border. So we are so thankful for them. And Congress is riding alongside of them. Now, we all know the name Laken Riley. This was a young lady that never wanted her name famous, not in the way that it is famous. The man that murdered Laken Riley was an illegal alien that came across our border, was released into the interior of the United States, made his way to New York, committed crimes in New York, was arrested, and they refused to prosecute him. They released him back to the streets, where he traveled his way down to Georgia and made it to Athens. This is where he murdered Laken Riley, a beautiful young woman that was just starting out as a young adult, enjoying her time at UGA, and I can only imagine because I myself am a UGA graduate. And this young lady was brutally murdered, and she fought for her life. I know the details of her death. She fought, but she lost her life to a criminal, an animal, a murderer that should have never been in our country. And because of the Biden administration, she's dead today. Well, I'm proud to let you know in the House we passed that bill, the Laken Riley Act. Kayla, you can go ahead.
All right, as you see there, did want to play out a few moments that happened earlier today at Marjorie Taylor Greene's town hall in Georgia. She was in Cobb County, which is a portion of her district. So we saw all of those moments, how it started off very fiery with several protesters being ejected from the room, some even tased in the process. But as you heard, MTG went on to address those other constituents who were there in the crowd there to listen to her. Now just speaking briefly on the immigration efforts there at the White House and the policies that are underneath the Trump administration. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, showing you another live look that we have there in Washington, D.C. there at the White House. We'll be diving into a bit more on these immigration issues and what President Trump is now doing, as well as hearing from border czar Tom Homan. Stay with us. That's just in 2 minutes. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, before we went to that 2-minute break, I told you we'll be continuing to talk a bit more about these immigration stories. We just heard Marjorie Taylor Greene there in her town hall talking about Laken Riley and the Laken Riley Act. She was the college student who was murdered by an undocumented immigrant last year. So we do want to continue on with a bit more on these stories. We do know that also what's happening there, the legal sparring continues between the Justice Department and a Maryland judge over a man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. This as President Trump is now entertaining the idea of sending American criminals to the country's notorious prisons. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor. She has much more on this story.
This is the maximum security prison in El Salvador, where officials say Gilmar Abrego Garcia is being held. He's from El Salvador, but was living in Maryland before he was mistakenly deported in March. Last week, the Supreme Court ordered the White House facilitate his return to the U.S., but neither president is eager to comply.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
The White House insists Abrego Garcia has ties to MS-13, but his attorneys say the government has shown no evidence of his gang affiliations.
He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result.
The case is added to the national debate over due process, and with President Trump now considering options to send American criminals to El Salvador's prisons, the legal challenges are likely just beginning.
If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem.
He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime.
In another legal blow, a federal judge has blocked the White House from revoking the legal status of more than 500,000 migrants in the U.S. under the Biden administration's controversial mass parole program. The White House will appeal. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Our thanks to Rebecca Castor for bringing us that story. And so also today we heard from President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. He made remarks outside of the White House talking about immigration. Let's listen in.
Mr. Homan,
Roosevelt Hotel is not, it's on the table, leave it at that. I'm certainly not going to forecast when we're going to do an operation of any kind.
Thank you, Mr. Homan. You're the immigration expert here. The president is now floating this idea of sending American prisoners to a prison in El Salvador. Do you believe that that would be legal?
You know, someone mentioned that to me this morning. I haven't yet talked to the president. I just got back in town yesterday, so I haven't had that conversation, what that conversation was about, where it comes from. So I'm not going to comment on that until I speak to the president directly.
But do you know off the top of your head if that's legal? Or what would your, I mean, you have obviously worked in immigration under President Obama, now under President Trump. Do you believe that it would be legal to send American prisoners?
I don't know. Again, I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. I said, I'll mention this morning. I don't know the context of the question was. I don't know the context of what response or what he meant by response. I'd be opining on something I really don't have the information on. I'll get briefed on it, and I'll respond to you later about it, but I'm just unfamiliar with it.
Mr. Homan, does the administration expect that those migrants that have been sent to that prison in El Salvador will remain there?
You mean the terrorists that were removed?
Will they remain in that prison in El Salvador for the rest of their lives?
This administration will obey court orders, unlike the last administration. But if you ask me if I'm in favor of returning terrorists to the United States that are gang members that have, murdered and raped young women in this country, no, I'm not in favor of that at all.
Mr. Homan, increased border apprehensions by 95% since last March. Can you describe maybe some of the success behind these numbers?
Because I worked for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. Trump 45 is successful, unprecedented. And we're even doing better this time. President Trump, I give him all the credit because he put executive actions in place day one. He re-implemented the policies that we proved were effective. Right now, as we speak today, because of President Trump, the men and women of ICE and the men and women of the Border Patrol who stand on that line every day, today we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. No one can argue that. The data's clear on that. I started in 1984. I've never seen the numbers this low. So again, the most secure border in the history of this nation, President Trump was able to do that in a matter of weeks. something that Biden administration didn't do in 4 years. Either wouldn't or couldn't, but we proved it didn't need legislation, didn't need all this other stuff that the last administration talked about. We needed a strong president who took America first and cared about American safety and securing that border. Securing the border at this level means we have a lot stronger national security because of the border.
Mr. Holman, you have Democrats that are planning. There are laws on the books that make it a criminal offense to shield or harbor illegal immigrants, like the sanctuary states and things have been doing. Do you think they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and possibly put in prison?
Absolutely. And hold tight on that one, because it's coming. It's coming. I've been clear on that since day one. The sanctuary cities can sit by and watch their communities get ravaged by illegal aliens. They can watch young women get raped and murdered. Trump administration is not going to stand for that. So look, they can stand by and watch. And the Trump administration will secure their communities. The Trump administration will drive down illegal alien crime in this country. If they don't do it, we'll do it for them. But they can't. They can sit aside and watch, but they can't cross that line. When they cross the line of harboring concealment, that's a felony. And we got Pam Bondi now who won't hesitate to take action. When they can't impede in our enforcement efforts to make this country safe again. That's a felony. So President Trump's got his cabinet in place now. We got a strong AG. We got a strong Secretary of Homeland Security. We got a great group here. We got, Steve Miller, one of the most brilliant men I ever worked with when it comes to border security and interior enforcement. You're going to see a lot of things happen next few months that people should expect. Many don't, but watch what comes in the near future.
Mr. Holman, you got Democrats that are headed down to El Salvador. What's your message to them?
They're not going to change anything. We removed terrorists from this country. They're where they should be, and they want to go down. What y'all be doing, y'all be in sanctuary cities in this country, taking action against the Maryland father, the Maryland illegal alien, not a father. Maryland illegal alien was arrested in the country illegally, arrested for murder, and released to the public, and it took ICE to go find them. If the Democrats don't spend some time.
Here's what you have to look forward to in the series finale tomorrow afternoon. Kader Montero called up from Toledo, who'll make his first start of the season in the big leagues. You see what he did last year with Detroit, and he will face 36-year-old journeyman Jose Quintana. Now in his 14th big league season. How about this? Last time out, he beat Arizona, becoming the 24th pitcher in big league history to beat all 30 major league teams. So Jose Quintana, Kader Montero tomorrow. A reminder, there is no Tigers Live pregame show, so I won't be here. But at 1 o'clock, we will get things underway from Milwaukee. It'll be Jason Benetti, Andy Dirks, and Daniela Bruce bringing it to you from out at American Family Field, formerly known as Miller Park. Special day around baseball. Jackie Robinson Day. It is the Brewers who get it done tonight, shutting out the Tigers 5-0. We will see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock here on FanDuel Sports Network.
During month of free, Buffalo Wild Wings gave to me free boneless wings, free delivery, a sandwich that is free, free burger, and a free dessert. All because I joined Rewards for a month of free. Yes.
The game hits different when it's live. Now you can stream the live channels that matter most with Xfinity Sports and News TV. From game time to prime time, it's the local channels you love, the news you need, and the sports you can't live without. All for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. Plus, you'll save even more with Peacock Premium, included at no extra cost. It's the entertainment you want and none you don't. All on the most reliable network. Learn more at Xfinity.com.
Right now at the Home Depot, shop Spring Black Friday savings on GE Profile appliances. Sleek outside, dual dispense inside, and all-in-one laundry that can wash and dry in one machine.
So cool.
Get free delivery now at the Home Depot.
I'm Ven Johnson. I started Ven Johnson Law to help as many people as I could through the difficult and complex legal issues they face, no matter the case. At Ven Johnson Law, we're fighting for you, fighting with you, fighting because of you.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Chevy makes affordable vehicles that help you enjoy life. Get more for less in the Chevy Trax. Maximize every mile in the all-electric Equinox. And power through with the capable Colorado. Enjoy endless possibilities and your new Chevy. GM employees with a current eligible lease can get this Equinox EV for around $219 a month. Plus, current eligible Costco members can get up to a $12.50 member-only incentive.
You have a UTI at 30,000 feet. Good thing you can chat with an Amazon One medical provider from anywhere. Now just brace your urethra for turbulence.
With more jackpots hitting every hour, FanDuel Casino has your chance at the #1 feeling, which is still winning. Still better than number 24. Writing a hit song about
jackpot all day. Jackpot. Another one.
Or number 47, hanging out with a bunch of people named Jack Potts.
So I say to the guy, call me Jack. Mr. Potts is my father.
Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life. Also try new Iams Healthy Weight Cat Food.
Listen to this crowd. He struck him out. How about it? The Tigers will not stop.
Here in the 7th. Topper third base. Ibanez can't handle it. There's run number 5, and A.J. Hinch foretold this yesterday. Ground balls have to become outs against this team or innings will unravel.
Yeah, you play 162 games, you're going to have a couple like this. Tigers have been playing some really good baseball tonight in Milwaukee. Really their own worst enemy. Credit the Brewers. They did some good things, obviously, in particular their starter, Quinn Priester. But in the end, Tigers made mistakes. They end up on the wrong end of a 5-0 loss to the Brewers. So, guys, a lot to unravel here. Look, all the good things we said about the Tigers in the pregame show, they stand. It's just a question of, can you take a night like this and flush it quickly?
Yes, you can. It is a long season. But first of all, let's start with this. Both of you say thank you, Wojo.
Thank you, Wojo.
Thank you, Wojo. Because I sent out the no-hitter jinx tweet in the 6th inning when the Tigers got their one hit, the Gleyber Torres double. But they weren't in it at all.
Let's not bury the lead here. The Tigers did have one hit.
One hit. And Hinch said after the game, I wrote him down, and we didn't play well in any facet the first time in a long time. And it's true. That's the first complete stinker they've had in a long time.
Yeah, it wasn't the best night for a pregame show where we gush about Jack Flaherty and then watch him walk the first batter and pretty much struggle throughout. It wasn't the best night for a pregame show where we gush about this offense and then watch them produce one hit over 9 innings. But as Torkelson said, it's 1 out of 162. They beat us tonight. I believe his quote was, whatever. Turn the page. We'll play again tomorrow. And that is the mentality you have to have in baseball.
Let's talk about Quinn Priester, the starter. We talked about him once, a highly regarded prospect for the Pirates. Has kind of bounced around now, Red Sox to the Brewers. Tonight, had good stuff. Kept the Tigers off balance in this one.
You saw why he was a first-round pick back in 2019. He pitched like a guy with pedigree tonight, and he threw a lot of first-pitch strikes. And because of that, he won the race to 2 strikes that A.J. Hinch so often talks about. And it seems like the Tigers hitters were on their heels or defending themselves for most of this night. And while they got to him later, they had a couple chances, one in the 5th, one in the 6th, couldn't get a big hit, and that was the story tonight for this offense. But it shouldn't color what has been a very stable offense for the first 16 games.
Right. 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position in this game. On the other side, look, Jack Flaherty, I think the best way you could put it, Woj, he didn't have his best stuff, but he just battled as long as he could.
He did battle, and he struggled with his command, and he was up to whatever it was, 80 pitches in the 5th inning or whatever. That's going to happen, too. I mean, he has been as hot as anybody as far as pitching for the Tigers. So I agree, this is not, you don't, just, means nothing. Of course it means something, but in the grand scheme of things, they were kind of due for one of these.
Yeah, it happens. Like you said, 162 games, you can have some tough ones. And the nice thing is they come right back tomorrow afternoon at 1:10, and they get to play the Brewers again. But we got more to talk about in this one. Let's swing it out to Milwaukee, where Hammer joined us for the pregame show. She now joins us for the postgame show. Good evening, Hammer.
Yeah, I really loved Wojo's prediction on that Riley Green long ball tonight. That one didn't turn out so well, but like you said, everything we were gushing about this team in the pregame show kind of never came to fruition, and it was a stinker. They haven't had many of these. In fact, the last time they were one hit in a game came back on July 27th of 2023 at the hands of Shohei Ohtani, and he had 2 home runs in that game. So certainly not a good night for Detroit, and I loved their reaction, and you can hear from A.J. Hinch that it was not a good game. I tried to give him maybe, a little bit of grace in the fact that this team has been pretty darn good defensively as of late, but just nothing they did worked. Take a listen to the manager.
I don't think it was the best stuff, and it wasn't best execution, and he hung in there a little bit. They hit the ball out of the ballpark, and then they put together some good swings on him, and his night ended early with a high pitch count, and in a little bit of frustrating fashion, just because he, the walk at the end kind of signaled, or was an example of how the night just got away from him a little bit. He'll be fine, and he'll be better, and he'll get back at it when he gets the ball again.
How about Priester? He took a no-hitter into the 6th. You finally get one, and then the bullpen does what they've done so well.
Yeah, no, we didn't get anything going offensively. I mean, it was pretty clear he was in control of the game, and we were in between pitches. We took pitches. We swung a little wildly, and didn't really even threaten the hit column that much. And so it was obviously his night, and we'll bounce back tomorrow.
Just going back to Jack for a minute, when you see him like that, is that a repeat thing? Is that a mechanic thing? When you see him, the velocity's all over the map, and the command is all over the map.
A little bit. I mean, I think I talked to him about it, but and we will too. It's when you're off, it's hard to kind of find your rhythm, find your timing, find your power, find your grip. I mean, there's any number of reasons when the ball's not coming out where you want it, regardless of the velocity. I think the velocity is a little bit of a byproduct of energy and getting his body moving a little bit. Tonight didn't have it, so he battled and tried to give us as much as he could, and we didn't quite put up enough runs to make it as competitive as it could have been.
Torres stayed in the game, so I guess it was okay after that slide. Yeah. The third looked a little kind of shaky at the start there.
Yeah, no, he's fine.
You talked before the game about how well your team has played defensively, but certainly with that Milwaukee team, the speed they use on the base path, they kind of seem to leave you guys a little bit on your heels tonight.
No, we just made us mishandle the ball. I mean, I think we didn't really play well in any facet. It's like the first time in a while where things haven't really been gone our way. We'll have a quick turnaround. It's a noon game tomorrow. Chance to win a series. Have a really good road trip, but not a lot to like out of tonight.
Jay, how are you kind of managing Hannafy there in the 7th, given what's going on with your bullpen? I know there are a couple misplays, but just what was your thinking?
He needed to finish as much as he could. Obviously going to the pen early, not a perfect scenario for Holton. We're keeping it close there. We got the double from Glaber. We could maybe get back in the game a little bit. And we wanted Hannafy to keep the ball on the ground on our tees. He did. When he went back out for the next inning, it was kind of his inning to get through, regardless, given where our pen is and where it's likely to be over the next few days.
And Cater Montero will start the third game, the rubber match in this series on Wednesday, noon here, 1 o'clock Eastern in Detroit. And Brandon Hanafy was optioned down to Toledo. And AJ told us before the game that it's simply just kind of a numbers game with 22 games in 23 days over this stretch. He wants to just make sure that he gets his starters some really good rest. So that's why he made the decision to bring up Cater, a guy who he said could have made the roster out of spring training. So he deserves to be here. He will get the start tomorrow. One other interesting thing about this, it's like when they started to get to Priester in that 6th inning when they finally got that hit from Glaber, you thought maybe things would change, the tide would turn, but then the bullpen went on to retire 12 straight. The Brewers bullpen finished with the 2nd best ERA in all of baseball last season, and they certainly looked every bit of that same team tonight. And for any starting pitcher, when you're not getting any kind of run support, I think when you're kind of struggling and fighting against it like Jack Flaherty did tonight, things just aren't going to get any better when you don't have runs behind you. I think that was probably one of the biggest things last night showed us, is that Detroit went into that one with some run support for Tarek Skubal, which they do so often. They play great defense behind him, and they say they'll get back on it tomorrow. Obviously, nobody's worried. 145 more games to go for this Detroit team, guys.
All right, Chan, thank you very much. We'll check back in momentarily. I think to your point, when you listen to A.J. Hinch there, Woj, this is a game where we can say, look, you're going to have nights like this, but they don't just flush it. He said when he talked about Flaherty, we're going to talk to him about this and figure out, you know, what kind of wasn't feeling right out there.
That might have been the most peeved I thought A.J. Hinch was after a loss yet this season. But Hammer mentioned the bullpen and the rocky way that baseball, coming into the game, Milwaukee's bullpen was 28th in the majors in ERA, 28th, and they dominated today. That's how baseball works.
All right, Tigers fall by a score of 5-0 to the Brewers. They'll be back at it tomorrow. Winner of that one takes the series. So still a way for the Tigers to continue this run they've had of taking series. They do add up. We'll talk more about this one coming up as the postgame show rolls on right after this. right, Tigers did have some opportunities in this game tonight. You go back to the 5th inning, even when they did not have a hit, they had a man on, and Dylan Dingler came to the plate, and for a second it looked like he got all of this one, but just missed.
Yeah, we mentioned him pregame. He's been putting a lot of good swings on the ball, and he drove this one nearly out of the park. If he hits that ball maybe 5 feet further, this is a 3-2 ball game.
2 on when Javi Baez came up again, just an atom ball.
Yeah, and one of the few hangers that Priester threw all night. He was really precise. He left that one up. Baez put the bat on it, got the barrel to it, but hit it to the wrong spot.
Then 2 on. That's the end of the inning. Trey Sweeney grounded out, so that's an opportunity for the Tigers. Again, as we said, overall tonight, 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Then you go to the 6th inning. That's when the Tigers got their first hit of the game, the double by Gleyber Torres. But Riley Green came up after that. Obviously, runner in scoring position now at third base. Just looked at strike 1, strike 2, strike 3 coming up right here, and this is a hitter that is struggling right now. 1 for his last 28. We'll talk more about that coming up in a moment. Spencer Torkelson, again, had a shot right here. Runner on third, trying to get the Tigers on the board. It's only 3-0 at this point, but he went down swinging, and Torkelson talked about this one afterwards.
Give us a sense. I mean, obviously, Priester was pitching very well tonight. Just talk about as the innings wore on and you guys weren't able to get to him. How do you make sure it doesn't frustrate you? What do you try to do at that time?
Yeah, I mean, all of his stuff was sharp. You know, he was hitting his spots, he's getting ahead. So, I mean, nothing we could really do other than just try to grind him out as best as possible. And I think we did our best to try to do that. We weren't trying to do too much up there, which, you know, we didn't really get ourselves out. I think he just got us out, and that's one of those days, so it's whatever.
To this point, this team really hasn't had many, if any, games where nothing was really clicking like it was tonight. How do you flush it quick with the tight turnaround tomorrow?
Yeah, it's one game. It sucks, whatever, but one game. You know, we got 140 more or whatever. I don't even know. A lot more games, so we're not going to really let this bother us.
Their bullpen was pretty fierce, too. Can you just talk about what they came in and were able to do against you guys?
Yeah, they seemed like they definitely trusted their stuff, had some conviction. They beat us, whatever.
You guys have always been so good about that kind of one-game thing, one mentality, and the resilience. I know even when you guys are playing well and we come in and tell you how well you're playing, you say, we're not going to get too high or low. How much of that comes from AJ, or is it something now that is manufactured in here with all of you guys as well?
I think it definitely started up top and kind of trickled down to us as we matured as players of like, win or lose, we still got to show up the next day. And that's just playing this game for, you know, a couple of years, you know, so can't get too high, can't get too low.
You know, Woj, there are times where you can make this a complicated game. There are times where you can make it somewhat easy to understand. When you get timely hits and take advantage of opportunities, the game looks easy. Tonight, the Tigers just didn't do that.
Of course, and their calm response is a function of, and it's a good function of A, already off to a hot start, 10-7, so you're not gripping the bat, and B, the product of making the playoffs last year and that 31-13 run to end the season. I think they know, they have in the back of their minds, they know we're a good team. We're not going to freak out about one loss.
Yeah, and like you said, they win tomorrow, they take the series, which would be their 5th straight series win. And there's no need to panic over a game in the middle of April when you've won 10 of your first 16 games. This team's in a really good spot, given the reinforcements that are still on the way, and guys like Meadows and Vierling. This is one that you flush, and that, as Torkelson said, not once, not twice, but 3 times, you just whatever and win away, come back and try to win a game tomorrow.
It's a long season, man. These guys can't ride the roller coaster. If you do that, you're never going to survive. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Riley Green on a rough part of the roller coaster right now. We'll talk about him on the other side. Tigers fall tonight 5-0 to the Brewers. More of the postgame show after this. All right, let's talk about Riley Green. We talked about him in the pregame show. Look, he's in just one of those slumps right now that, again, over the course of a baseball season, you're going to see. Last 8 games for Riley Green, he is now 1 for 28 with 17 strikeouts after 3 tonight. That's a 0.035 batting average. Not good.
Not great, Bob.
No, if you're Riley Green, you just do it. You got to find a way to make contact. I mean, there he was tonight with a runner in scoring position. He looked at 3 strikes. Bat never came off his shoulders.
And see, that's where you know someone's pressing and then they're being tentative. Like when you take 3 straight strikes right down the middle, you're unsure of yourself. And yes, Priester was very good, and other players, he did that to other players as well. But Riley Green is stuck in between trying to work his way out of a slump and not knowing what to do. Tentative, taking 3 straight strikes.
Yeah, that's what it looks like when a hitter just isn't seeing it. And it was also a function of taking his first 2 at-bats against the right-handed Priester, then seeing the lefty Koenig come in, and Koenig's 6'5" and throwing 97, throwing sliders and throwing hard sinkers. But some silver linings here for Riley Green. He has been, over his young career, a bit of a streaky hitter, and he tends to come out of these slumps with surges. There was a stretch last August into September when he went 4 for 30 with 16 strikeouts. He was 10 for his next 20 and hit pretty well for the rest of the way. He also did square up the last ball he hit tonight, or the last ball he hit against Priester in the 4th. And so maybe that's a sign of a hitter who's breaking out of it. But I wouldn't sweat too much about Green. He does have a track record. I do think, again, he's one of this team's purest hitters. He'll find a way through this. When he does, I think he'll come out of it with a bang.
And A.J. Hinch is working with him. Gave him yesterday off just to kind of let him get his head right and feel good about coming back. And it's probably a good thing for him and the rest of this team that you come back quickly tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And understand that this team all along is playing the long game. That's why he's giving the starters more time off, bringing up Cater Montero to stretch out the rotation a little bit, because he said the other day, we're not playing 160, we're getting ready to play 180 games, counting the playoffs. And that's part of it. And Riley Green has plenty of time to get out of it.
No doubt about it. All right, back to Milwaukee we go. Hammer standing by with more. Hammer?
Yeah, and it was a great point that Will made, too. I mean, just imagine once this team does get healthy as well as they have played thus far, and imagine when Green and Torkelson hit simultaneously well at the same time, because it's been a minute since they've had that as well. All right, so we talked to Dylan Dingler tonight. He's a guy obviously behind the plate, also at the plate, who has had a little bit of a resurgence this season. Take a listen to what he had to say after this loss.
They were good. I know Priester kept us off balance for how many innings did he go? 6? Yeah, for at least the first 4 or 5, and then we started to have a little bit better at bats, and then they got him out of there and brought in some good arms. So
I was going to say, I mean, you guys finally break through in the 6th, and then their bullpen comes in and just continues the mow down. Do you change your approach? How do you guys handle it from that point on?
I just take it one guy at a time, one at bat at a time, and try to attack from there. Try to pass the baton, have a good at bat, and try to keep that going throughout the lineup.
What was Priester doing so well that kept you guys off base?
His pitches have a lot of movement. He was mixing all of his different pitches with his, four-seam cutter, sinker, and a slider. And, it was locating decently well. And just tip or cap to him.
Had you all faced him before when he was in Boston, or was this the first time for a lot of you?
So he was in the Pirates org. I faced him down in AAA and for, I think, the past 2 years, but I know he was the first time for a couple of guys.
He kind of had to wear it in the 7th based on what's going on with the roster, but how are you kind of trying to help him through that inning, especially after a couple misplays in the field?
Just try to attack guys. I know some mishit balls that ended up being, base runners, but, you can't worry about that and got to keep on going back out there.
And we have talked a couple of times about the momentum, the resiliency, kind of the mindset of this team, how it all starts with A.J. Hinch. And if there's one thing we've seen before, it's when any of their starters, guys like Flaherty or Skubal, have a tough outing, they always seem to bounce back even better. So I expect nothing but that from Jack Flaherty. As we mentioned, they've got a chance tomorrow to take the series. It would be their 5th straight series win if they are able to take this one. Pretty good road trip if they can go home 4-2 after games against against Minnesota and here in Milwaukee. And then, fellas, they've got 10 straight games at home at Comerica Park starting on Thursday against Kansas City. So we will wrap it up from here in Milwaukee. It has been great to be with you guys tonight. I am so sorry that this Fox 2 jinx continues on.
You're not supposed to say anything. Hey, we won last night. Red Wings got a win on
They were harassing me. Oh, that's right. Well, the beat writers were harassing me on the elevator. They're like, doesn't everybody keep losing on your air? And I said, no, it's not us.
No comment.
Yeah, good point by you. Just for the record, they did win on opening day on Fox 2. They did this tonight. So they're 1-1.
Yes, they did.
And the Red Wings haven't lost in their last one game on Fox 2. So listen, we're not that bad.
Onward and upward.
Great
We're
job
going to
out
flush
there,
it.
Hammer.
We're going to flush it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Hammer. Great job out there.
Hammer.
Hey, Dylan Dingler. 4 stolen bases tonight against him, and it didn't look particularly close on at least 3 of them.
Yeah, well, first of all, Jackie Robinson would have appreciated this Brewers effort tonight.
Yeah,
a lot
running
of
the bases hard, yeah.
A lot of aggressive base running, 4 stolen bases, and Dylan Dingler almost took out 2 of his pitchers tonight.
Flaherty
with
really had to
Rose
duck.
Down to second. And I do recall when he caught Skubal for the first time when Jake Rogers was hurt last week, he actually told Dingler ahead of time, hey, just don't hit me in the back on throws down to second. So the pitchers are aware that Dingler has a high angle, and he delivers that ball on a plane that pretty much comes right over the pitcher's head or back, and he did skip a couple of them on the way to second. So he can play better back there from a base stealing standpoint. He will have to moving forward, but I think the pitchers for the most part are just happy to have their heads on their necks still after that game tonight.
There's a couple that were close.
There's something weird about his mechanics right now, throwing so low, like you said, and added to the most uneven defensive game we've seen. Andy Ibanez with a couple of misplays later in the game, and again just fits into the whole A.J. Hinch said, like, we didn't do anything well, but it hadn't happened in a long time.
Yep, come back tomorrow, get it right. We'll wrap this up. Closing thoughts when we come back. Tiger postgame show. Tigers fall in Milwaukee tonight, 5-0 to the Brewers. More after this. if you heard A.J. Hinch a little bit earlier in the postgame show, he talked about the fact that Jack Flaherty just didn't have it. But he is good enough that he will battle, man. 4 2/3, 5 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 4 Ks, 2 walks. And we've been around Jack Flaherty enough, part of last season and the beginning of this season, to know that when it doesn't go well, it's not going to be a long postgame interview.
Yeah. Just completely out of sync. Didn't really, was able to command the zone all over the place. Don't know. Wasn't controlling counts, wasn't putting guys away, wasn't getting ahead. So you put it all together, it doesn't add up for good results.
Was that something that you felt earlier in the evening, maybe when you were warming up, or?
No, I mean, it doesn't matter what happens as you're warming up. Usually, you're able to go out there and it just comes down to competing. And I just was all over the place today, and just got to be better.
You've had some good outings this year. How do you flush that one?
Wake up tomorrow and get back to work.
This is a team, though, that, I mean, you guys have always lifted each other when there's been tough outings. The offenses come. Just how difficult is it when the offense can't get anything going against Priester in their bullpen?
No, you got to give the team a better chance to win. So didn't do that today, and that's the result that you get. So just got to be better.
That's a competitor, and you can kind of read good night, bad night in the way that he talks after a game. And that's, look, he knows he gets the ball once every 5 days. When it doesn't go well, he feels it.
He pitches and plays with an edge, and obviously he took that probably harder than he care to talk about. But as Will was about to point out to us, there's another guy in the mound. Momentum is the next day's starting pitcher.
Thank you, Jim Leland.
I heard from someone.
Did you just make that up?
Yes, that's mine.
Wow. Or, as Jim Leland would say, you can't chew yesterday's breakfast.
Oh, I can actually. I have before. I'll be honest, I have.
And tomorrow's momentum, the Tigers hope, will come from Cater Montero.
Exactly.
Who did have some good showings down the stretch last year, including a complete game shutout against the Rockies, where he faced the minimum. If he faces the minimum tomorrow, I like the Tigers' chances. And A.J. Hinch is right. He does have MLB quality stuff, and in a rotation that wasn't headlined by a Cy Young winner and didn't feature 2 former top 3 picks and 2 really good arms in Flaherty and Olson, you'd probably have room for Montero. Now, they didn't to start the year, but I do think he'll pitch well tomorrow.
No doubt.
And warm to the challenge.
Jose Quintana on the mound for Milwaukee tomorrow.
The old veteran.
He's been
around for a long time. So it's Quintana against Cater Montero in the game.
By the way, Dan Miller,
give us an update on this.
Make sure you and the fans make your way to Comerica Park on Saturday afternoon, where we got a little Tigers windbreaker giveaway. First 15,000 fans get one of these bad boys, and I gotta tell you, it fits well. It is snappy, and it does break some wind.
Here's what I like about that is oftentimes when you get a giveaway, there's a nasty logo on it of whoever sponsored it. Pepsi on the right-hand sleeve there. Number 1, Pepsi's got a cool logo. Number 2, it's very tasteful down there. That's a nice-looking little windbreaker-type jacket you got there.
15,000 fans at the ballpark on Saturday. This is a gotta-have item. I mean, you can't miss.
And windbreakers are necessary equipment throughout April, May, maybe even to June.
There is no doubt. Hey, listen.
And into October.
Anything we took from that clubhouse tonight, it is that these guys will come back out tomorrow, and they understand they have a chance to win the series, and that's the way you're going to see them play.
Whatever. Whatever.
That was 3 whatevers.
Yes,
pretty much. And I like it. Yes. It's like just for effect at the end of the sentence. Whatever, man.
If I wasn't clear enough, whatever.
I mean, think about your job. If you have to be judged 162 times whether you won or lost on a given day, you know what? Not many of us live that life. We go to work. Maybe it's not our best day, but nobody comes out of it telling us we lost.
No. And they can have that attitude because they got off to such a hot start. I really think that tempers everything.
Woj, whatever. All right, that's going to do it. Thank you for making us a part of your night. We love being able to bring these Tigers games to you. We are back in a couple of weeks when they will be in Anaheim to take on the Angels.
And when we break the curse once and for all, get this thing rolling downhill, baby.
They're 1-1. 1-1. Have a great night. Fox 2 News. The Edge is next.
The Edge at 11 starts now.
Tonight on The Edge, breaking news in Westland.
Police responding to reports of a possible double shooting. Fox News' Dave Kinchin is on scene working to get some information. And Dave, what can you tell us?
Yeah, this is a very active scene. It's been active for several hours. We're on Surrey Heights near Cambridge in Westland. The medical examiner showing up here not too long ago. Let's go to some video right now. As you said, this call coming in as a report of a double shooting, and police immediately responding to this area. We noticed that a lot of the neighbors are actually, they've been staying inside. We're not sure if they've been told to stay inside for any sort of reason. We did check in with police. They're being very tight-lipped at this time, even as they investigate, or as I should say, even as there's been concerns of a possible murder-suicide that neighbors have been talking about out here. But again, we really don't know exactly what has taken place here. Police only working on reports of a double shooting. That was the call that went into 911, and then we understand an immediate response to this area that's been several hours long at this time in Westland. We can also tell you that crews, police have actually, they've been here so long, they've changed shifts, so some officers have left and others have come in to relieve them. So again, a very active investigation, not a lot of official information at this moment, just that police responded on a call of a double shooting, and neighbors certainly with a lot of questions at this time. Police telling us they will say more or discuss this when they can, but right now still a very active scene with first responders going in and out of a house here on Surrey Heights. We're near Cambridge Street in Westland. Reporting live in Westland, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News on The Edge.
Yeah, one of the reasons to talk to reporters like you is to make sure that the people who are sitting in their homes scared can get an idea as to what this is all about. That's so important, especially people with children or elderly people who are stuck in their homes just wondering what this police situation is all about.
Yeah, no doubt, and it really seems police have their hands full on this case right here. We talked with a sergeant who couldn't say much. We talked with officers on the scene who really couldn't say a whole lot. As we said just before we came on, we saw the medical. It's possible actually a second medical examiner crew that came in, or maybe they were there to relieve the first crew from their office here, because as we said, they've been out here for quite some time, but not a lot of official information at the moment. We're working to get those details. We'll get them to you as quickly as we can.
All right. I know you will.
Thank
you.
Well, Wayne State University police are being accused of racially profiling Arab and Muslim students.
Now a civil rights group is filing an official complaint with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. Fox News' Dave Spencer has more on those allegations coming to light.
An issue on the campus of Wayne State University that has been happening for years. At least that's the claim from the Council for Arab and Islamic Relations.
It is very, very clear that they're targeting Muslim and Arab students on campus for religious and racial profiling.
Attorney Amy Ducare says things on campus are only getting worse.
And it really started to come to kind of a boiling point, or kind of a head, in May last year when they arrested protesters at the encampment.
She says her office has fielded dozens of complaints from students, ranging from student protesters being told, quote, "You are lucky I'm in uniform," end quote, to Arab students getting stopped just for crossing campus.
They're being approached by police on campus, asking for IDs, asking for passports, trying to interrogate them.
According to CARE, they have attempted to speak with police and university officials.
Most of the time it's been completely useless. We've been met with no response at all. Just recently, they sent us a letter back saying, give us the names of everybody who has complained and we'll do our own investigation.
Wayne State University sent a statement which reads in part, "While we cannot comment on individual allegations of wrongdoing, we believe any allegations of a broad pattern of misconduct are without merit. We meet regularly with students, faculty, and community groups to discuss both successes and concerns. We take all allegations seriously and follow a well-established standard procedure to evaluate and investigate." CARE has now filed an official complaint with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, similar to someone filing a police report against another individual.
The Michigan Department of Civil Rights can sue to enforce their own laws.
As for CARE, they would like to see the offending officers get retrained. They also say they want to see wholesale policy changes in the police department when it comes to discrimination. On the campus of Wayne State University, Dave Spencer on The Edge.
A DoorDash driver shares his harrowing experience after having his car stolen at gunpoint by 2 masked men.
It all started at an apartment complex in Southfield, then came to a screeching halt on the Davison Freeway near Woodward.
We are headed off to Woodward now. Pit, pit, pit.
Boom, you can see an officer performing a pit maneuver to stop the suspects. They were taken into custody. The victim says he was delivering an order of gummy bears to a woman at Lake's Apartments in Southfield early Saturday morning when things took a frightening turn.
When I looked to my right, the male on the outside pointed a gun right at me, and how stiff he was with his hand, and it was so dark I couldn't tell if it was a gun, but how stiff he was, you know, I just ran. I didn't think about it. I'm thankful that I'm alive because my girlfriend is 13 weeks pregnant and I'm 20 years old, so the only thing I was thinking about was me not being there for my kid.
Even after all of that, Joshua tells us he managed to make the DoorDash delivery. Police arrested 18-year-old Derek Butler and 17-year-old, another one from Detroit. Both are facing carjacking and carrying concealed weapon charges.
Well, the Pontiac mom accused of abandoning her 3 children back in court today. Deputies found Kelly Bryant's 3 children in February living in squalor for years in a Pontiac townhouse. Bryant is accused of collecting nearly $30,000 in welfare payments that was meant for her kids. An attorney for the mother asked the judge to lower her bond, but the judge didn't budge.
There's nobody that has $50,000 cash. So she does still believe, as do I, that it's an unreasonable bond and would like to address it again.
At this point, because no new information has been provided, I would be continuing the bond at this time. So we will see you on May 16th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Bryant is charged with 3 counts of first-degree child abuse and welfare fraud.
A 20-year-old DoorDash driver, a DoorDash delivery driver, now facing a laundry list of charges following this brutal beating at Amigos Street Tacos in St. Clair Shores. Davian Jamil Godbold of East Point is accused of attacking the owner. Prosecutors charging him with unarmed robbery, malicious destruction of property, and resisting and obstructing. Godbold now sporting a tether after posting bond today. He's also facing a marijuana charge following his arrest. The St. Clair Shores detectives tell us their investigation into the weekend beatdown is ongoing. They're asking anyone with information to give them a call.
A violent start to the day in an alternative high school in Garden City. 2 students are taken into custody after a fight at Cambridge High. Police say the 2 got into some kind of a fight during which one of the students pulled out a knife. School officials telling Fox 2 the student armed with a knife got punched in the face and has a broken nose. While the students were separated, a staff member had a minor injury. The school went into a brief lockdown before classes went back into session. Turning to the weather now, a breezy day expected tomorrow.
Oh, and then some possible storms on Good Friday. Weather Authority Rich Luderman joining us with a look ahead. Rich?
It was chilly out there today with the clouds. We had some rain showers, even a few wet snow showers, and a few sleet showers as well. Mostly this morning, most of the activity has pulled away to the east. You can see through Pennsylvania, New York State. Still rather damp out there, but for us, it was blustery with some wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour this afternoon. Wind speeds are coming down a bit. Notice where there are clear skies off to our west. Temperatures are a bit cooler. Still some clouds, even a few sprinkles out there on SkyTracker. You can see crossing 696 near the zoo, perhaps down over City Airport. Could be a couple of sprinkles, but it's all going to dwindle quickly. How about the numbers? Down 13 degrees from this time yesterday. It's been a cooler day. Most of us did spend the afternoon in the 40s. We did make it to 51. That was shortly after midnight. 39 the low. There are your records, 85 and 21. Yes, it's brisk and cold, but not in any record territory. 39 Ann Arbor, 38 in Howe, with clouds. 47 at City Airport, 43 over in Mount Clemens. Thankfully, the wind speeds are diminishing, but there'll be a breeze around tomorrow. But at least for Wednesday and for Thursday, we do get some sunshine returning to the area. 42 here right now, 32 in Mackinac Island. That's pretty cold. 37 Traverse City. You can clearly see the cold air is parked over the Great Lakes and the Northeast. It's going to stick around for another 36 hours. But by Thursday, high pressure moves off to our east, and on the backside, we'll start to warm things up. And then here comes our next weather maker, which will bring some thunderstorms Friday evening into Friday night. For the rest of tonight, brisk and cold. cold. A couple of sprinkles still possible, down to 33. Tomorrow, at least we'll have some sunshine. Still breezy and cool with a high of 54. Right there's the 7-day forecast. Look at Friday, 74 degrees. The weekend looks a bit unsettled, including Easter Sunday. Taryn, a full check at 4 a.m.
Okay, thanks, Rich. Well, Chelsea residents band together to help a longtime bookstore by forming a book brigade. That's what you're seeing right now. People lined up Sunday to help Serendipity Books move 9,000 books to its new downtown location. One by one, they passed each book until they reached the store's new location around the corner. The owner loved the book brigade, and he says it was much easier than hiring movers.
Well, a new approach to getting rid of invasive species. We'll explain why DTE has hired goats for the job. You're watching The Edge.
At 11.
A little bit, I just heard bang after bang after bang, and everybody started running.
It's a scene the superintendent of this high school in Dallas calls way too familiar. Students running from an active shooter as police pull up in squad cars. It happened this afternoon at Wilmer Hutchins High School. 3 students are recovering from gunshot wounds. A 4th has a sprain-type injury. Police say they've identified a suspect who is still on the run.
The federal government is freezing more than $2 billion in grants and $60 million in contracts to Harvard University. The school is the first to openly defy the Trump administration as it demands changes to limit activism on campuses. Harvard depends on federal funds for scientific and medical research. The university's president says the Trump administration's demands violate Harvard's First Amendment rights. A legal battle still brewing between the Justice Department and a Maryland judge after the government mistakenly deported a man to El Salvador.
Now, President Trump is considering sending American criminals to El Salvador's notorious prisons. Fox's Rebecca Castor explains.
This is the maximum security prison in El Salvador, where officials say Gilmar Abrego Garcia is being held. He's from El Salvador, but was living in Maryland before he was mistakenly deported in March. Last week, the Supreme Court ordered the White House facilitate his return to the U.S., but neither president is eager to comply.
How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into it.
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
The White House insists Abrego Garcia has ties to MS-13, but his attorneys say the government has shown no evidence of his gang affiliations.
He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result.
The case is added to the national debate over due process. And with President Trump now considering options to send American criminals to El Salvador's prisons, the legal challenges are likely just beginning.
If it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem.
He would only consider this, if legal, for Americans who are the most violent, egregious, repeat offenders of crime.
In another legal blow, a federal judge has blocked the White House from revoking the legal status of more than 500,000 migrants in the U.S. under the Biden administration's controversial mass parole program. The White House will appeal. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox 2 News.
Former President Joe Biden front and center today, giving his first big speech post-presidency.
He used a moment to slam the Trump administration and to defend Social Security.
Fewer than 100 days, this new administration has done so much damage and so much destruction. It's kind of breathtaking it could happen that soon. They've taken a hatchet to the Social Security Administration, pushing an additional 7,000 employees, 7,000 out the door in that time. Social Security is about more than retirement accounts. It's about honoring a fundamental trust between government and people.
Biden also urged that, quote, "We can't go on like this as a divided nation."
It's been months since Southern California was ravaged by wildfires. Now part of the Pacific Coast Highway could soon reopen to the public. A stretch of the highway has only been open for residents who live in the Palisades fire burn area with checkpoints at both ends. Well, crews are working to clear destroyed homes and then remove the toxic ash and soot and repair the road. The highway is expected to reopen in time for summer with one lane open each way. No goats, no glory. DTE is hiring a herd of goats to clear out invasive species.
Those goats are working hard in Shelby Township, taking out some pesky plants. Fox 2's Scott Wolchek gives us a look.
Got a bad problem with invasive species? Well, don't worry. This hired herd of goats has got you covered.
He's really good at jumping and knocking stuff over. He's a professional.
Actually, all these goats are professionals. At what, you might ask? Chowing down.
It's an environmentally friendly way to eliminate some invasive species and overgrowth, poison ivy, Phragmites, yeah.
They aren't kidding. Jessica and Joe with Michigoat says you can usually clear out about 200 square feet a day per goat in an environmentally friendly way. DTE thought the idea seemed so unbelievable, it hired the goats to clear its service station in Shelby Township.
This is somewhat experimental for us, so we're looking for some results and see what they can do. If it's a good positive result for us, we'll look to expand.
The idea being, not only do the goats cut back on emissions, they eat the roots of the plants, and they have a, shall we say, particular way of ensuring these unwanted plants won't grow back.
When they poop it out, it doesn't germinate the seed. It kills it completely. Yeah. So, like, unlike, if you're going to come and cut a bunch of poison ivy and Phragmites, you got to throw it somewhere, and you're going to grow it over there. Yeah. Where when the goats eat it, it's done.
They're expected to be out here for at least a week. If it works out, you might say this idea is the GOAT, greatest of all time. Scott Wolchek, Fox 2 News.
No idea that was a thing. Yes. And now I learned this today.
Exactly.
I was today years old. And I learned that goats,
we learned something new.
Exactly
goats are used for that reason.
It's not even the 16th yet, and we've already got something new. All right, Tigers, listen, you're not going to win them all. They've had a really nice season up until this point. Good start for the first couple of weeks tonight. Rough one against the Brewers. You saw it right here on Fox 2. We'll recap it coming up next. Rich?
And Dan, it's quiet out there. It's chilly tonight. A lot of us are going to dip down into the mid to lower 30s on average, down to 33 with that breeze that'll continue tomorrow up to 54. Better for Thursday, and then some evening storms Friday, but milder heading into the weekend. A full check at 4 a.m.
Tigers and Brewers tonight. This one in Milwaukee. You saw it right here on Fox 2. Picking up scoreless in the second. Not after this. Reese Hoskins blasting one deep to center off Jack Flaherty. Solo homer put Milwaukee up 1-0. They would add to that. Fourth inning. Joey Ortiz bloops a single to right center. Scored another run. Brewers on top 3-zip at that point. Meanwhile, Tigers couldn't do anything with Milwaukee starter Quinn Priester. They had 2 on in the 5th, but Trey Sweeney grounded out to short and threat. Tigers didn't get a hit until the 6th inning. Had a man on third, 1 out, but Riley Green goes down looking. Struck out 3 times in this one. Spencer Torkelson struck out. That was the end of the threat. Brewers added 2 more in the 7th. Hoskins again, more damage. He had 3 hits. Milwaukee cruised in this one, 5-0 the final score.
We didn't really play well in any facet. It's like the first time in a while where things haven't really been gone our way. We'll have a quick turnaround. It's a noon game tomorrow. Chance to win a series, have a really good road trip. But not a lot to like out of tonight.
It's one game. It sucks, whatever, but one game. You know, we got 140 more or whatever. I don't even know. A lot more games, so we're not going to really let this bother us.
I know even when you guys are playing well and we come in and tell you how well you're playing, you say we're not going to get too high or low. How much of that comes from AJ, or is it something now that is manufactured in here with all of you guys as well?
I think it definitely started up top and kind of trickled down to us as we matured as players of like win or lose, we still got to show up the next day. And that's just playing this game for, you know, a couple of years, you know. So Can't get too high, can't get too low.
All right, Wings off until tomorrow night when they'll be in New Jersey. It is a tough time of year. They were eliminated from playoff contention over the weekend, yet there are still games to play. They've won 2 in a row, and with 2 to play, the head coach is looking for a strong finish.
What we're gaining right now is a little bit of the mental stuff. We're challenging them to give to each other down the stretch. They've done a good job. They did a good job in Tampa. They did a good job last night because human nature is to, you know what, it's over for us. We're not going to play again. I'm not sure I really want to get completely involved in this game. So that's a little bit of the mental stuff. The young players, you take Bergie, for example. Last night he could gain some confidence because we challenged him, hey, you get an opportunity, keep the spot or give it back. So far he's kept it, so really good thing for him. But I would much rather see our team in a stressful situation right now than in a we're done situation. I just think you learn so much more about your team.
All right, Eastern Conference play-in game. Magic hosting the Hawks. This one was close for most of the game, but Orlando had a huge fourth quarter. And I'm not kidding. The Magic outscored the Hawks 41-22 in the fourth to put this away. Anthony Black, 16 off the bench. Cole Anthony, 26. Magic took it by 25, so Orlando becomes the 7 seed. They'll play Boston in the first round. Game 1 Sunday. Atlanta waits to play the winner of tomorrow night's Bulls-Heat game to see who the 8 seed will be. We're coming right back. Red Sox and Rays down in Florida. Big night for Boston's Alex Bregman. Third inning, Red Sox up 3-1. Getting more. Lifts one the opposite way. Carried out. Solo homer. 4-1 Sox. Wasn't done. Bregman one more time. Goes to right center. This one just enough to get over. Another solo blast. Fourth of the year. Finished the night 5 for 5. Just a triple shy of the cycle. Red Sox pick up the victory. They win it 7-4. That is it for the Edge at 11. I'm Dan Miller. The Pulse starts now.
It is 11:30, and that only means one thing. Time to dive into all things people, power, and politics. This, my friends, is The Pulse. I'm Roop Raj. It's time to get out that social media echo chamber where who knows what's true and what's not, and get the straight facts right from us. Let's begin with this. A new name entering the race for governor tonight, and it's one you know but probably haven't heard in a long time. Which former state attorney general is making another run at our state's top office. Plus, a controversial ruling by the state Supreme Court. The justices say it's to stop cruel and unusual punishment, but some prosecutors say it'll just force families to reopen old wounds. We're hearing from a former prosecutor and state lawmaker about this move and all of the week's politics. But we begin once again in federal court, where a judge questioned the Trump administration about its refusal to bring back this man, wrongfully deported to El Salvador, even though the Supreme Court ordered them to do just that. It comes just a day after White House advisors claim they don't have the authority to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back, and El Salvador's president said he wouldn't release him. The Trump administration claims Abrego Garcia is a member of the MS-13 gang, even though they acknowledge his deportation was an administrative error. But his attorneys, his lawyers say the feds haven't given evidence proving his ties to a gang. Abrego Garcia had a work permit, and a judge gave him protection from deportation back in 2019. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, though, doubled down on those claims.
Engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result.
Now, here's something else you really need to know about. President Trump says he wants to send U.S. citizens convicted of violent crimes to El Salvador, saying he's looking for legal ways to get that done. But here's the issue. Here's the thing. That's likely illegal under our Constitution. And let's dive even deeper for a moment. Deportation is something covered by immigration law, which does not apply to U.S. citizens. Simply put, part of being a U.S. citizen means you can't be forcibly sent to another country. And another constitutional lesson you'll probably remember from civics class, there's not only the ban on cruel and unusual punishment and the right to due process. One of the El Salvador mega prisons' selling points is its harsh conditions, far harsher than anything here in this country. And since federal courts have no jurisdiction there, those due process rights could just be violated. And there's one more law this idea could violate, and that's the First Step Act. You know what that is? One that President Trump himself signed into law back in 2018. That law requires the government to try and house federal inmates as close to their homes as possible. Why? So that families can visit. One more story on the immigration front to tell you about tonight. Remember this scene playing out when migrants were deported using that 1798 Alien Enemies Act? We've covered a lot about it. And recently, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to use it for deportations. But they had to really give people a hearing first. Today, another chapter. A federal judge in Colorado blocked deportations of immigrants there under that Aliens Enemies Act. You see, the American Civil Liberties Union filed a case for two Venezuelan men facing deportation who fear they'll be falsely accused of belonging to a gang. Federal judges in New York and Texas also slapped holds on deportations until the Trump administration gives a blueprint for appeals. Now, from the current president to our former one, Joe Biden was back in the spotlight earlier tonight. Biden has laid low since leaving office, and that's, by the way, is typically tradition for immediate past presidents. He spoke at the National Conference of Advocates, Counselors, and Representatives for the Disabled in Chicago, talking about the importance of Social Security and railing against the cuts made by the Trump administration to that agency.
More than 100 days, this new administration has made done so much damage and so much destruction. It's kind of breathtaking it could happen that soon. They've taken a hatchet to the Social Security Administration, pushing an additional 7,000 employees, 7,000 out the door in that time, including the most seasoned career officials. Now they're getting ready to push thousands more out the door. Already we can see the effects.
The president said America needs to remember its basic core values, that nobody's king, that everybody has a shot, as well as honesty and decency. A lot going on, as always, tonight, so let's run through some of the other big stories we're keeping an eye on. You probably thought those were the ones we were keeping an eye on. There's much more news. This news cycle is like drinking out of a fire hose. A federal judge allows the Trump administration to temporarily stop funding legal education programs for people facing deportation or immigration court. That's as a lawsuit brought by the organizations works its way through the court. You see, unlike criminal cases, people at immigration court do not have the right to an attorney if they can't afford one. Congress spends $29 million a year for 4 programs to help them navigate the system. The DOJ ordered those programs to stop work immediately. That was back in January because of an executive order by the president targeting illegal immigration. Well, staying in court for a moment, where a federal judge blocked the U.S. Labor Department from enforcing a key part of President Trump's anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion orders. The order stops the Labor Department from requiring government contractors and grant recipients to certify they don't operate any DEI programs that go against those orders. Now, that's as a lawsuit works its way through court. That suit argues that the orders violate First Amendment rights and are so vague it makes compliance impossible. And the Federal Emergency Management Agency denying Washington State's emergency relief request stemming from damage caused by a deadly bomb cyclone last November. The letter didn't explain why, just that the $34 million isn't warranted. Washington State says it will appeal this. This comes as the president weighs whether to disband FEMA and give money directly to the states. Trump created a council to study what to do with that agency. Well, a crowded race for Michigan governor gets even more crowded, and this latest one is probably a bit of a throwback for you. Former Attorney General Mike Cox, remember him? He's joining the Republican ticket and was our state's Attorney General from 2003 to 2011. You'll remember he ran for governor in 2010, losing in the primary to now former Governor Rick Snyder. Cox says his goal is to, quote, make Michigan great again.
I'm tired of being told we can't lead anymore, that we should accept less. Aren't you? We are Michigan, the strong, the tough. We build. We're the land of great lakes and great dreams.
I'll tell you, it's a crowded field for governor already, and the race is a ways away. On the Republican side so far, in addition to Cox, Congressman John James announced his candidacy last week. You'll remember State Senate Minority Leader Eric Nesbitt also announced he's going for the top office as well. Equally crowded on the Democratic side of the ticket, Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, and yes, Genesee County Sheriff Chris Swanson announcing their bids. And of course, as you know, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan running as an independent instead. And by the way, almost each and every one of these candidates has been on the pulse, and their people call us as soon as they go run, and we're going to get the other candidates on this show as well. By the way, so many of you had something to say about this on social media. Mike, thank you for writing in. You say, hey, Mike Cox is an outstanding pick for governor. He's also been the best attorney general Michigan has ever had. Matt says Duggan has already proven he can work with both sides and win. Deborah, your thoughts? John James, we need a businessman to run our state. And an Arena says Duggan or Benson, both highly qualified. Turning now to the Trump administration's battle with colleges and universities, Harvard has billions of federal dollars frozen at this hour after refusing to make changes demanded by the White House. Those changes included eliminating DEI programs, as well as reporting students on visas violating code of conduct, and cracking down on protests held on campus. That part is in response to pro-Palestine protests that popped up on college campuses last year. The Trump administration says it's all to stop anti-Semitism on campus.
Have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some we've canceled and some we've put on hold, waiting for that while we do an investigation.
Now we get you all sides on this show. Harvard President Alan M. Garber, well, he released a statement on the refusal to make those changes, and this is in part what that statement says. No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue. A lot to talk about on this political landscape. The president's tariff and deportation policies, his seemingly warmer relationship with Governor Whitmer, and a controversial ruling by the state Supreme Court. Former State House Speaker Tom Leonard and current state rep Noah Arbit are ready to roll. You're watching The Pulse here on Fox 2. The Pulse, looking at all things people, power, and politics from the Motor City to the Beltway and beyond. And joining us now to dive into a number of really important topics tonight, former Republican State House Speaker Tom Leonard and current Democratic State Representative Noah Arbit. It is always good to see you both. Thanks for joining us here on The Pulse.
Thank you for having us.
I always like to have you two on separately and together, only because I feel like there's a level of reason that you both bring to understanding and explaining the things the way you see them. Even as a Democrat and Republican, you can kind of look at things and say, okay, let's have a good civil discussion. This one's interesting to me. There's the first item I want to bring up here is this Supreme Court ruling that essentially says that 19 or 20-year-olds who have murdered people essentially can be released from prison, thanks to a Michigan Supreme Court saying that neurological development of a 20-year-old brain is more likely that of a juvenile than an adult. And there are many people who are saying, okay, you know what, this is good, because we need to understand where people are when it comes to their brain development and what they did. But then there's others who say this is a danger. Tom, where do you stand on this?
Roop, that is the role of the legislature. And what this Supreme Court has done with this opinion is essentially said they don't care how this legislature decides criminal law. They're going to do it themselves. And I cannot tell you how dangerous, as a former prosecutor, how dangerous this decision was that they came down with last week. I mean, think about this. They looked to Canada to decide that 20-year-olds that commit premeditated first-degree murder can now no longer automatically be sentenced to life in prison. So what's going to happen? All of these overworked prosecutors' offices are going to have to conduct hundreds of hours of hearings. I think there's over 500 of these cases now that they're going to have to come back and they're going to have to relitigate. But they are also going to have to bring back crime victims, some of these who thought, whose parents or children were brutally murdered 20, 30 years ago. They're now going to have to come back to the courtroom and be re-victimized. And I can't tell you, as a former prosecutor who sat with these victims, I cannot tell you what this court has done for public safety and what they've done to crime victims in this state.
Well, Representative Arbit, we've seen both from the federal level and now the state level, the Supreme Court essentially make decisions that people have to live by. And that's ultimately their goal and their job. But do you think that they've overstepped the legislature's jurisdiction, so to speak, in deciding something like this in a legislative way?
I mean, reasonable minds can differ about the substance of the decision, and certainly there are administrative implications. You know, as someone who's worked for a prosecutor's office before, as someone who's been a victim of a crime, understanding a lot of the implications here. But in terms of the process, this is the court's job, right? And that's not to say agree or disagree on the opinion, but I mean, we had a Supreme Court essentially a federal Supreme Court gut a 50-year-old right. The right to abortion nationwide. That was usurping the role of the legislature, right? So this idea of usurping the legislature, the court makes the Supreme Court federally and in the state of Michigan makes decisions on statewide and national significance, and that's what they do.
I think that it's interesting though, because we do look at the federal Supreme Court right now. The conservative majority has made several decisions, Tom, as you know, that many people were upset by, including legislators on both sides of the aisle in Washington. Do you think that this is any different? Why do you think this is different?
It absolutely is different. I mean, this is one where the court, they said they were looking to Canada to help interpret the state constitution, but also it makes absolutely no rational sense. I mean, think about this. This court said that somebody at 20 years old does not know, their brain's not fully developed to determine whether or not they can commit premeditated first-degree murder, yet at 18 you can sign a contract, you can sign up for the military, you can take on debt. So how is it that somebody can decide to go to the military at 18 years of age, but at 20 they can't decide whether or not it's right or wrong to commit premeditated first-degree murder? Again, they are going to put these victims through hell and back. These parents are going to have to come back to the courtroom. They're going to have to sit through these hearings. They've completely jeopardized public safety because of their activism, and it's wrong.
I want to talk a little bit about the federal Supreme Court and their decision that basically the Trump administration has said, we're not going to really follow this. I mean, the Supreme Court said the man wrongfully deported to El Salvador, the Trump administration should bring him back. And in this case, the Trump administration has basically said, I know the Supreme Court may have said that, but I'm going to refuse to bring this person back. Does that bother you at all?
Well, basically, I think what the administration has said, how do we bring him back? He has now been deported to El Salvador. The president of El Salvador has said he's not coming back. He's being in prison because he was a gang member. But also, I think it's important to note out, or to point out, that this was an illegal immigrant who had been adjudicated an illegal immigrant. This was a simple error when he was deported.
This was not protected from deportation
because he was a member.
There is no evidence. There's no evidence that he was a member of a gang.
We don't know that he's a member of a gang.
Regardless, the administration is defying a Supreme Court order, and that is incredibly dangerous, deleterious to the rule of law in this country, and has untold consequences for our republic.
And Tom, I know that if this was a Democrat and the shoe was on the other foot, who is kind of pushing back at the Supreme Court, not just pushing back, but saying we're not going to follow your order, you'd probably have a different opinion because the Supreme Court's weight should matter to a president, yes?
It does, but I believe there's this false narrative out there that the Trump administration went and picked up some innocent person and deported them for no reason. This was an illegal immigrant, and there was a clerical error. That's how he wound back up in El Salvador. If they had taken him to any other country and dropped him off, this would not have been an issue.
But if the judge protected him from deportation, shouldn't that stand?
And again, it was a clerical order. He was deported back to his home country. And now what the Trump administration is saying is, listen, this is on El Salvador. He has now been sent back to his homeland, his home country, and it's on them to send him back. It's not up for us, not up to us to go get him.
What is up to us right now is to decide how to deal with the tariffs. And I want to talk a little bit about that because we have about 3.5 minutes left. These tariffs, right now, we're seeing the president kind of bend a little bit and not be as stringent as he was when he first introduced them, kind of holding back on some of the tariffs.
Tariffs are still the highest that they have been.
I understand
like ever.
But there have been people like Sean Fain, Noah, who is a Biden and Kamala Harris supporter who said, finally, we have some fair trade here. Do you believe that there's some truth to that?
No.
Why?
Because tariffs are the road to a manufacturing renaissance in fantasy land only, and in reality, the road to ruin. The protectionism leads to nowhere good. I mean, this is wrecking our economy. America and American consumers have become richer, more prosperous, have access to more goods at lower costs because of globalization, because of free trade. The Trump administration wanting to take a wrecking ball to American prosperity, to our 401ks, to the stock market.
You don't think that this will help encourage manufacturing to come back to the United States?
No. What company is going to want to invest in the United States right now with the uncertainty, the business climate here? Doesn't know what, tariffs this way, up or down. I mean, this is horrible.
Well,
it is absolutely horrible.
But no, Honda has decided to build their hybrid here in the U.S. after talk of tariffs, and they made it very clear.
I mean, we'll see what happens. But I have utter confidence that there's no company in its right mind that is going to look at the United States and see a stable business climate. Not to mention, where we were talking about the rule of law a minute ago, one of the reasons why America has been so prosperous, and you were also talking about universities, the bedrock of our prosperity in the United States has been free enterprise, the rule of law, and open innovation and academic inquiry.
So Tom, use a scalpel, not a blowtorch or a saw. Is that the best way?
If we want to talk about the road to ruin, drive an hour north of here to Montrose and Flint, where I grew up, and see where those areas have been decimated. Buick City pulled out of here in 1999. 35,000 good-paying jobs gone, left that entire area in ruin because of NAFTA. Donald Trump promised to do everything he could to bring manufacturing back to this nation. That's what he's doing right now. He was very transparent as to what he was going to do, and he's delivering on those promises.
He's wrecking our 401ks. He's wrecking the stock market. He's wrecking our climate for investment. That is what he's doing. He's wrecking the United States economy.
Is there a way for Democrats to see eye to eye and figure out a way to actually work with Republicans in Congress in Washington and say, hey, you know what? I see how this has been an unfair trade ecosystem. It really has in the world, right? It's been imbalanced. We got to figure out how to balance
trade imbalances
this.
are not inherently bad. right? There's a reason why we have a trade imbalance, a trade deficit with Bangladesh in terms of textiles.
But not with Japan, China, Germany,
well,
India.
It depends on the good. It depends what you're talking about. These countries produce certain things that we don't produce. We produce certain things that they don't produce. And by the way, if you look at the polling recently was released and said, you know, Americans want a manufacturing renaissance. But do you want a manufacturing job? Do you want your kids to have a manufacturing job? And very few Americans want that for their kids. So the question is what are we really pursuing here? What is this, you know, protectionist policy actually doing other than harming our business climate, our economic climate?
And I would just say drive to Genesee County and talk to the thousands of people who 20 years ago had great health care, could afford a cottage up north, had a great job that no longer have those, and they want those jobs back, and that's what Donald Trump is delivering.
I interviewed then Vice President Biden when he was running for office in 2020, and he admitted to us on Fox 2 that absolutely NAFTA was a terrible mistake, and if he had to do it again, he would have changed it. But this is an interesting conversation, one that we can't finish in 9 minutes, but I want to say thank you for starting the conversation.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you both. We appreciate it. Still tonight, look out. Vice President Vance's response to this viral blooper at a celebration for his alma mater, Ohio State University, the trophy mishap. Next. You're watching The Pulse. No shortage of political news ever. There's a couple of battles going on in Washington. You know we've been following pretty closely. Let's start with the budget battle, where both sides are working through recess. Democrats are launching a Social Security Day of Action, warning the Trump administration could cut that program. Republicans, meantime, are trying to push voters to support extending President Trump's tax cuts. They say cuts to Social Security aren't going to happen.
Republicans are demonizing Social Security.
Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their Doge allies are trying to slash, eviscerate, and even end Social Security.
We will not be touching Medicare. We will not be touching Social Security.
Looking at reforming programs to make them more affordable and also at the same time more sustainable for American people. Programs like Medicaid, for example.
Republicans want to have the budget finished and voted on by Memorial Day. Stay tuned. All right, before we go tonight, we want to end on a light note because let's face it, we've all been in this spot before. Vice President J.D. Vance joined President Trump in honoring his alma mater, Ohio State University, after their national championship. But he had a bit of a blooper when trying to hoist the trophy. Take a look. So you can see the golden trophy actually separates from the black base, and the Veep simply lost his grip. You could hear the U.S. Marine Corps performing "We Are the Champions," but that band had to fight gasps from the players and the crowd. Running back, the head coach and the running back there tried to help him reassemble this, by the way, but he ended up just holding the gold part. Vance later posted on X, which again we all still call Twitter, joking about the blooper by saying, "I didn't want anyone after Ohio State to get the trophy, so I decided to break it." Got to have fun with it. Hey, the camera's on you 24/7. Things like that are going to happen. That is the Pulse for tonight. Remember, you can always email us your political questions or perhaps get a fact check you want to see. Just hit us up at thepulse@fox.com. You can scan the QR code on your screen to auto-launch the email on your phone. I'm Roop Raj. As always, we'll see you tomorrow night. Have a good one.
It's back-to-back all-new episodes, The Cleaning Lady, followed by Alert, Fox tonight. Viewer discretion is advised.
Previously on The Cleaning Lady.
When can I come visit you?
I can stay in help permanently, even.
Any advice?
Don't let it keep you up at night. I'm gonna miss you, Doc.
My patient needs to be monitored.
What that means, Detroit media icon Ryan Ermani, University of Michigan great Braylon Edwards, and of course, Maz are about to take over on Woodward Sports. Every day, 2 to 4 p.m., it's the best Detroit sports talk on Detroit's best sports network, Woodward Sports.
Good afternoon. Welcome in on this beautiful Tuesday. I know it's cold outside, but it is still a beautiful Tuesday because we are all here. We all woke up, and we're about to enjoy some sports. No Ryan Ermani, but we do have Arson Wells joining us today. Glad and excited to talk to you. Tom Mazaway is over here. We'll get to that. Pete Spivak is here, and so is Ricky Burns.
What's up?
Everybody good?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Everybody feeling good?
Man. Yeah. I got a good interview. I mean, not an interview. I got a good email today.
Okay.
Got some paperwork to fill out. I should have a nice little announcement coming up hopefully by the end of the week.
All right, well, we will be
cooking up.
Will be praying on an announcement. Tom Mazaway, how you doing over there? I got the intro. I got you. Go ahead.
Besides taxes, I'm doing okay. It is tax day, everybody. Remember, get your taxes in or get an extension by midnight tonight, 11:59.
Thanks,
to be
Dan.
exact. Okay,
Pete,
do it.
Did you get the extension, Pete? Are you good to go? You locked in?
Oh no, I'm good to go,
Taxes
man.
filed?
But sometimes you got to push a little harder with these people who have control of your money to get your money. And
you ain't lying about that. You're not lying about that. You have something for us later in the show. You're going somewhere. You got to tell us about it.
We're going to talk about it at the end of the show. A little pinball competition coming up.
Save it. We'll be intrigued. Before we get started with the show today, a lot of stuff to talk about. We will talk to you about some of the conversations that we had about the draft. Tigers still red hot, but today is Jackie Robinson Day. I want to send some love out. Rest in peace, always Jackie Robinson.
God bless.
1947, April 15th, he broke the color barrier not only in baseball but in sports. In part 2, Branch Rickey as well as him. A little bit about Jackie Robinson. He was a 4-sport letterman at UCLA. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the first 4-sport letterman at the prestigious university. He also would serve his country, where he would be honorably discharged because he did not want to go to the back of the bus. He stood on business, and I love him for it. He comes back in 1945. He signs with the Kansas City Monarchs, where they had the best two players in the Negro League, Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson. Branch Rickey decides, got to pick the right individual to be able to break the color barrier, because it's not just about the best player. Josh Gibson was the best player, but it's about someone that can endure everything that was going on at the time, the racism, the oppression, the things of that nature, because he saw some things, he was called some things in that era. And if he would have responded, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if we would be here today in the world of sports, because they would have shut the experiment down. But Jackie Robinson endured it all. He endured all the name calling. He endured all the threats on he and his wife's life via the telephone, in person, the spits, the cleats by the Cincinnati Reds. Yeah, I remember. He endured it all so that we can get here. And later you have Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell. And then you have in the NFL, what was Motley? And Marion Motley, Cleveland Browns. Like, this is what he did. And then he didn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. After they won the World Series 1955 over Tom Mazaway's Yankees, when he retired, he helped start the Bank of Harlem. He was always about giving back the Bank of Harlem. He joined the NAACP as well, helping out. He was always about paying it forward. Died in 1972. And when he died, he was in the Hall of Fame. His numbers, I read, 311 lifetime batting average. Yeah, not 140 and a bunch of home runs. 137 home runs, 134 runs batted in. He was Rookie of the Year in 1947, where he batted .297, 12 home runs. Jackie Robinson was an amazing man, and this day is a very special one because it involves everybody. It wasn't just about Jackie Robinson, although it should be. Branch Rickey was an individual that made that decision to say, hey, look, I want to do something about what's going on. I want to change the game. I see some other guys that can play this game, and I think I can merge that. Branch Rickey, we appreciate you. And Jackie Robinson, we appreciate you. Tom Mazaway, take it from here.
I remember it. I remember the day in '72 when he passed. It broke my heart. Rachel Robinson, his beautiful wife, I think she's still alive, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Beautiful woman, and showed up at all the ballparks to celebrate Jackie Robinson Day. No one wears number 42 anymore. Last person to wear it, of course, was Mariano Rivera. And 42 hangs up in every stadium. It basically started with the New York Mets, and that's where Rachel Robinson went, and that's where the first ceremony was. What a ball player, and his own teammates hated him. His own freaking teammates treated him like garbage, except Pee Wee Reese, who befriended him, hung in there, told all the other guys, hey, go get bent, man. This is a man's man. He would still have to stay at a separate hotel, eat at a separate restaurant when they were traveling on the road. It was pathetic back in those days, pathetic. And this guy endured a lot. He really did. Not only that, was a phenomenal ball player. Stole home against Yogi Berra. Yogi still thinks he got him out. He didn't. It was in the World Series. Stole home, won the only championship for the Brooklyn Dodgers before they carpetbagged it out of town and went to L.A. with the Giants in tow. So, Jackie Robinson, I take my hat off to you. You're a man's man. God bless you, and we're better here in the United States and in the world because of people like you, Anson.
Yeah. I don't even really know if I can say anything. You guys put it perfectly.
Didn't know.
I'm not going to.
No, I'm just messing with you.
I'm really not going to. You guys put it perfectly. It's a great day to honor this man.
No, I thought it was important, man. You know, we had to. We cover sports. You know, we cover the stories. We cover everything surrounding sport. Sports is unified now, man. Sports is unified, and it stems from 1947, April 15th. So, had to get that out the way, man. We got anything on the chat about it?
Couple super chats
Go ahead.
Dante 151.
Dante 151.
Jackie Robertson could have played in today's league. No doubt about it.
Probably true.
No doubt about it. Five-tool guy.
That's probably true.
Five-tool guy. And Byrne, bless you, Jackie. Not to take away from him in any way, but a shout-out to the Tigers legend, Hank Greenberg, who was one of the first players to approach and support him. I also told you about Pee Wee Reese, who befriended him on the Dodgers and helped him navigate through all the hate that he had to go through in Brooklyn.
Do appreciate our own as well here in Detroit. Shout out to Hank Greenberg. Another thing about Jackie, and I'm glad you brought that up, the four-sport Letterman, he was cold at football. He was a quarterback and running back. I got a chance to see some footage. I'm like, Jackie could have easily played football. Easily played tailback, but had to throw that out there. We did. We appreciate it. Let's get into the show. The Detroit Tigers, still hot, man.
Wow.
Still hot, man.
They played their best game of the year last
9-1, giving up a BS run to the Brewers in the ninth inning. Tarek Skubal, 7 innings pitch, 4 hits, 9 Ks.
No hitter through 6, correct?
No hitter through 6. And in the last 2 games, 15 strikeouts.
Yeah.
In the last 2 outings for him, it would be safe to say
he's back.
He's figured it out. But you know,
the rust is knocked off at this point.
Before we dive into a little further, I think we got a little graphic. We can throw that up here. Man, let's go Detroit Tigers by the numbers, if you will, Pete.
Oh, power rankings?
No, it's not. It shouldn't be this one.
By the numbers. Maz, did I miss one, my friend?
I don't think so.
I sent it in to Lentz. Did Lentz send it to you?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Bray. That is on me. That is on me, my friend.
No biggie. Here you go. Hey, there you
That's
go.
on me. I
Detroit,
put it in the other folder.
Pete.
Yeah, it was already. Oh, yeah, it was there.
Detroit Tigers, by the numbers 2025, they are 10-6, which is first in the American League. They are 4-1 in series this year, and yesterday they start 1-0 against the Milwaukee Brewers. Yeah. Spencer Torkelson, 288 batting average, 5 home runs, 12 RBIs, and a 1,007 OPS. Tarek Skubal, 2-2. First 2 were against the Los Angeles Dodgers, excuse me. Since then, we talked about it. He's picked up. He's found his swag. 266, 25 Ks, ridiculous. Riley Green, hey, he's got 3 home runs, 230 through, and you can see the numbers. And then the plus 23 run differential makes them 5th in the MLB. That was one that jumped out at me, and I'm proud that I saw it and got the right name. Thank you to Ryan Lentz. Got the right name for that stat. Excuse me. Plus 23 is amazing considering where they were last year. Last year they were at minus 16.
Yeah, they needed every pitch of their pitching chaos last year to just edge teams out. Pause. This team right now, the offense is just clicking so well. You bring in a Casey Mize who's healthy and pitching like a stud. You bring back Flaherty, who obviously wants to be here, who was a big part of winning a championship last year.
And chose to come back. That's the important part. Chose to come back. To
Detroit. So now the pitching is starting to look dominating. You got Jackson Jobe, who's just looking like maybe a Rookie of the Year candidate. So all of a sudden, the pitching is already good, but now it's gotten better. But you add some offense in, and the biggest problem this team had was winning by a decent margin. It was always just scraping by. So if they can continue this, because this is a team that's for 5-10 years now, they've been slow starting. And we've been talking about them towards the end of summer. Oh, well, if they would have just started quickly. Well, we got this quick start now. And we've got a deep rotation. We've got guys that can get on base, but we actually have guys that can knock them home now. This team absolutely looks like the class of the Central Division.
And they're doing it without Riley Green, who is basically having his worst start of a season in his career, his young career. He's got to bounce back. Kerry Carpenter, when they let him play, he delivers. Another home run last night. This guy hits bombs, man. Let me tell you, even if he doesn't hit it out of the park, he is chasing outfielders to the wall most times.
He's at 5 home runs, correct?
Yes, he's got 5. That's his torque.
That's what I meant to put up there. It wasn't Riley Green at 3 because it was Kerry
But
Carpenter.
if Riley's on the back screen, man, if he could show up, great. Javi Baez is showing up this year.
Hey,
he's putting the ball.
Javier Baez.
He's putting the ball. Jameer Baez.
You got to call him Javier Baez so you'll jinx the whole thing.
He's putting the ball in play most of the time. He looks bad only once in a while now, which is really good. We love it. And then last night, Gleyber Torres, baby. It's Gleyber Day. 3 RBIs for Gleyber. And tonight, Jack Flaherty goes.
Yes.
They should put another one in the win column. The Brewers are fading right now.
I agree.
They had a tough loss on Sunday. They get run out of town last night. Bernie Brewer is not going down that slide anymore. That's when they hit home runs. The Tigers should beat them again tonight. And they have the most wins in the American League. Hell, let's go 11-6 after tonight. Let's go. Let's chase that 84 Tigers start. Let's do it.
Jack Flaherty off to a 1-0 start. 166 is ERA. Getting back to Javier Baez, you know what? He's an older player. If we don't look at it from the standpoint of how bad he's played, so every time he makes a bat, you look at it like Javier.
I need to slow you down here. Can you pronounce that name again?
Javier Baez.
Is that what we're doing now?
You didn't see Mike and Key?
No. Oh, okay. I get
know it's
it. I'm
Javier
calling him
Baez,
third base Javi. Everybody's got their own little thing right now.
So you don't ruin the mojo.
That's right.
That's right.
But what I'm saying is this is a baseball player his age. This is how they play, how they should play. I enjoy it. When he makes a mistake, I'm like, yeah, you're 14 years in. It's supposed to happen that way. But it's enjoyable. It's very enjoyable because now time has a way. Remember last year when you had the back and forth was it Bally's or what's coming next or is it Diamond Company or is it this? Who's it? Like people were tuned out and the Tigers weren't even good at the time, so it didn't matter. Then the Tigers went on the run. I still wasn't tuned into the Tigers. This year, I was excited to find out, all right, what's this FanDuel situation? What do I need to do? Which wasn't much because it was on Prime. I got it and was excited. And, oh, by the way, I got the Wings and the Pistons. What I'm saying is our franchises, talking about the Tigers right now, they're exciting where they make people looking, how can I access this? You guys talked about it last year, and I didn't care to understand it. Now, I'm just excited as you guys and talking about it.
They must see TV now.
Yeah. Well, you guys know I pirate it, so I got one spot I go to, and I just press a button. I'm not telling you where. I'm not going to tell you where. But, no, I mean, honestly, we've been talking about this since the advent of Woodward Sports. When this started up in 2020, this was supposed to be the decade of the resurgence of Detroit sports. We've obviously seen it with the Lions. The Tigers were able to capitalize on it last year. Those Pistons we'll talk about a little bit later today, and I think that the Red Wings are right on the cusp of that. So as a Detroit sports fan, coming off of COVID when you were stuck in the house and you didn't have anything to watch, interest is high, passion is even higher in the greatest town for sports in the world.
Maz, I want to ask you a question, but first, Pete, go ahead. I'm going to let you cook a little bit.
Oh, no, that's cool. I just wanted to say that I really agree with what you guys are all saying because, I mean, the Tigers are just absolutely – they're proving me wrong. I was one of the guys who doubted it. I even told the guys in the chat. Some of you guys in the chat might remember I typed in the chat, I think they're going to be in fourth place or possibly even fifth place within 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of the season. I was wrong. And you know why I was wrong, guys? It's A.J. Hinch. This guy's a magician. I mean, Maz, he doesn't need garbage cans to manage, man. He doesn't need, little short second basemen with microphones to get the plays in. This guy can manage, guys. You guys say we have the best team in the American League. I think we have the best manager in the American League, Bray.
You know what, Pete? Sometimes it's okay to be wrong because it works out in your favor. Tom Mazaway, all right, now everybody's excited. We're excited talking about this first place ALL team. Spencer Torkelson is hitting the bombs. Javier Baez is playing his tail off for how he's played the last couple of years. Is there any need to pause? Is there anything that you... There it is.
Nope. This team is only going to get better. Once they get Matt Vierling back in the lineup, and then you got to start to get healthy. You got another month without Parker Meadows. We're going to pray that it's just a month. We're going to pray that June 1st comes and he can parade and get out there in center field and change that whole outfield dynamic. Because there are people playing out of position right now. And Torque came in, and he won his job back at first base. So what do you do with Colt Keith? He might have to DH once he gets hitting again. Again, I speak for Riley Green. He cannot be in this slump much longer. He's too good of a player to be in this slump. I think he'll come out of it. You got two catchers that are as good as anybody in the American League. You got Dingler, who's hitting way above what they thought he was going to hit. And Jake Rogers, one of the best defensive catchers in the game, although he's hurt right now. You don't have a real third baseman yet. It's coming, man. And then you got Kevin McGonkle, the shortstop of the future. He might be up by midseason. Unless the Tigers keep rolling, then don't even change anything. Zach McKinstry, you're fine. Right? Sweeney, you're fine. Everything seems to be working right now. So I wouldn't change a damn thing. Once they finish these next two games in Milwaukee, they start a 10-game homestand. 3 games over Easter weekend with Kansas City. After that, you'll have – who's coming in after Kansas City? Baltimore is after them.
Yeah.
Here, I got it right here. San Diego.
There you go.
Fernando Tatis and the guys.
Well, you know who
San Diego is one of the best records in baseball.
They are.
If not the best
they are
one.
The best.
You know who my guy is Manny Machado.
Yep.
Speaking of that, I'm glad you brought that up. And I also thought you said Monaco. I was like, Monaco, and then I heard you. Pete, you know I'm going to throw up the MLB baseball rankings. There we go.
The MLB power.
Now we can use the power rankings. And guess who's on the list?
How about it?
The Detroit Tigers coming in at number 8 on the power rankings. They are preceded by, excuse me, Yankees. Let me start at 10. Diamondbacks, Rangers, Tigers at 8. Your Yankees are 7, even though they're behind the Tigers. Can understand that. Not mad. San Francisco Giants 6. Top 5, Maz. I'll let you take it from here. Are you comfortable? What do you think about the top 5 teams?
Cubs are the highest scoring team in the league. I have no problem with them. The Mets, as good a lineup as anybody. The Phillies, always going to be banging on the door. The Padres, best record in baseball. And, of course, the super team, the L.A. Dodgers. I have no issues with the top 5 whatsoever.
Okay. Do me a favor, Pete. Put that back up here.
You got
this
it, my
is
friend.
for the chat, and this is for everybody in here. What teams on here do you think the Tigers could not beat in a 7-game series currently? We'll start with the Dodgers. We already know the answer to that one. Number 2. Well, actually, the Dodgers haven't played well in the last 6 games, so I will pose that question. Dodgers.
The Dodgers, the Tigers had a lead in all 3 games.
Okay, so Dodgers still.
Maybe they could win 2 games out of 7.
So they lose. Padres.
Another tough one?
No, they
But a
win.
rematch of 84?
They win.
Padre bust
They
out,
always
baby.
hit the Padres number. They win
I don't
that
know.
series.
Padres probably have their number.
Phillies punished the Dodgers early in the season, and they're 3 on here. I
don't think they could beat the Phils as we sit.
I think the Phils are the best team on there, but that's just me as of right now.
That's your World Series.
Here we go. Juan Soto has found 3 home runs so far this season. New York Mets.
Mets are going to be here for Labor Day weekend. I can't wait to see them.
Labor Day.
I'll go home and see them. It's right. It'll be Labor Day. Mets are going to be tough to beat in a 7-game series. Right now, as we sit, the National League is better than the American League.
Clay Holmes looked real good last night.
Yeah, from a reliever to a starter. Amazing.
He's a player.
Amazing. And
a lot
the
of
Cubs,
guys like that. Freddie Peralta, those guys that sit in relief for a few years and then get the tap to turn into SPs, those guys are tough, man.
They could beat the Cubs.
Okay,
in a 7-game
I agree.
Series.
I agree.
I agree.
They could beat the Cubs.
I've seen the Cubs a couple times this season. It just seems like a little bit of inconsistency as it relates to some of the hitting.
How about if you play the Giants?
Pitching.
You get Verlander against you.
Oh,
San Francisco.
forgot he's
Verlander
out
goes
in San
tonight,
Fran.
matter of fact.
Where's
Who
Alex
they playing? Who
Cobb?
they playing
Oh,
against?
yeah,
I
that's
forget
right.
who San Fran's playing. I just know Verlander gets the ball tonight.
But Tom, we got Alex Cobb. Oh, that's right.
We haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, that's
When
what
you
I
got
mean.
1989 Lou Brown managing this team. That's a major league reference, by the way.
Of course, we love Lou Brown.
And you give him the pitchers that you have. Look what he did with the pitchers he had last year. This pitching staff is so much better than they were last year.
It is.
I got to be honest with you. The Dodgers are the only team I don't think that they can beat in a 7-game series. I think the San Diego matchup is so similar. They're both playing in gigantic stadiums, which really kind of helps the Tigers because they don't have as many big bats like the Tatis and Arozarena.
We play at Comerica. I mean, Comerica National Park, they call it.
And so that matchup to me, that matchup is up and down. I think the Phillies are overrated. I think the Cubs are kind of slept on. Bunch of those guys on the right side of that graph, they're right on equal footing. It's hard for people to accept the fact that the Tigers are this good, but they're not just this good on paper. They're showing it.
They could beat the Yankees in a 7-game series.
Absolutely.
I was confident last year that they would have played them. They could have beat them.
All right, well, I love that we have faith in our team. Yeah, 100% they deserve
And
it.
having fun with our team.
This is a great
man.
April.
It's
You don't get April
41
like
and
this.
18.
April in the D, baby.
April in the D.
41 and 18.
They
All
gotta
right,
bring those
switching
commercials
sports.
back.
Basketball, playoffs. Anson, I know you're excited. The play-ins, they start today. Obviously, the Pistons and the rest of the playoffs don't start till Saturday. But today you got 2 games. And we'll start with the let's go Atlanta. Let's go Warriors. I want to get the Warriors out of the way first. Warriors and Memphis. What do you see in this game?
I see the referees and Adam Silver doing everything they can to get Steph Curry into the playoffs. But listen, Memphis Grizzlies
Outside of the
are,
whistle.
in my
I love
opinion,
Anson.
are one of the 3 best teams in the West.
I
But with the injuries that they had and trying to keep a consistent
changed
roster,
coaches.
they couldn't stay winning. Now, with Ja Morant and a full, healthy lineup, they're going to give the Warriors everything that they can handle. This, to me, screams NBA versus the Memphis Grizzlies. And we know the NBA does not like the Memphis Grizzlies. I love me some Triple J, Jaren Jackson, stud. It all comes down to what Ja Morant can do and how healthy he is in that game.
see what Arson
They're a
can
better
do.
team, but I think that the NBA is going to give the Dubs one last push into the playoffs.
I think you're right about that, Maz, but I think Memphis is a better team, and I think you look at the last
picked them.
I did. You look at the last couple games for the Warriors, man, they've been struggling. I think they're tired, they're beat up, they're 3-3 in the last couple games. Jimmy Butler's starting to find the Jimmy Butler swag, and Steph, it's how much can you put on his back? Like how much of the load can you brunt with Steph? Because if he doesn't have 50, what are the Golden State Warriors?
Yep.
So that's where I'm at with that. I think it's Memphis. I think it's Ja's time. I think he's not doing it the correct way all the way, but Ja's pissed. Ja's pissed, and sometimes being pissed off is good.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to prove himself. He wants to show that he's better than Anthony Edwards, who they gave the league to because he didn't want it. So give me the Memphis Grizzlies on that. What do you feel about your boy Steph, man?
Well, before I talk about Steph and the winning tonight, is it a one and done or is it a best of 3? I get confused. Can you explain the playing game?
If the lower seed wins, it's over, right?
Huh? Yeah. This is the 7-8 game? Are these
yes.
Yeah. So the 7-8 game winner goes automatically in. The loser goes to play the winner of the 9-10 game.
Got it.
Yeah.
And the 9-10 will be Mavericks and Kings.
So how
the hell did the Mavericks make it into the play-in? They should have lost and tried to get a lottery.
Boy.
I agree.
Max Christie.
He was balling.
They should have tried to get a lottery pick.
I agree.
Because maybe the NBA would have done him a favor this time and get him Cooper Flag.
But see,
Smart.
Tanking is a GM's job. Like tanking is what the GM comes to you and
He
says,
tried.
Yes, he did.
He traded the franchise.
True. But he doesn't know what he's doing. And then Jason Kidd's the head coach. A coach wants to win. A coach is going to go out there and play. A coach isn't operating by, I'm going to lose this game, or this is what we're going to do. I'm sitting this guy. So I think Nico Collins, who is the fall guy for a bigger thing, once again, he has to pull that trigger.
So this is a 7-8 battle. So the winner becomes the 7th seed, right?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Who do they play? The 2 seed.
Is that LA?
LA was that's
Hang on, I gotta find.
I know
thing.
exactly what that is.
Let me find it. I'll find it for you.
They
Tom.
play
It was
Houston.
from yesterday. Hang on, I'll find it.
I have it there when it says weekend play. No, not. You're right.
Yeah,
I don't
I'll
have
get
the
it from
bracket.
yesterday. Don't worry about it. I got it. Keep going.
I got